Maja fights for his life now. All he can really do is hold on to the AWP. Maja doing a great job of staying alive here, padding the stats. Oh, wow!
A wide swing to shut it down. JL activated once again. All on Woxic. A bullet might do it, but it's going to be a quick return.
Button up the windows. Standing up
It is Alexi at the back of the bomb site. If he just can get one more kill, this round is pretty much already done. But Calix crouching in. He does a 90-degree flick and takes down Emma. Calix with an amazing round. 4 kills to save Eternal Fire once again. Here comes trouble. All the pistols in front. Wonderful, doing whatever he can. He lands more. He cannot be stopped. He has aced them to save the day for NAVI. Maja with a shot in the back, but he does go down. Centaurus will fall. It's NAVI to bring the chaos to Copenhagen and the pain to Eternal Fire.
Button up the windows. Standing up tall.
Go in between the fire.
How does he pass that?
I can feel it in you.
Nico sitting in it. Nah, no chance. Nico goes above and beyond. 3 kills in the 12th round of the half.
Yo.
Swapping to the op. Turns out Nico can do it. Nightmares rolling in his mind. He is now the one inside of the smoke.
Not again.
Hooksy's on top of it a second time.
Not
Roland's
again.
Sniping. He's sniping, and he's got it. And G2 will give them no chance.
Yeah, I'll never lose my grip. It makes me sick. I'm living on my sins. It's not.
What? No way. Modesty is ripping them apart.
Wow.
And just like that, they've managed. Divine intervention ushers them into the playoffs, and the soldiers of God march on.
of arms in esports. Pass your biceps. Cross the Balkan Sea to be here in Copenhagen for PGL CS2 Major Semi-Finals. I'm your host, Richard Lewis. I didn't have to go as far. I just walked from the green room, but I wouldn't have missed this for the world. And joining me on the desk, two ex-pros, who better to talk about the action today. We've got Maniac, we've got Pimp, friends now, rivals in the past. Little tip, Maniac qualified for a major at the expense of Pimp one time. All mates now. Guys, I am absolutely over the moon to be here with you for what is probably going to be some of the greatest Counter-Strike we've ever seen.
I couldn't have said it better, Richard. Unity through Counter-Strike, that's what we're here for, to celebrate this game, the players and the teams, and we have such a beautiful banquet ahead of us with the 4 teams still in the semi-final. Jacob, could we have asked for better?
No, we couldn't. You know, look outside this arena right now, look inside the arena. You have people from all over the world coming in to celebrate Counter-Strike, cheer for Counter-Strike. And
turnout today, guys.
I'm not gonna lie, you know.
They're even up here. We opened up an extra row.
They are everywhere,
12,000
Richard.
people here.
Exactly.
Incredible.
And we all got one thing in common. We love Counter-Strike, and we're about to see some of the best quality Counter-Strike we can possibly get at a major semi-final.
Well, with that said, let's set the scene for the games that we're going to have today. 2 semi-finals that I think if we were picking them at the start of the tournament, this is what we would have gone with, right? I mean, we've got Vitality versus FaZe to start us off, and then NAVI versus G2. Reject modernity, embrace tradition.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the amount of tradition, that's the word I want to use here. The legacy that is right there in the playoffs of this major is something special. Both these teams, we're in a situation where from this point on, with the 4 teams that we have, any combination of the 4 teams would make a great grand final.
Yeah.
That is the luxury. We are the restaurant where it's the a la carte, but the menu is exquisite. You cannot go wrong. You can pick whatever you want, and the grand final is going to deliver, Jacob. This makes me happy as can be.
Yeah, me too, man. You have Vitality, you have FaZe, NAVI, and G2. Household names when it comes to Counter-Strike. Obviously, inside this arena, we see the Vitality hype down there. They've been celebrating and, you know, enjoying Counter-Strike throughout the entire week. We know G2 is a big brand within Counter-Strike as well. And then NAVI, you know, used to be all about simple, used to be all about the one, not the case anymore. You have only good teams left in the tournament, and the quality of Counter-Strike we've seen so far coming out of Kerrigan and FaZe Clan in the playoff as well, it's been fantastic.
Yeah, you have different stories too, right? When it's Vitality and FaZe, we've been used to these names for trophies last year. In fact, they've played a bunch of finals. We'll talk about it surely at this desk. But for NAVI and G2, a little bit of a different story. NAVI here to prove that they can reach new heights with a project that was put together and that was trusted in long term with Blade and Alexivi at the orchestra. And with G2, it's about peaking at the right time once again. I mean, for them, it's like the roller coaster. Like, they're tall enough to ride. They have a good time. But as a fan, it's hard to see. You never know what to expect. And they made a statement in the last game.
Well, we actually reached out to Valve to see what the pick'ems said. This is what the people say about who's going to win the major. We've got the stats here ready to see who is the favorite with the people. And you can see...
Surely it's wide open.
Yeah, well, no.
G2 took favor?
Everybody is locked into what I've been saying from the start. It's G2 to win the major.
Well, I have to give it to you, Richard. It is a narrative that you have been pushing since almost day one. So you were onto something.
I boo too. It's my own personal hell, but I've accepted it, guys. It's time.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people obviously had Team Spirit in that one, but out of the 4 teams left, it does seem like G2 is one of the favorites, maybe helped by the, let's call it the easier side of the bracket as well, but there's no doubt that when you look at the 4 teams and the quality they all possess, you can pick any given team to win the major and it will be justified.
I mean, listen, I don't really criticize people. G2 looked terrifying. They were terrifying against Mouse. That's as fast as it can be. Yeah, this man, they actually gobbled them up. That's what happened. It was so powerful from G2. Some of the individuals we weren't necessarily sure of. Nico shows up and he has a renaissance performance. Yeah, of course you're going to think that the way can be along and they can leave the trophy.
Yeah, but that's what the semi-final stages are about, the quarter-final stages, the knockouts. This is where your best players who've been there, done that, this is where they come alive. And this is where the pressure is on the new, you know, the new talent that's coming through. And it's happened to Mouse, you know, that you saw the froze in the headlights. It's very difficult when you're on a stage. And as I said, the major It scrambles your brain. It's so important. It's the biggest tournament you might ever play in. Like, some people only get one and done, you know, and you saw that. You saw that in the game.
It truly is a different beast. You and I, we've been there before as well. You're heading into big tournaments, of course. You're always nervous, you're always excited, but when you get into a major, you know there's so much at stake. You know that the amount of viewership at home, the amount of pressure, the amount of people watching your every move on the server, everyone is glazing at you, everyone is looking at you. It is a different beast, it's a different kind of pressure. So I don't even blame any players for maybe crumpling towards that pressure or having to learn to deal with it through experience, through trying to sit on the stage right here. It does take time for someone, and I don't think
it's very complicated to put it in words, right? Trying to help the people empathize with what these players are going through. I still remember my semi-final against NIP 14-14, and I almost froze by anxiety. Like, what goes through your mind at this moment, it's something particular. And you talk about experience or not, look at the teams with 3-0, the Maus, the Spirit, the young ones, the one that impressed with the quality of Counter-Strike, unfortunately unable to convert, unable to transfer it. But I will say, Spirit did put up a good effort.
Yo, for sure, and one of the greatest games I think we've ever seen in a major, and it was easily the greatest quarterfinal I've ever seen. Let's do a little bit of a recap. I want to talk just a little bit about what we saw the other day. Here we go. We got another chug, 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 chug. I do not condone irresponsible
Drink responsibly.
But well done. Yeah, okay, right. Let's talk a little bit about NAVI, you know, because I think they were a bit of an unknown quantity coming in. We know that they've maybe got that shadow of Simple over them. We've talked a lot about that. I think that's gone now. I really don't want to talk about him for the rest of the tournament almost.
Don't have to.
I think Wonderful, for instance, has shown he's possibly the second best AWPer here at the tournament. One of the best AWPers we've seen. You can argue maybe about Brokey, I guess, but I think he had a pop-off series, and I think what we also saw, Immer, under all that pressure. Yes, that rating looks terrible up there, but he got some entry frags. He had some high impact. JL clutch rounds. I mean, you couldn't have asked for more.
No, it's getting better.
You couldn't, you know, it's a semi-final for NAVI. You look at the lineup, you look at the quality within the team, and you think to yourself, is that a team that have the ability to go all the way to a semi-final? On paper, I would say no, but the foundation LXCB have built together with Blade into this NAVI roster, mind it being an international roster. When you look back in history for NAVI, it's always been about Simple. It's always been about, you know, the CIS scene. Not anymore. This is an international roster who are playing Counter-Strike at a very, very high level. And as I said, if you look at the individuals, you wouldn't necessarily say they are ready for a semi-final at a playoff, but I've said it before and I'll say it again, they played good Counter-Strike.
And listen, I think we didn't have a doubt on the quality of the blueprint when it comes to NAVI. We know the mind of Brain, one of the most clever individuals we have in the game. But for a while, what we were looking for in NAVI was a superstar after Simple. And this is what Wonderful has become.
Yes.
I thought he was criminally underrated for a while, but what a case he's making for himself. You might have Jay Legend in the team, but that's Wonderful's legend we're riding here in Copenhagen. He's had such strong performances, absolutely reference games from him. So suddenly, yes, the floor rises and the seeding explodes because of what he's capable of doing. And I've been appreciating that show from Wonderful. I just want more of that. I wanted to do it again in the semi.
Yeah, and look, we've got to talk about G2 as well. What I think G2 have done really well is they've galvanized as a group. I think, you know, they were playing poorly, they were underperforming. Nico hadn't even turned up at this major. That's just the brutal truth. And yet I saw them before they went live against Mouse. They were in that huddle, they were there backstage. Taz, the legend, the coach, and he's just like, you know what, guys, like, yeah, okay, they're gonna boo us. They might not be on our side, but it doesn't matter because we're here and we can take this. We can go all the way. We can make everyone miserable. It's so good. Look, that's why I'm on board with it.
Yeah, it's classic G2. I feel like you and I, Matthew, we covered enough G2 throughout the years to know that the second you start underestimating them, the second you start losing faith in G2, that's when they're the most scary. We can go back to the group stage. We can argue that maybe they shouldn't have been in the playoff. You know, what happened against VP is what it is. You know, it was a close game, and they probably felt the same way. They probably felt that us getting into the playoff, we were kind of lucky. We didn't really deserve it. We haven't played well, and you come in with no pressure at all. No one is expecting you to do well. No one is expecting you to win the tournament from that point onwards, and I think that's what G2 is the most scary. You saw Nico show up.
No, of course.
You know Manis going to show up. That's a team that has championship quality. They won Katowice, they won Cologne. There's a reason for that.
I mean, they feed off the context we hear now. We know they are big games, but they are stage players. We know that. But I also think that G2 is one of the worst teams to go up against if you give them an advantage. Oh boy, do they know how to play that momentum. And Huxi, for all of the criticism we might have for him, when he realizes there is blood in the water, he plays the Counter-Strike in that idea, with that perspective, with pressure, applying fast rhythm, having quick strategies right behind you. And on top of that, you sprinkle some individuals who are capable of creating the multi-kills. And we were rolling back, not even the years, the months for Nico, finding time and time again multi-kills on Banana. Miles just didn't know how to handle it. They had absolutely no idea. So I do think that G2 still has yet to show us maybe the backbone, the resilience here on the stage, but they weren't forced to. They were never forced to against Mouse. They played their best Counter-Strike, had a grand old time, and now it's about NAVI to put them in that spot, in that discomfort, which hasn't happened in the quarter.
Yeah, well, before we start talking about the Vitality FaZe Clan game, we need to check in with Parla.
Richard, it's that time again to check in with our crowd here in the Royal Arena. These are the moments we watch for. These are the moments we play for. These are the moments we live for. Copenhagen, are you ready? Richard in the desk, back to you.
Good job, Parla. His vocal cords hanging on for dear life.
They're holding on.
He's been amazing this event, and so have the crowd. But look, this is what we're going to serve up to you as a reward for being so wonderful. Vitality versus FaZe Clan. I'm just so, I can't even put it into words.
Where do you want to start?
Yeah, where do you begin? Because this is a rivalry. It's a one-sided rivalry, but they keep meeting up against each other, and Vitality have had the best of it. But FaZe, with Carrigan, they're just throwing out wild card after wild card after wild card.
I mean, listen. Carrigan is the master of disinformation. I mean, he goes out and makes statements as if, you know, there's no rivalry. They kick our asses all the time. I think he knows exactly what he's doing. He knows where he's got Vitality. He knows what his boys are capable of right now. The win versus Spirit really taught you something. But I will agree, Jacob, I will agree, and I'm not mad about it, that there's a good little history between these two and it's in favor of Vitality.
There is, you know, and we said the exact same thing when it came to FaZe versus Spirit. We saw Spirit win 5 maps in a row coming into that matchup. We were all thinking, how is FaZe going to be able to beat Team Spirit? They have yet to take a map from them the past 5 times. Same thing could be said here for Vitality. It's been 2 games, 2 grand finals in a row where Vitality have won 2-0 in both of those games. So if you're FaZe Clan, if you're Carrigan, you must have learned a lot from those games. And I think he's approaching the game with the same mentality he did against Team Spirit. Listen, I know we lost twice in a row. It's a new game, new tournament. We prepared with Frozen as well. We've had time to integrate him into the lineup. For my money, it's a new matchup.
Look at it this way. The 3rd map against Spirit, if you're a FaZe fan, it's liquid gold. It is liquid gold. It is the biggest attribute you can have as a player to think, whatever happens, we're still in it. Whatever happens, we're going to close this map. We had this big lead, Spirit catches back on, and we win in overtime anyway. When you reach a point where there is this belief, this knowledge within the team that no situation cannot be won, no situation cannot be unturned, then oh my God, is it hard to put them down. And we know they're famous for comebacks, and that game versus Spirit is only going to aggravate this situation for Vitality to put down FaZe.
And look, obviously we talked about how Nico's had some trouble. You need your star players at your big tournaments. I guess, is it a good thing that we haven't really seen ZywOo arrive yet and Vitality have been able to get to this stage? Or are we worried for a game of this caliber just in case ZywOo is still not 100%?
I am worried. I am worried not on account of his current level right now, and we can talk about health or whatever it is. I'm hopeful that he's feeling at the 100% on a personal level. Now we're comparing a couple of numbers, right? Left-hand side, his numbers at majors in general. He's the highest rated player in Counter-Strike, all majors included. But here, of course, by his account, a little bit pedestrian. 1.15, ZywOo, 1.15. Qu'est-ce que c'est? Tu rigoles? How can he be 1.15? Now, my problem is his mindset going into this matchup. I have seen him sometimes get into his head, maybe trying a little bit too much. How do you articulate this idea when you're ZywOo and you know, I'm the best player in the world. I haven't done my part. I haven't really pulled my weight. The team had to carry me. I wonder if he's going to get in his own head.
If anything,
this is the only thing that worries me.
Yeah, if anything, I'm not worried at all, you know, because the team have shown that they're able to step up in the absence of ZywOo. We saw Spinks in the group stage do a great job. We see FlameC step it up when needed to be.
Not against FaZe, though.
No, but they won't win without him.
Here we go. The context of the group stage was that ZywOo was sick throughout the entire thing, and we cannot remove that context and pretend it didn't happen. He's now feeling fresh. He's had time to recover. I think what he did in the quarterfinal, that was enough. That was fine. fine. He was stepping it up. For my money, if there's ever a time to trust in Saivu, trust him in stepping up, it would be in a game like this. Because he showed it against FaZe Clan 2 times in a row.
I like what you're saying, Jacob. Of course, it's music to my ears. But the reality is it took him about 18 rounds to have an impact against Cloud9. That's the Glock round. That turns everything around. Into the flick with the AWP, and then suddenly he catches on fire. But there's 17 rounds prior where he is looking for his rhythm, missing a couple of shots. Sitters, you could call them, a little bit disconnected from the rhythm of the game. So if it's going to take 18 rounds versus FaZe, FaZe's going to eat him alive.
Yeah. I mean, look, meanwhile, you can see here as well, with Rops, he's also been pedestrian over at FaZe, and this is another, you know, cause for concern. We're going to talk about Brokey in a moment. He's kind of picked up a lot of this slack. But, I mean, I've been very surprised, because a lot of people at the start of CS2, everyone's pointing at Rops, saying he's the best player in the game.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
Oh, that's nice.
That's pretty sick.
Cool.
That's nice.
Well, that's true, you know, and Rops are currently, I wouldn't say struggling, but he's not at the same level he was 4 months ago. And that's another thing we can talk about, right? 4 months ago, we were inside this arena. It was FaZe Clan taking on Vitality in a grand final at the Blast Fall finals as well. And we were labeling and we were hyping up the game, saying Rops may very well be the best rifler we've seen in CS2 so far. That's no longer the case. I feel like reality have caught up to him a little bit. He got off to a good start. He was grinding out the game. He was finding all the different tricks. But now we're back to normality. Rops is a fantastic Counter-Strike player. Don't get me wrong, but he's currently not the best in the game with the rifle. And I think FaZe could, you know, struggle a little bit, especially when he's going up against Spinks, especially when he's going up against Flamesy. Strong rifles on the opposition side. If Rops is not playing at 100%, I'm having a tough time seeing FaZe winning this game.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think at the beginning of CS2, he was a trendsetter, right? He was the one that was sort of discovering new ways to play the roles. And you mentioned Rops versus Spinks. Now, for the fans at home, this in itself is going to be one of the most key matchup we have in this semifinal. Why? Because it's the famous Anchor versus Lurker, Lurker versus Anchor. It's the one who's going to outlurk who's going to have the most patience, who's going to have the right positions. In the BO3s that they've played before, this is the matchup that happened the most. 12 times per game, these two meet, and they will again. So it becomes a psychological war. I know your positions, I know your angles, you know my angles, you know my rhythm, and then we play this chess game, and that's going to happen here between Spinks and Rops.
Yeah, well, let's talk about Brokey. I've definitely got to give him some airtime. Arguably, FaZe aren't even here if he doesn't pop off in that Spirit series. And I've been critical of him. I think he's one of those players who he posts monster numbers, but he makes elementary mistakes. Very frustrating to watch. But I haven't seen many of those mistakes here. I've just seen the big numbers, the big performances on the biggest stage.
He's been consistently playing super, super well throughout the entire tournament. Even in CS2 as a whole, if you pull up all his ratings at events so far, Brokey have been consistently delivering. Not at a top echelon level, not at a level where we compare him to the likes of Saivu and the top uppers in the world, but he's still up there delivering. And at this tournament, he's currently having statistically his best performance for Brokey, which is absolutely fantastic for him. His play style as well, he thrives in chaos. He thrives in moments when it's the 2v2, it's the 3v3, he's in an unwinnable clutch, and all of a sudden it is winnable because of Brokey. That's the kind of tenacity that he brings to the server, and that's something you can't prepare for. If you're Vitality, yes, you can say, and yes, you can warn yourself, you know, Brokey, he may pop off at some point, but he does it out of nowhere, so you can't really prepare for it, and you can't really shut him down if he feels it.
I mean, listen, Richard, you said you haven't really seen mistake. I would argue mistakes have been made, but he's got the skill to bail him out. That's what happened a couple times.
Yeah, he's like an old school JW.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of that vibe, right? When he's in the zone, like his combat style, like his AWP in the first, let's say, 5 meters is deadly. And that was used against Spirit a couple times where he would take very forward angles. He wouldn't go into the peak, he would just wait patiently. And it's tricky as an AWPer because you have a model that basically Ferrari peaks you, but he's ready for it. He's got perfect crosser placement. He knows where he's got to set it up. And then once the chaos hits, that's when he thrives. Put him a couple of flashes, put a couple of smokes, he's going to have a good time. That is Brokey in a nutshell.
One of the things that makes Brokey so fun to watch is he's almost playing the AWP as was he a rifle. You said it yourself.
Like a Max 7.
Exactly, something like that. You saw it against Spirit and Nuke. He was constantly pushing inside hot. Whenever they were doing executes, he was playing it like, did he have a shotgun in his hand?
That was a shotgun.
Exactly, that's what he's doing, and I expect the same Brokey to show up today. He was a difference maker against Team Spirit. He cannot allow himself to play defensive Counter-Strike. He needs to go in there, take charge of the game, and at least put up a fight against Saivu.
And just quickly, because we are getting close to when the players are going to get on stage, I want to talk about Flames. I think he has been the standout for Vitality for me in terms of my expectations, and I think he's given them so much with his performances.
Definitely exceeded expectations. That's the least we can say. A debutant for playoffs major, you have to realize, and I think the quality to drag them to that playoff point was spectacular. And in a moment where Vitality was far from their best, where you could argue the team play was a little bit lackluster, the rhythm wasn't followed, he was the guy stepping up. He was the guy finding space, he was finding kills, he was having the right trading when he needed to. If this Flames shows up on the T side of Vitality, that solves many of Apex's issues. You know, you can send him, Shaha, go ahead, I'm going to flash for you, and he provided so many of these entries so far. Now, I would love to know that this is reliable. Nothing would make me happier. If that happens again, I'll have tears of joy. We yet to see that.
It's been reliable throughout the tournament so far, I must say, right? And within his time in Vitality, we're almost nearing in a year before he took over from Dupuis, which I know for a lot of facts in here, the people weren't too happy about. He's having his statistically best event so far for Vitality ever since he joined. So if there ever was a time to count on Flamesy, I would say it's right now.
All right, guys, we'll get back to talking about it, but now I have to throw you over to the stage where you will see the host with the most. It's James Banks.
Thank you very much, Richard. Royal Arena, you look incredible. How are you all doing? It's semi-finals time. We're closer to seeing who has a chance of lifting this trophy. But I want to see if you guys are ready with me here. Follow with me. Guys over here on the left, make some noise. Straight down the middle. And over to the right. All right, let's do this again. Left. Middle. Right. Now everyone, let me hear you. You guys are amazing. And so is our first team. The Bees so far did not struggle in their opening game, and the team they're facing now, they have beaten twice in finals, but now it could be a different game. It's Vitality! And their opponent is the Dragon Slayers, and a team who is looking to push it further and get revenge once again. That is what's on the cards for these guys. But can they do it? It's FaZe! Well, our teams are now on the stage, and it's time for them to get ready for battle. Carrigan, get on over here. Mezzy, come join me. Now for you, Mezzy, the furthest you've been in a major. Things are looking great on Vitality, but what do you think of all this?
It's crazy. I think it's first time for me, but loving the support, whether it's against us or for us. I'm just enjoying it and excited to play.
And when we talk about you being excited to play, I know Apex has been very clear on how he wants you to play, right? Do you feel like you're getting there? Do you feel like you're doing what he's asking you to do and it's coming together?
Yeah, for sure. I'm definitely confident in my role in the team and what I need to bring. And yeah, like I say, just excited to play and confident in what I need to do.
And in terms of confidence, you should be very confident against FaZe because you took them down twice already where you lifted your trophies with this exact lineup. So business as usual?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we're definitely confident going up against FaZe. It's a new game, so we've got to expect new things, but we're definitely ready for this game.
That's what we like to hear. Carrigan. Should we try this again? Let me just say, Carrigan! Well, Well, it's definitely your home arena, mate. And I don't think we've ever seen the Royal Arena like this, right?
Never. This is just awesome. And experience this in a major semi-final against a great team. I can't wait to put a show on, guys.
No, you're definitely the hero for this here, right, in this arena. But you're also the hero as a team taking down Spirit and making this major wide open. What did that do to your confidence levels?
I don't know if it do much. I think we will just focus on round by round, game by game. We are playing Vitality, and they are as great as Spirit. So we just need to focus on what's ahead of us, and that's Vitality. Whatever happens, I all know I can always be proud of my guys, and I can be proud of having a crowd like this.
Yeah, definitely. We are proud to see you guys. This is incredible. But I have to ask, you have obviously taken these very hard losses against Vitality. Do you feel like you figured it out this time? Do you feel like this is where you can get it done?
I mean, we lost 5 maps on road to Spirit. We found a way. And what I've told the guys, it doesn't matter how we win, but we need to find solution. And we need to do this today. And most of all, have fun. That's why we all play video games in the beginning. So I just want to have fun, and I want to enjoy this energy so much.
That's what it's all about. This energy is incredible. Good luck, have fun for both of our teams up in here. Now I want to find out, Royal Arena, who do you think is going to win this game? Is it a Vitality? I see you, Golden Hornets. And what about FaZe? Vitality? FaZe? Well, what about this? Counter-Strike! Richard, back to you. Let's get it going.
Get it on. Thanks a lot, James. No doubt about who the home crowd is rooting for. As great as the Golden Hornets are, lots of love for Carrigan, lots of love for FaZe, and so nice to see him get that kind of reception because he's just a legend in the game.
And let's not forget, it's a place he's never won in. He's been in here many, many times before. He's had a heartbreak loss in a couple of finals, one against Heroic, against Danish countrymen, where, you know, for him it must feel tough. So for Carrigan to stand in a semi-final inside a full arena who's going to give them 100% of their support, apart from the wonderful Golden Hornets, must be nice for Carrigan.
And it is the same setup as the fall final. That's what we're talking about. This 2-0 Vitality that was here. Probably not the same crowd, but the same arena. And I mean, Vitality, they know how to deal with it. I think a guy like Apex, his profile, that fuels him. You know how he is, you know how emotional he can be. Just give him a couple people booing him, giving him that kind of emotion, he's going to turn it around. So for Vitality, they're not going to be scared.
Well, I was going to quickly ask you, any insight into why we've got Messi out there, the forgotten man of Vitality, doing the interview?
So listen,
not Apex. What's that about?
I'm just going to talk on my ass. That's what I do, General, right? I think it's a way of doing, hey, listen, man, you need to do your part. You need to do more than your part. Don't think you can just hide. You cannot hide at the end of the table. You cannot hide behind Spinks or Zaiwu or Mike Coles. Little buddy, we're going to need you. And you're going to step in, and you're going to step in even in the interview. Go out there, put yourself, put your presence on the map when it comes to this game. I think mentally, you need to realize that you're Messi, that you have to make plays, that you have to make the difference. Do not be satisfied with the average. That's what you do when you put him on the spot. You make him answer the questions.
Messi is part of Vitality, and Vitality is part of Messi. A lot of people are pointing towards Messi perhaps being the weak link. I think he's done okay for himself. We saw him in Royal Arena have one of his better tournaments in there as well. His very first tournament with Vitality on the roster was a tournament win where he got to lift the trophy inside this arena as well. So if you're Messi, of course you're now adopted into the Vitality camp. You can go out there, you can be the guy doing the interview because you are part of the core, you're part of the roster.
I mean, listen, I would argue that his position might not even been questioned at the time. I mean, the start was incredible, but then he tempered off a little bit, and we were left wondering, where is the average? Where is the default? What are we reliably get from this guy? And I do believe that his performance has had an uptick here in Copenhagen. Mostly on the CT side, he's been able to do what was needed from him to be reliable on the CT, to not be an easy kill, to not be an entry frag, and that is much better. On the T side, he's still struggling to find his rhythm, but I wouldn't say he's in the safe position quite yet. I think he still has to fight for his position.
Yeah, they've got to go all the way to the final. I'd say. But anyway, let's talk about that. What is their route? What's going to happen in this veto here? Karrigan, obviously, has already put on a masterclass of vetoing, as he always does. What have Apex and Xtaz got cooking in the kitchen?
There's a couple of questions we need to answer, right? We saw Vitality. We know their map pool. We kind of have an idea of where they want to go towards. The big question for me is whether or not Vertigo is going to be floated from FaZe Clan. That can be something that's going to change the outcome of the veto a little bit. Personally, I'm not sure. I don't think so. I think Vitality would be ready to pick it and perhaps punish FaZe Clan. But if Vertigo will be floated, it changes the dynamic of this veto completely.
I would absolutely hate it for Vitality. Yeah. I would hate it if they had to pick Vertigo. It's a map where I haven't been...
if you're FaZe Clan.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if I'm Karrigan, this could be a moment to float it. I think you called the bluff. I don't think Vitality's last Vertigo have been successful nor impressive. T-side a little bit lost as well. The B-side CT complicated. So, no, I think there is an opportunity to float. We'll have the video coming up because I had a lot of bullets ready in Chem for that one.
And look, and just on that point, there's a lot of kind of misinformation, as we said in the pre-show going around. They said they didn't prepare. Frozen said they didn't prepare. Then they said they did prepare. I saw Neo in the hotel. I bought him a drink. I said, nice one. Well done, brother. He said, we didn't prepare. Then I saw Karrigan.
That's intox.
And he said, we did prepare. So you have to wonder if it's going to be in there at all. I don't know what to believe. All I know is they played a really good side of Vertigo, and then they kind of ran out of steam, but they got over the line.
Not a question. It's not a question at all. Knowing Karrigan, knowing how he's running his team, they can definitely play the map. They've been preparing the map. They've been practicing the map. Now, are they ready to play it in a major semi-final against Vitality? I don't know. I'm not too sure. I'm very curious to see whether or not it's going to be floated, because you're right. If you're Vitality, you have a lot of different avenues you can go with this veto.
I think there are 4 maps for whom the teams share a common love. You're talking about your Inferno, you talk about your Mirage, an Anubis and a Nuke in there. We'll have to see the picks. The questions of the ban are going to be revealed, and that is the float. That is the float from FaZe immediately. Removing Anubis, saying to Apex, hey Lil, you want to go on Vertigo? But you sure you want to go on Vertigo? You're going to have to make that choice. Ban from Vitality comes clear. Now if you're FaZe, you have 2 routes, Richard. I think you either go Mirage or you go Nuke. They have to go to Nuke. That, I will label it possibly as a mistake. I think Vitality have been trial and tested on the map, and they have definitely a blueprint. And here comes the Vertigo pick.
Absolutely love it from Vitality. Absolutely love it from Karrigan as well. Nuke is a comfort pick. Nuke is a comfort pick.
But I hate this Vertigo pick from Vitality.
I do too. So there we go. You even on the scoreline, you said it yourself, Matthew. Maybe Nuke is a bit of a mistake if you're FaZe Clan. Well, maybe Vertigo is a bit of a mistake if you're Vitality. I think if you're FaZe right now, you got a map that you know you're comfortable on, and then you got that Joker within Vertigo that couldn't lean and screw this matchup into a 2-0 scenario. Inferno, a map they both play, a map they're both happy to go into, but the first 2 maps are super, super interesting. I like this video from Karrigan. Once again showing that of course they have prepared Vertigo coming into this.
Right, we've got about 90 seconds, so...
Яарамэн. За semi-final-ын тоглолт. Vitality болон FaZe-ийн боогоор тоглолт бэлэн болжээ. Завчсан хайпаг өвдөх юм бол зомог чран дээр FaZe Clan Spirit-ийг хожиж 2-1-ээр хожиж болох semi-final руу шалгарсан. Зарим Vitality-г өвд бол Cloud81-ыг 2-1-ээр хожиж semi-final руу шалгарсан байна. Энэ 2 багийн хоцсон баг нь аврагын төлөө гарч ирнэ. Хожигдсон баг нь бол тэмцээнээс хэсэгт гараад байгаа. За map бито гарсан. Эхний map-аар бол Nuke, FaZe-с Nuke гаргаад Vitality-гийн Vertigo, Decider-аар Inferno гэсэн 3 map үлдчихэж байгаа юм байна. За яг одоо хичээл TV-гийн rank 1, rank 2 төчигдэж байгаа. Авш rank 3 төчигдэж байгаа багууд. FaZe-д бол rank 1 төчигдэж байгаа. Vitality бол rank 3 төчигдэж байгаа багууд юм байна. За FaZe ч нөгөө нэг шуугуулалтаас Spirit-ийг цагаараа гэрсэн шүү дээ. Elimination Station тоглолтууд дээр жоохон таарах хүн байсан ч гэсэн за play-off орж ирээд бас хинэн авгарна вэ гэдг бол харуулдаг байгаа. За өнөөдрийн тоглолтын дээр яах юм байгаа. За эхний map Nuke-ийн хувьд бол за FaZe-с 12 удаа тоглож 75% юм байна гэж ярьж байгаа. За Vitality-г бол 6 тоглож 65% юм байна. Энэ 2 багийн хамгийн сүүлд тоглосон тоглолт юм бол Last-ийн Premier World Final тэмцээн 23 оны 12 сард хоорондоо тоглоод Vitality 2-1-ээр хожижсэн гэсэн төвд бол юм байна да. Гэхдээ нэг нэлээд дээр юм тоглоо. Сягарбан раунд. Vitality face-ийн сонгосон мапээр давуугаа аваад контрас хийж байгаа. Шараа шууд гүүгээ гараад ирээ. Яг урд нь дурдчихж байгаа юм байна. Frame, Source, Sphinx 2 хүн байсан бай. Агийн 3-1 маш хурдан гараад ирлээ. Bomb тавьж байгаа. Flames MESA өрүүлсэн. За heavy smoke-д авсан. MESA maintenance гарч ирнэ. Kit байхгүй. Ер нь хэцүү л байна. Ягаар 1 раунд фейз авсан. Экран 2 нейт аваад гараад ирж байна. Armor go USB наад. Саратор 2 смокийг шууд set хийж байгаа. За смок гэдэг reflex. Энийг бариад авлаа. Энийг хог шийдэх зогссон дээр нь болчихж байна. Завч сэг болцсон. Азар дээр энэ дропцын лүрк. Флемсиг унгаад зарлаас мейс нэг зэвс барьсан. За энэ раунд ойлгомжтой хаа армор бийс бэнц шүү дээ. Яриач юу раунд болчихгүй. За бомб там өдөр орж ирээд адер плант хийгдэнэ. За хоёр тэг ойлгомжтой. Гарч ирсэн. Гадуур 20 тоглож орчлаад байгаа. Гал нэр заяа байгаа юм байна. За энэ чинь secret руу л орох гээд байна да. Smoke-ууд ихтэй хийгээгүй байгаа дах юм. Хоёр Kuroxy нэрс бот хийгээ secret орно. Доор харин secret юм галт нэр болов юм. За Sphinx smoke орно байж байгаа. За гадуур smoke crossbow. Йоо, за smoke crosslол 3-ыг онцлоо. Самэсийг нэгээд авсан. Фреймс ганцаар үлдчихэж байгаа. Easy round л ойлгомжтой болсон хаа. За Flames-с бол нэг буугаал сэвлэн дээ. Buy round нээсэн шүү дээ. Сая гадуур тэнд smoke гэдэргүүгээр зөөр гүйж гараад 3-ыг унахчдаг амар юм боллоо та. Flames for save-лэн дараагийн раунд 4 тоглогчоос мөнгө төгрөг байхгүй. За нэг гарбунууд гарах байх. За semi final-ын тоглолт шүү дээ энэ ч одоо. За carry gun дээр л ирээд унах гэдэг байх шүү. Энэ багийн тоглолт хожигдсон багаар хасагдана. Хожигдсон баг нь grand final руу гарч ирнэ. За өнөөдөр semi final-ын 2 тоглолтыг үзэн хэдүүлээ. Энэ учраас одоо face vitality, энэний дараа G2 NAVI 3 цагаас тоглох байгаа даа. Гаргуутаар гарч ирсэн. 2 раунд алдсан. Микрофон жоохон чангалж. Цаатаа гейм саунд чангаагаад байна. Цаатаа гайг бах. Спиритийг фейс хийсэн штэ. Плейофф ихний тоглолтын дээр 2-1-ээр фейс хийсэн. Одоо тэгээд талент болж байна. Нүүк бол фейсинг сонгосон маа. За гадуур смогтоо secret руу нэг хүн явуулчихж байгаа. Raining secret явуулсан. Үлдсэн тоглолчид Mind-рууд нийлгээл Flames-ийн 5-7-тай. Тусламжаар заяа өрөөд ирсэн. За Carrigan. Асуултыг нийсэж явж байгаа. За Mind руу модул тааштай тоохоор зайгүй нэг хил Frozen, Drops трейдүүд 2-4. За Sphinx Apex 25 секунд үлдсэн. За Bomb Park Winter ундаа. Winter-ийн уналтан дээр бариад авах гэж яах вэ? Winter унахгүй юм байна уу? Байлчих гэдэг. Хүү юм бүгэн. За Sphinx баг апл аунда. Sphinx апл аунда. Гарбуутай гурыг унагчлаа. Тэр шатныг хүмүүн бүр. Чатаараа жүжигд авах шиг байна. Дааш тэгээд арын хүмүүс онгож чадсан боо. За их раунд авчихсан. Яа, амбер раунд авсан. За хайп бол амир штэ. Vitality тэгээд бол. Эхтэр үзчих шүү. Таалагч. Өдөөш үү. За аврахын талаа гарна штэ. Мэдсэн баг. Азараар смокер гараад ирсэн. Мэсэгийн цасан цагаан бас юу ч харж чадсангүй. Лайн сайтыг ингээд л эзэлчих юм уу? Хатуу руу энэ үү? Нэг унагсан, зэвэн гарч ирсэн. Apex юм биш чадхуунаад өгсөн. 2 раунд авсан ч гэсэн 2 раундаа ингээд алдчихж байгаа юм байна да. Зайбо Flames Flames улаан тоглогч. Буунуудаа сэвлэх байхаа. 4-1. За амар гоё эко раунд аваад тэгэл дараагийн 2 раунд алдчихлаа. Өчигдөр нэг тайз руу дайрсан инээтрээгээд өнөөдөр бол PGL-с нэлээд чанга харуулсан галалт тавьсан гэдээсэн. Урдуураа хашаа босгоод тайзны хурд хамгаалагчдыг бас өмнөхөөд бол нэмээд тавьсан гэдэг байгаа. Өчигдөр бас жоохон гай болсон л доо. Тоглолт үзэж байгаа. За тайм аут. 2 раунд л авахгүй байна да. За ижлэгээ нюк гэдэг мав чи контр талдаа давтай мав. Vitality бол стигээс л их раунд авах хэрэгтэй. За юугийн дийл орё шаруулаад. Dragon лороо. Ямар ч юм хад байтай. Бутан байтаа гараад ирсэн. Энийг алдвал мөнгө төгрөх сурхайл юм байна. За Flames-ийн флашыг хийж үзэн Kill байсан дөрөв бред авч байгаа. Дээдлийг барихгүй л гараад ирж байгаа юм даа. Ядуур смоктоо дизэнгүүрөө шивлэх гэдэг юм байна. За үгүй смок руу нараад. Хараа. Юу спэй. Цайгаа нүгөө алгасан. Зовжос онгож байгаа. Гол нь Apex-ийн байршлыг мэдхүүсэн. Бүгд яраас барээд авлаа. Apex-ийг 2 эсрэг 5 болчихж байгаа. Sphinx Mesa нэг нь томьёод нэг нь хэвэндээ томьёод флашсан. First нэг kill. Messi. Ямар цэвэр раунд вэ? Face. Ямар цэвэр раунд вэ? Амар раундыг авч ин да. Саяны раунд бол бүр яг л Face-ийн төлөвлөгөөний дагуу болчихлоо. Тайминг идэрч гэсэн Face-ийн талт юм боллоо. Эко. Талаар мартаа гарах. Тэгэл 4 дээл 1-5 гараад ирсэн. За түрүү яг ийм раунд авсан шүү дээ. Ганц авсан раунд нь яг л ийм гарбууд раундыг авсан байгаа даа. За Apex баригдсан 4-5. За энэ удаад өмнөх шиг юм болов уу? Гүйлгээд авах шиг байна да. Месси нэг дарсан шууд трейд нараад ирсэн супер гейм. Эсвэл Face-ийн 6. Италийн коуч нь найзын шийдвэртэй тоглоод хөнсөөлсөн. Хөнсөггүй нөхөрлөөд шүү дээ. Тийм юм болсон гэж магадгүй. Гүйл зэрэг тэр хастай. Сим сарайд үхэн бас ховор шүү. Ховор. Сэвай раунд. Сэвгоогоос апарат ирсэн да. Face бол дахиад гадуур тоглолт оруулах гэж байгаа юм байна да. Sphinx secret бүгд өрөвдөрсөн. За түрүүн Flames нэг пиклээд унсан. Одоо яах нь вэ? За гарч ирэх юм бол яг Brook ярдсан байгаа гэдэг. За болсон. Гадуур смок. Нэг үнэт болцсон да. Apex гадаан хамгаалсан нэр. За secret-ээр бол Sphinx байсаар. За гадуур смок хийгээ secret орхон дайна. Sphinx-ийн хамгаалалт байна уу? Мөрөдтэй гараад ирсэн. За хэрэгтэй хэл. За гадуур бол өөр тоглогч байхгүй. Марчээс хүний илэг очиж байгаа. За Face үлдсэн тоглогч нар энд лобби цугласан. Азори смок дуусан уулах гэдэг юм болоо да. Хогмог бол хангалттай байна. Агийн хамгаалт нар хоёр тоглож. Флаштай гараад ирсэн. Рок өөр ч гэсэн зайсан. Кэрэг хийгэл юм шиг байгаа. Хэмжүүн кэрэг нь 2 point Apex Sphinx Trade-үүд амир Sphinx-ийн 2 kill. Frozen Sphinx Squad хийж байгаа. За Sphinx-ийн л тоглолт бол болоод байна да. За Face бол мөнгө төгрөгтэй. Ягдэр смогтос үүсэж байгаа. Майнд дээр смокн дээр флеймс карьерийн болсон. Үний лог авсан байна. За доор хамгаалт нэрхтээ хүн орж ирээгүй штэ. Майнд тестийн зайвуул урагшлаад байгаа. За флеймс хоёулаа ер нь бол бээр гоц ороод ирж байна. Яны минут цонхтоор орж ирэх флеймс харсан байгаа да. Флеймсийг унгаад заюуг унгаад ороод ирэхэл хассан шүү дээ. За флеймсэн 13 заюуг мэдээлэл ирсэн флаштай. Заюу. За одоо хүмүүсэлэг баг. Speaks and trade 3-3 замаиндаас заюу орж ирнэ. Бусан дүүл бүүс бүрээд авсан. Араас Рейн эдмөр өөр дайраад. За ровцэн хөлтэй. Аваа иржээ. За физийнхэн ч сайн юу үзээд байгаа юм шүү. Раунд гараад ирчээ. Мөнгө төгрөг байхгүй. За виз бол тэрээр талаас бол айхтар тоглолтыг хийгээд байна да. Яхаар өөрсдөө сонгосон гэсэн шиг л. За аюу смокер опцыг олгож байна. Нүрээсрэг тав. Театр смокер орж ирсэн. Стигэлтэй. Яа, тэнийхээ нэг татсан. Давлын зупар бүслэх гэдэг юм да. Бүс гараад ирсэн кросн дээр проки айл нь болт байсангүй. Сайн голоор шийдээд байна. Тим смок руу бодож байгаа хэрэг нэг болгочихж байгаас. Радараа хараад буудсан та. За майнд руу гүйл 45 секунд. Майндг бол өгөө тоглолцсон. За энэ доор хамгаалан дээр флеймс заяа ирээ юм байна. Нэг гар боныг наакад штэ. За майндас төрөө тимгийн доор хүрээд ирсэн. Apex. Яа, за 2 хүн 3 хүн өгсөн явчлаа. За харсан, мэдээлэл навсан. Хөлрүүн буутчихж байгаа. Тим орж ирэн Messi байсангүй. Шараас Sphinx бас байсангүй. Apex Эвчгаар шиг буудалцаад идэг. Кил бол байхгүй наа. Бомб тавигдсан. За азар дээр ирэх нэг блоки бариад авчихсан байгаа. Шууд хейшот хийгээ бариад авсан. Текс 1-2. За юу энэ азар шиг энэ. За Apex унсан. За юу сүүлэн тоглож. За сахиод ирж байгаа. Фөөсөн үзээд 8-2 болжээ. Face round. Я вайтал хийх тайм авт. Юу болчих юм. Сото байтараа. Отны мөнгө алгаа 5 инфор гараад ирсэн. Secret руу тэнд carry gun орсон явж байна. Аль хэзээ хаалга гонголог хүүгараад ирсэн. Flame орчиж байгаа. Ойгүй эсрэг 5. Броконод гэсэн Rainy Trade үлдэж байна. Rain. За спинс хийсэн. Италид багаа 3 дахь. Хэрэгтэй раундаас энэ холыг хадгаа. Маш чухал раундыг авлаа. Захнахсан сүүл раунд 8-4 9-3. Хоёр талаас бол бүтэн баятай. За гадар бушгаад ирсэн. Үүдээс нь гадуур эзлүүлээд байна да. Гадар шилсэн. Зайвуу апексээр хамгаалтан дээр. Зайвуугаас нь бүр тулаад ороод ирсэн. Нуугдж ийл гэж байгаа юм байна. За апекс дээр бүүснэр байгаа штэ. За харсан. Трейнерийг оноод авсан. Галз устай. За хамгийн гол нь энд зайвууг шалгах хэрэгтэй дээ. Зайвууг шалгахгүй явчих юм бол яг үндэ өөртөө баг. За шалгасан. Бааш амар байла. Бүтэн зайрс хаашин дээ. Спинкс гэрвэн барьж аваад өөрөө эсрэг шүрүү болгож байгаа. Опцийн гээд ороод ирсэн хаа дээр. Green Apex нот Flowmis. Яа. Орбитан хийж байна. Яа цагийн удаад идэх кит. Бенч киттэй дээ. За Броки 2 мууцтай унштай. Нийс шууд хатчихж байгаа. За рейнж ялизм дэш нэг буурах гавцсан юм байна. Мент оноод ороод ирсэн. Салгаа суучж байгаа. Рейн салгаа суудсан. Яхан. Ясвараа. Рейн итгэж. За Face Clan-ы террор тал бол айхтар байна. 9-3-аар солино гэж бас чанга шүү. Италид өгөн контрлаас ирсэн шүү дээ. За Nuke бол Face-ийн сонгосон мав. Nuke гэдэг нь ч контр талтай хэлбэртэй. За одоо байр солигдно. Face-ийн сэтгийдээ гараад ирнэ. Best round цултаа Италидыг хувьд бол нэг молын 2 флаш авсан түүн л байлаа. Face-с бол кит байхгүй. За Рейн бол алж байгаа юм байна 16 килтэй. Язарчлоо Броки болчихж байгаа. Листтэй. Сагараад ирсэн Flames нэг урга Брокигийн трейд хаалгаагаад араас нь Rain Flames бүрээд авч байгаа. Тулсан дүүл Броки трейдүүд маш хурдан хийгээд байсан. Яа, Робцыг Мейс унгаад. Италитигаар бон раундыг авчээ. За трейдүүдийг маш хурдан хийгээд байна шүү. Уг нь сая PC-ийн алж байгаа юм шиг харагдаж гисэн зүгээр л алаал трейдлээл. Бон раунд авчлаа. За эко раунд. Арморгүй USB нэртэй. Нэг дийгэл нэг 5 save авцсан. За гадуур 2 смок хийцэн байгаад. Пекс ганцаараа гадуур тоглол. За Рейн энэ смокон дээр нь тулаа зогссон. Таймингдаа смокор гаж идэж үзэн. За пекс бэрээд авч ийн. За энэ ер нь ойлгомжтой л доо. Арморгүй гар бунаад байдаг. Юу хийж чадвартай. Яа 9-5 дараагийн баяранд фейзэд маш чухал. Бас бариад авбал бариад авна штэ. Юу. Сэтэнс хөдөлсөн бомб майндар Б руу орё л гэж байгаа юм байна. Фейзийн 3 тоглогч бол 3 А дээрээс тагласан байгаа даа. Яа, бомбын тэгцээ. Хитэн пуун шууд өгнө хэрэгтэй дээ. Бодсон пуун гэж албал л байна. Тэсник. Майктан марчиж байгаа. За 9-5 одоо бай раунд. Энэ бай раундыг албал 9-7 болоод ирнэ. Нэлээд хэрэгтэй раунд та. Ябайсан 3 гэлэл 4 гэлэл нэг акатай минут 30 секунд гадуур тоглолт хийх гэдэг юм да. Хамгаалт нэр энэ трейн байгаа. За рейн чи топ фрэг гэж яваад байгаа шүү дээ. 17 гэлтэй. Гадуур смок флаш болж ирсэн. Меси бөхгүйгээд сорсик тэтгэн толгорож байсан. Меси флеймсийн килүүд. Брусн хэрэг нь хоёр. Оёлаа тэр гоё. Я кэрэгэн. Хоёрын скорсон шар гарч ирээд кэрэгнийг үзчихэж байгаа. Сүүлийн Фрусны дазар дээр. Запекс үг шалгаж ин да. Гэхдээ хамаагүй шууд харагдсан. Бомб тавиг байгаад байгаа. За доош явсан заяагаас шууд. За Фрусийн чирээс шууд вин тунчиж болно шүү дээ. За Фрус онжээ. Зугаас. Ойртоод шүү ойртоод. Яа 2000 байсан муу байтер аа. 9-7 болоод ирэх боломжтой. Дараагийн бай раундаа алдчихвал бүр тэнцээд ирэх боломжтой. Vitality барьж авч болно доо. За майнд руу урагшлаад байгаа. За Robson MP80-ны тоглолт гэр орж ирэх юм бол тань. 2 кил хийгээд амьдэрчих юм бол бас эвгүй. Олон кил хийж чадах бол гэдэг байна. Тэжүүлээр нь тойроод яваад өгсөн шүү дээ дараа Flames. За 2 хүн алхачлаа. Kuroxy гэн дэлэг навсан Robson дүүл байсангүй. 4-4. 5. За шарын дарилтыг Sphinx гарсан байгаа даа. За энэ ойлгомжтой болсон. 7 болох нь ойлгомжтой. За Progi уг нь Big-ийн сайтн дээр л байна. За Renonтын дунаад өгсөн. Renonс мэдээлэлээр бомб шууд А руу яваад өгч байгаа. А-гийн сайт бол хоосон. Сүүлөөхөн доор Бэдэр байгаа Progi. За MESA-ийн гүйцэхэндээ. За зөвөрөд авсан. Яа, за 2 раундын зөрүүтэй гоё. Өөртөө 9-3-аар байрсуулаа өстэй юм шиг. Араас 4 раундыг авлаа. За Kenis хин бэс ихнэр нөө. Нурчээс алтарт Kenis хэллээ. Тэмцээний ч одоо стример болчихно гэдэг бастай. Valorant Frozen Broke гаргаад ирсэн. Савдус Vitality-г шууд гадуур битүүс могтчихж байгаа. За Apex-аас энд смокер орох гэдэг үгүй хөөе. За смокер шивдлээд флаш гарахын дээр орох цаашаа. За хүмүүс идэхээс могцсон. За Apex-ийн төв хулгай хийх гэдэг юм. Тэгээ гадуур орж ирсэн автоо хүн чинь байршаас солиод цаашаа явцсан шүү дээ дараа. Хийм хүрээд ирсэн байгаа. За үгүй мэн яг хиймгийн доор байгаа юм байна шүү. Энэ доор хийм байгаа за Rain юм байна. За хиймгээс Frozen үнгүй бариад аавна 2 хүнийг хайж байгаа гэсэн. Ее! За Kerrigan Frozen-гийн 2 кил. Яа сайбуу. 2 дахь хүнийг хайж ягаад баларчлаа. Бараг игүүрчээсэн шүү дээ сайбуу. За Frozen хараад за дахиад сайтны нэг хүнийг хоёулангийн хамт уншиж гэсэн бооловч тэгээд Frozen бүр яг эргэж харж таарлаа. За Faces нэлийн эвгүй раундыг авч байна. Энийг бол маш эвгүй раунд байлаа. Замууд өргөтэй Vitality түн баяртай. Энийг алдсан ч гэсэн мөнгөтэй байна. Язар дээр флаш дүүдэг. Окей, та бүхний шууд шар гараад ирж байгаа. Молын дээр шатаад байгаа. Трейд өнөксөн, Kerrigan унагсан. Дахиад араас нь шатаа гараад ирлээ. Kerrigan. За Kuroxy-гийн дрейн хараад өгсөн. За Rain Sphinx унагсан. Араас Kerrigan MESA-г унагсан. Apex ганцаар удаж байна. 1-4. Бомб нөөсөн Apex. За Rain унгаад доош Winter шууд бэрэг гүйж болно. Бингийн сайт хоосон байгаа даа. Самайн дээр Kuroxy-г алдсан. Явчихсан сайтны албан мөнгө авчиж байгаа. За Apex 1-2. Молидод смок ташуулсан. Моли бол цаашаа арай хол авчихлаа. Бизера. За 11 раундыг авсан да. Vitality бол мөнгөтэй бомба тавьсан. Яг бүтэн баяа гараад ирнэ. За энүүг ч одоо фейзээ сонгосон мовчтой. За Vitality-гийн 3 дахь тайм-аут. 3 дахь тайм-аут орж ирсэн. Би ч тоолоо авах юм шүү дээ. Манай үзэж байгаа сайтын дэмжиж байгаа лээ. Надад бол энэ өрөөс нэг юм хийх байгаа байна. Тэмцээний. Оройны тоглолтын дээр л G2 үйл дэмжиж да. Тоглолтын дээр за физик дэмжиж байгаа юмсаар их байгаа юм болов уу? Очсон харж. Сабтэн байтаа ойрлаас сайлаланд бул бай раунд броки за юу хоёр авахараад ирж байгаа. Шат дайрсан мэдээлэл авсан ямар эвгүй дайралт вэ? Спиклэд унахгүй юу хэрэг нэг мэдчихэж байгаа шүү дээ тулцсан байна. Илүү мийхгүй л гэж юм байна. За энд эзэнгүү гота том өдөр ороод ирсэн. Smoke нийтлээд. За Flames Rainy мэдээлэл бол байгаа. За том өдөр гарч ирсэн үнийг бариад авч байгаа. Rain Flames-ийг унагсан. 4-4. Следующий секунд. Зарай смокийг хийчихэж байгаа дахиад. Шартер Sphinx ороод ирсэн. Гадар өвчсөн тоглогчор буцаад лобби руугаа нийлээ гэж байгаа юм байна. Мессийн секрет орцсон. 30 секунд цаг нэглэнд яваад байна да. Ропцос илүү сог байхгүй юу? Модыг гаргаад ирсэн дээ Frozen-ийг. За Frozen-ий байршлыг сонссон. За Frozen Ропц хоёр хил орж ирсэн байна. Месси ганцаараа. Гадаагаа тоглогч Ропцын 3 хил. Face Clan мах поинтыг авлаа да. Sema point Vitality шапад байсан апо байтай юм байна. Навчсан байдгаа шахаад 3 гар бүнийг скаут нэг галил гаргаад за тэр доошо нэг гар бүр адуурч инда хийм бэ 3 номер Apex юм байна. За Frozen smoke-н дээр 3 тэдүүлэх гэдэг. Ямарчс дахиад smoke-ыг сэргүүж гисэн. Apex-ийн дос вин төгсөх гээд байгаа. За ер нь бол энэ Frozen бол баг Verified гарах багтаа. Үгүй шалхуу гараад ирж байгаа. Apex-ийн трейд амжилттай 3-3 сайтны ардэр carry нэгээд байна. Цаг бол хангалттай л байна да. 1 минутын хугацаа. Carry бүр шарлуу орцсон. Сайтны кросс дээр Sphinx гаргасан. За юу Broke бариад авсан 2-2. За бомб тайгааг нь хүлээж байгаа. Carry ганаас өөдөөс нь Apex байл дийлгээд байна. Навчсан дүүл аваад бомбыг том өдөр орлоод плант хийсэн. Ропц 1-2 үлдчихэж байгаа. За удаас кит болоод давна. Apex улаан тоглогч давна. За Ропц харсан мөрөн гараад ирсэн. Apex-ыг унагсан. Зайвуугаар мэдгүй. Зайвууг шалгах уу? За энд баг зайвуу өөрөө пиклээ боврог унах гээд байна уу да. Пиксээ Ропцыг клач. Өвгөн сая зайвуугийн байрлал арай давталсан л да мэдээлэл хийсэн. Тэгтээ дүүлийг бол Ропц авч байгаа. Эхний мапыг Face утсан өөртөө сонгосон Nuke өчлөөр хэлж байна да. За дараагийн мап Vitality-г баг сонгосон Vertigo. Энийг 15 минутын дараа хоёр дахь мап хэлнэ да.
Holding secret purpose. Smoke. Secret first. I'm playing again. I'm flashing outside. Lining up second, Hovey. I'm ready. Go.
Ram. Smoking.
Looking down. Holding secret still. Only warehouse.
Yeah.
Going into blue.
Yeah. Can you get Molo Brookie?
Carry blue, carry coffee,
Yeah.
coffee, go away.
Behind you, warehouse.
Nice, nice, nice. I'm taking.
Go. Ram. Smoking.
Looking down. Holding secret still. Only warehouse.
Yeah.
Going into blue.
Yeah. Can you get Molo Brookie?
Carry blue, carry coffee,
Yeah.
go away.
Behind you, warehouse.
Nice, nice, nice. I'm taking space, go away.
Yeah.
Kill main, walk out now.
outside. I'm holding main walk out. I'm flashing main now.
Yeah, dude.
I'm gonna peek it from garage.
I'm marked, over again.
Hold secret.
Dead main.
Nice.
Dead
Come
main.
in.
Yeah, that should be in.
Nice,
holy man. It's fucking insane. Fucking sick, boys. Come on.
But it's on sound!
Sick.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displates. Hang your displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at displate.com.
What's popular, it's loud. And this is ASON's commercial. But ASON spent all the money to make the headphones good, and they got no money left for the commercial. So I'm gonna need you to head to ASON.io. ACEZONE, yo. Code PGL, 50 euros off. We got some headphones. It's now or never.
Yeah, welcome back. We're about to break it down on the desk. First blood, 2 FaZe, and I'm with a very frustrated maniac, less so pimp. Look, I keep it real as a host. I always do, and I never like pointing out poor performances unless it's apparent, and I'm gonna say this. We talked about Zero all tournament. When was he gonna show up? And actually, things have got worse. In this game, he shit the bed so badly, Johnny Depp might divorce him.
Okay. You can have that one, Rich.
All right.
You can have it because I got nothing for you. I got nothing to defend the man. This is what a nightmare looks like for me. I'm absolutely gutted. I'm devastated by what I have seen from Zywon this map 1. There was a couple of misses, I will put it out there, but I just want to say FaZe demolished the man. The first half was an absolute blueprint of how to neutralize a man that is supposed to be the best player in the world and make him look like an absolutely defenseless kitty out there. Could not do anything right on the server. Was flashed, was jiggle peeked, was predicted, was anticipated. FaZe destroyed this man to the point where if you tab, you wouldn't even know he was on the server. And my heart is bleeding right now because I got nothing to give you. He missed the mark. That was a dishonor on this first map, and there needs to be more after that.
We said it coming into the matchup. Saivu and Nuke goes hand in hand. It is by far his best map. It's a map where he's been averaging a rating of 1.57 the past 6 times he's played it. Today was a game off for Saivu. As you said, Matthew, you got to give a lot of credit towards FaZe Clan for the playing conditions for Saivu. Very uncomfortable. You see him being caught off guard. You see him being flashed. You see him being jiggle peaked. But he had his chances on the T side to get back into the game, and he failed to do so. We have to go back more than 470 days since last time Saivu had a rating below 0.85, which he had today. It's more than a year and a half ago since he had a stinker on Nuke, and he's played more than 60 matches on the very same map. For Saivu to have a game like this in a major semifinal, it's hurtful.
And this is why I'm enraged, right? It's one thing to have a bad half. It's one thing to have FaZe counter you, because I really think in the first half, I want to give the credit to FaZe and the protocol they use to sort of neutralize him. But when you move on to the second half, and your name is Saivu, and you have an anti-eco, you tell Flames, give me that Mac 10. I will go out there, I'm going to farm the kills, I'm going to put myself back in the game. Why is he playing like a team player when you have 8 kills? It's not the moment to do it. It's the moment to call your own number, because you know what you can do once you have that confidence. And I agree with you, this is the real tragedy. Never coming back into the game. When Vitality was making a case for it, Spinks was here, Apex had a couple of calls on T side, and this was a miss. Now, I got it out of my system. My blood tension is going down a little bit. Let's give some praises to FaZe Clan.
No, we should, absolutely.
Clinical performance from them.
Yeah, I mean, look, I sort of joked before we went in, maybe we'll get the pop-off game from Rain, who's had a quiet tournament. Sure. But I remember how good he can be on this map and how he can dominate. And look at these numbers. And people have already been doing that thing they always do with Rain. Or get him out, replace him with somebody else. He's old, he's done. You're not a real fan of FaZe if you want Rain to ever leave FaZe. He's the backbone. Carrigan says that. If you love Carrigan and you agree with his opinions, then you must love Rain by proxy. That's how it works.
I think that conversation died years ago. You know, there was a time in place maybe where you could have the conversation. For Rain, though, he's shown time and time again that he will show up in the big playoff game. As much as I want to focus on Rain and highlight him as having a fantastic game, which he did, it's more so how he was set up together with the rest of the team. The T side calling from Carrigan, the way FaZe approached this game, it was picture perfect Counter-Strike. So many moments I actually felt Vitality had a good idea of what they wanted to do, but a single flash, a perfect execution, a perfect jiggle peek. You have FlameC standing on the lower bomb side being triple peeked.
Don't even mention it. Don't even mention it.
It's a horrible
I can't deal with that.
But perfect from FaZe Clan. You have Saivu standing close in yard, and a perfect flash is coming in, and he got nothing to show for whatsoever. The way FaZe Clan were approaching this T side was some of the best Counter-Strike I've seen in a very long time.
Well, specifically get into it, right? What did they do so well in terms of, you know, neutralizing Vitality? Who you said at the start of the veto, this is a dangerous map pick. This could be a mistake. Vitality can play this.
Well, listen, extremely versatile on the T side, and they won the few rounds that I think were instrumental, pivotal. Round 5 is a good example. We can dive into this. Okay. Round 4 is the Spinks scenario with the 5-7 router. It's a triple kill. What do you do if you FaZe? Right off the bat, 1.40 A execute. You can see all the utility coming in, and Vitality are completely off guard. They have one man with a little bit of hell on top, hides in the smoke, completely sells his teammate, by the way. I don't know if you're looking at Amazon Prime, because Messi's already out. Spinks dies in the smoke, and you definitely close the round in the 20 seconds mark. Now, just mentally, you have to realize what this means. This was right after Vitality caught on fire. We saw the reaction after the clutch from Spinks. Yeah. Everybody stands up there. This is the immediate just night-night, buddy. Night-night, go back to sleep. That's exactly what FaZe did with that hit.
And they kept on doing it. We have round 10 as well. We can show it to the people out there. Another round coming in for FaZe Clan where they did well. If I'm not mistaken, Carrigan was feeling super excited about it, super happy. Saivu finding a nice kill right here, getting a bit lucky, maybe enough to get him started. FaZe struggling, you know, find himself in a 4v5 right here, losing another player in yard, making it a 3v5 at that point. Again, a smoke kill, maybe a little bit lucky. Sometimes you need a bit of luck to get back into the game. Here's the issue, though. FaZe Clan walks out ramps. They hear the 2 players rotating towards lower. They go up in heaven. Apex is missing the mark, missing the timing, and all of a sudden, it's all falling apart from Vitality again. And the reason why I want to showcase this round is, even though Vitality had 2 kills through the smoke, arguably getting a little bit lucky, FaZe still found a way back into this round. They still played picture-perfect Counter-Strike.
I mean, listen, I'll let you give the praise to Kerrigan for that one. I think he deserves some, but that's a disgrace from Vitality. This round is a disgrace. When you're 5v3, you're finally being given that information, that position. You have the AK on FlameC and Zywoo down, and you avoid the ramp like that. You give them the space. Brother, do something. Retake an information. Make sure that you have a buddy system to help out. Yeah. Why is FaZe having the control of the map in a 3v5? And granted, the calls from Kerrigan, absolutely beautiful. I mean, listen, clap, clap to finding that. But there's not be a gap. Why is there a gap in a 5v? What am I missing? 1, 2, 3, 5 CT, 3 Ts. Why is there a gap? Like, why am I missing? This is a team that's under fire, a team that's got no oxygen, and for that, Kerrigan, maestro round for him.
Yeah, look, you've got a chance to get some oxygen into your bloodstream, Matteo. We're going to go to Parla on the stage.
Thank you, Richard. Everyone in this arena. Up next, a very special guest, an esteemed guest, once the most feared lurker in the world. 5 major finals, 1 major trophy. Everybody in here, raise the roof for Christopher Goodright Alusand! Christopher, how are you doing? Are you enjoying the arena vibes, mate?
I'm just so happy to be back. I mean, you don't want to miss a major, and now CS2 is out finally, and it's the first one here in Copenhagen. It's just amazing times, if you ask me.
Absolutely amazing times. Simple one up next. Who's taking the W, Vitality or FaZe?
I mean, I think someone needs to step up a little bit, right? From after the first map. Sorry to say that, but I mean, I'm just hoping it's going to be 3 maps, if you ask me. That's what I want to see.
I think we all want to see 3 maps, right? Final question, Christopher. Final words, even. I'm going to leave them with you. Anything that you'd like to say, a message to our crowd here and our fans at home.
Oh, I'll take it for 1 second. Okay. Hi, everyone. Once again, I'm here. Hope you guys are enjoying it. Finally, we have CS2 around the corner. We have finals. We have Richard Lewis back on the desk. Hi, buddy. Much love for everyone who's doing in the scene, etc. And it's just amazing to be back and see you filling up the arena. Because Counter-Strike is the best game out there, right? And that's why we're here. We love the game, we love the people, we love all the teams and players and so on. And we're gonna keep doing what we're doing because you guys are the best. Have a lovely time here in the Royal Arena.
Richard, in the desk, back to you.
Thanks a lot, Parla. Yeah, good to see another legend on the stage. Much love to Get Right. Gave so much to the game. And what Vitality wouldn't do for a player like him right now as we head into this map brought to you by our sponsor, Displate. Now, just to show you, these are super easy to mount. I'll show you the back. A magician shouldn't reveal his tricks, but these are like magic. They just use magnets and super easy. You don't need a tool to mount them. And they've been sponsoring the major, and they've even increased the discount that you can get. If you get 1 or 2, you get 30% off, and if you get 3 or more, 36% off. And you go to display.com/PGL. Make sure you use the code, and you can choose from all the officially licensed Counter-Strike artwork, and even up 200 different types of licensed artwork. But you will notice this time I chose a specific Displate guy,
Right?
And it's got vertigo.
I have massive respect for Displate making vertigo look so sexy. I'm not gonna lie, it actually looks like a decent map from the out perspective right here.
Listen, I might actually just leave that there.
I mean, we can do analysis on the display right here. You know, if we're talking about vertigo,
please.
You know, we can talk about a little bit about the B side, maybe the Messi presence over here. We can talk about what if I can find Zaiwu around A here in an AWP. Wasn't he really on the first map? This could be something. So I'm actually going to try and put my glasses on, see if I find.
Yeah, let's do it.
Where are you, buddy? Where are you at?
Listen,
maybe over here.
Yeah, we got 5 minutes. Vertigo coming up. This has been the wild card of the major for FaZe, and you said when you put it out there, they're going to float it. We saw with that Anubis ban at the start of the veto, and Kerrigan was just. He was doing this. I'm all ears.
Sure.
We can play this map. We can beat Vitality on this map. What do you guys think?
I'm curious to see whether or not FaZe can replicate the performance we saw against Team Spirit. One thing is going in, you know, when the map is brand new, you got nothing to show for, and obviously Team Spirit were a little bit surprised. Now there's material on FaZe Clan. If you're Vitality, you would have prepared for Vertigo. You knew it was an opportunity. You even picked it in towards FaZe Clan, so you have a little bit to look into. One of the main issues for me is whenever I watch Vitality play Vertigo, it all comes down to Zaiwu. I hate that we have to rediscover this whole conversation once more. His T-side rating on Vertigo is 1.6 on average. He's the guy and the only guy in a plus rating on average from Vitality when it comes to the map of Vertigo. If he's not going to show up tonight, there's absolutely no chance whatsoever Vitality is winning, despite it being their own map pick.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, listen, I'll bring you back to Stockholm and the first 2 games of the Legend stage and the famous Apex quote said to says, if you don't start playing now, buddy, it's over.
Yeah.
Probably a similar conversation happening in backstage. But I will say, the issue that you have if you're Vitality is that it doesn't really matter how deep the playbook for FaZe is right now. They are in a prime position to play FU Counter-Strike. In your face CS. We're going to throw the rulebook out the window. We're going to cross smokes. We're going to abuse timings. We're going to play very punchy Counter-Strike. We know they can. They have the weapons for it. We had a couple of highlights from Rain, just stretching his legs outside, finding kills. This map can offer some of these solutions. Talking about the A side, you give a money advantage to FaZe, and suddenly they're up there, they're finding you. So I don't think they're expert at the map, but I also don't think it matters. I think they're in the perfect position right now to strike, and my heart bleeds, but the 2-0 is right around the corner.
One of the things that I was the most impressive about coming in and watching FaZe Clan play this map of Vertigo was the way Kerrigan was playing on the A-bomb side. Him and Apex are playing the same role, trying to dictate the pace on the A-ramp. Kerrigan was finding multiple multi-kills within that position. He was playing hearts out, some of the best Counter-Strike individually Kerrigan has played in quite some time. My issue is that we know Apex is going to be aggressive towards ramp. We even heard Kerrigan say it himself up here on the desk that the A-ramp control is what we're looking for, right? That's the fight we want to take. So it's going to be Kerrigan facing off versus Apex in the exact same position. And I've seen Kerrigan play more Counter-Strike and better Counter-Strike at this tournament than I have in a while. You laugh. I wouldn't be comfortable
you're right.
if I were Apex in that position.
No. Well, while you're talking about that, G2 want to get involved in the desk action. They've got their own analysis, and you can see there, we've been there.
That's fair. That's a good throwback.
Yeah,
really
not a bad throwback
and
at all.
That's so unfortunate, because of course if you're Apex at this time, you think you have them exactly where you want to, but the problem is you could see by the movement of FaZe that they were aware of that risk. So I'm not even faulting him. Listen, he went for the multi-kill, he tried, and obviously now he's ended up being a little bit of a Nico camouflage, a Nico camo. That's what happened over there.
It happens. Look, so quickly, just before we get back into the action, is there a danger here that by FaZe floating Vertigo, you know, I know Xtaz and Apex, I know how hard they work. They will have seen the Spirit game. They've probably looked at the demo before they even, you know, lock this map in. And I do have to say that while FaZe won that map and they looked better than we expected, they did start to run out of steam. There was another world where had 1 or 2 rounds just gone the other way. We're talking about Spirit right now and not FaZe. So maybe Vitality have their number.
I mean, listen, if you're a Vitality, you know that this was a possibility. This is a scenario that you had to prepare. It was made very clear that FaZe was ready to throw a little bit of Vertigo here and there. So this situation must have been anticipated, must have been prepared. Now, my issue is that I don't really know if I rely on their level overall. It's been a map that's mostly at the bottom of the pack in terms of this new roster.
Sure.
I'm struggling to find certainties here. But what I know is this is not a curveball per se. This had to be discussed, this had to be prepared, this had to be anticipated.
Yeah, final thoughts, Jacob.
Yeah, you're not surprised if you're Vitality, and you're obviously not surprised if you're Apex. You knew what you were walking into within this video as well. One thing I will say is that, yes, we have been impressed by FaZe Clan, especially their performance inside the arena so far, but let's not forget that Counter-Strike does come down to the nitty-gritty. They've only had 1 game on Vertigo. They almost threw it away against Spirit after having a fantastic start. They were riding on the momentum, maybe the same momentum they can use to apply pressure to Vitality right now. But one thing is for certain, when you're playing a new map on a stage like this, when you haven't really used it in any tournament for 4 or 5 months, your plan A, if that's not working, you don't have a plan B, you don't have a plan C, you don't have a plan D. How are you going to find solutions on a map that you never really played the past 4 months? So if Vitality can withstand the first, let's say, wave of pressure, wave of momentum, then they can win this map nice and easily. But if they go into the fight where Vitality is getting scared once more and playing bad Counter-Strike, well, we could look at a 2-0.
All right, well, thanks a lot, guys. It's time to take you back to our commentators for some hate maxing, some fraud watching, some scrawn dogging. It's Scrawny and Launders.
Yes, thank you, Richard. Thank you, Desk. That's right. Map up on FaZe, but...
За ордон мап бүртгийг өгсөн. За FaZe-ээс явуулчаас өөрсдөө сонсон юу хийх хөтсөн байна. 13 7 харьцаатаагаар. За одоо Vitality багийн сонгосон бүртгийг гарч ирнэ. Тэр энэ мапыг Vitality хожиж чадах юм бол Decider-аар Inferno гэсэн мап бол гарч ирэхээр байна. Цогоор багийн хувьд бол semi-final-ын тоглолт хожигдсон баг нь хасагдаж, хоцсон баг нь Grand Final руу шалгарна. За авчаас Vitality-г сонгосон мапн дээр FaZe-с давуугаас сонгоод Control-с эхэлж байгаа. За Vitality-г хувьд бол гарбун дээр энд бэлүүл тоглолт орхон дээр 5 тоглогч болоод ороод ирсэн Rain хүмүүс мэдээлэл авч шууд хойшоо татчих байгаа. Dropцент гол дайрцсан шатуруудаа дараасан flank хийх юм байна. За өөдөөс boost гаргаал энэ да бэй дээр тэр boost гаргаа удчих тулсан бүрх гээд байгаа шүү дээ. Араас мөр 3 хүн flank хийгээд байгаа. За энэ тулсан хүмүүс дээр катагдууд үүсэн flash та буудаад байдаг ондгүй. За За, ухаар шийдсэн. Тэр нь ч зүг байх. За, арын флагны хүмүүс одоо ингэ ороод ирж байгаа. Crossy kill. За, юу? Trade амжилттай. Дахиад 2 хүн байна. Drop сая унгасан. За, флеймзийн доор сайтнес 2 хүн юу вэ? Өөртөө смокер дайрч гаш яваад өглөө. Комплайн тэгдсэн байгаад байдаг. Сүүлийн 2 хүн хоёлаа араас орж ирнэ. Мэдээл байгаа. Messi. Яа, спин сончаа. Мэддэг. Сайтны хүмүүс бол ямар ч үр ашиггүй л унаад өгч байгаа харагдаж байна да. За, vitality. Явчихсан бэст раундыг авсан. За, vitality бол вертиго дээр терророос бол илүү их раунд аваад байдаг баг. Одоо яахан байна. За, энэ мапыг хожиж штэ сайдер инферно гаргана. За, force by round гарсан phases. Vitality зургуулаа шууд бээрүүн төхөд ороод ирж байгаа. Sphinx хэвдүүлэнд гол дээр хай гарцсан. За, дээр стаклчжээ face-ийн force by хийж. Бэтэр ганц rain дигэлтэй. За, бээрүү битүү smoke mod-ын ороод ирсэн. Rain энд одоо 1-2-ыг дарахгүй юм болчихгүй гэсэн юу ч чадахгүй надад өгч байгаа. За, сайтаа алдсан face clan-аас шууд save call орж ирсэн тань. Дараагийн раунд угаалсан мөнгө байхгүй. Армортайгаар бунуудаа сэвлэхэн зүйтэй. Раунд ярьсан 2 дэг. За, нэг 2 гар буу 2 SMG-эл сэвлж байгаа юм байна. За, Италитагаас энийг нэг унах гэж тайраад ах хэрэг байгаа юм л да. Заавч яасан. Хүртгэлөө гол руу шахаад. За, нэг унах гэж тайрахгүй наа. Өөртөө ч гэсэн мөнгө төргөө сэвлэх хэрэгтэй. За, дараагийн раунд бол face corner. Өмнөх раундуудынхаа буутай тоглоно. Бол 2 гол дэх хэвээр. Тэгээд дараагийн раундаас бол бүтэн бай гаргаж ирнэ. Яа, Vitality-гийн бол энэ ч гэж. Чинкс урцсан хөтөд л агаад байгаа л та. За, 2 SMG 3 гар буу. Тагаараа 3 хүн гүйж байгаа харагдаж байна тань. Vitality-гаас. Ramp smoke-н дээр. За, тулсан хаалга smoke-той шууд хойш сайд руу орсон. Cross нарийн авч байгаа. Сайдны ар дээр. Тэрийг нагаа. За, нарийн smoke-ийг хийсэн. За, бимэн лөө ислэд ороод ирж байна да. Rain, CZ-тэй main руу тулцсан бансны ар дээрээ суучж байгаа. За, флаштаар бийдсэн. За, флаш үн амар орлоо доо. За, гэхдээ kill хийж чадсангүй. За, юу шууд тэмтэлж уцраг унахчихж байна. За, ропцоос дахиад тулаад ороод ирсэн. Молли дулсан. Өөрхөн толох боломж олохгүй байна да. За, ропц тэгээд араас нэг хин дэрэгт болчихов. За, сайдын тоглож carry-г нь унтсан. Ропц зовуулаад авч байгаа даа. За, бөөний илүүтэй энэ раунд бол Vitality лавстай да. Apex-ос мууланцтай л бицэн мессеж бүлээ. Smoke ропц унаад өгсөн. Poki Frozen харуулж байгаа. Голын дөрөвний хүн. За, спинс шууд унчиж байгаа юм байна. За, энийг бол нэг сэвлээд байх хэрэг байхгүй шүү дээ. Уус дараагийн раунд баялах юм чинь. За, 10 ураа сэвлж болох юм уу? За, тийм л юм байна л да. 10 ураа сэвлэх хэрэгтэй. Нэг гэлэл сэвлжиж байгаа. 3 дэг болсон. Бийс чинь вертиго дээр террор тоглосоо жоох муу байгаад байсан шүү. Тэр нэг Spirit эсрэг тоглоход зүгээр террортоос раунд авч чадахгүй бариулсан штэ. Тэдээс 12-5-аас бүр болчихлоо. Тэр одоо контрас их раунд авч чадахгүй л ер нь л хэцүү л гэж харагдаад байгаа даа. Сайрсан моолын дорсон. Сабигийн доод ороод ирж байгаа. Смокер Apex флашта гараад ирсэн. Apex Robs эргэж харах гол үнэг нь урчлаа. Messi Flames 2 үлдсэн. За Flames Robs-ыг нь бариад авч байгаа улаан хүмүүс. Сүүл Broky Frozen 2. За бомбо одоо л авч байгаа юм байна штэ. Бомбо хаяад сайт руу орсон байсан байна. За бомб авсан. Одоо сайт руу очирээ тавих хэвээр. Broky Frozen ойлал зэний хүрээд ирсэн байгаа. За бомб плант хийгээг болохоор нэг урагшлахгүй байгаа тань. За смок бол байна. Нэг смоктой. За сайтын баруунтлыг батнаад. Смок руу гашхаад ороод ирсэн. Flames Broky-г унагчж байгаа. Frozen 1-2. Хийх. За MESA-гийн дөрөвт болжээ. Easy байранд авчижээ. За Faces ихний тайм аа. Энэ тоглолтын дараа хэдүүлээ G2 NAVI-гийн тоглолтыг үзсэн шүү дээ 3 цагаас. За тэгээд өнөөдрийн semi final дуусж байгаа. За тэгээд маргааш ганц тоглолт grand final-ын тоглолт гарч ирээд за тэгээд Major өндөрлөх гэж байна. Маргаашийн grand final-ын тоглолт чинь шөнө 2 цагаас байсан. Эхлээд нэг show match гэж яваад араас нь grand final болохоор байгаа. Заран Broky ингээд бүж юм шүү мод хийчих юм. Наадамжтай хаа. Хайрыг нэг чадахгүй надад. Та давтлогыг нь дийлдүү дээ. Vitality-гээ сонсон мат гэсэн шиг Face-ийн давтлогыг нь дийлэхгүй. Танд хийгдсэн. Frozen өөрөөр ойлгомжтой. Тавтыг болсон. Спинксинак гоё харагддаг юм гэхдээ. Хипүүдийн ямар тэмцээний стикер вэ? Спинксинак спингоор чармаар санагдаж байна. Вау, Sphinx биш юм шиг яа гэх юм. Яа гэх юм. Sphinx систем Самон Faces гадны дөрөвгүй 10 байтай. Please. Ядаж 5 раунд мааунд авахгүй бол хэвгүй шүү дээ. Тэгээ байр салхитаад. Тэш 5 раунд авчих бас арай өөрлөлтөө. Гол ярих тоглогчийг энд Sphinx барьж авах гэдэг. Робцыг бол шалгах баха. Шалгах боломжтой. Барайд авсан. За энэ хооронд бол имэйл бололт орж ирж байгаа байна. За Rose-ны трейд болсон. Back smoke гэж болж байгаа. Тэгээд та хоёрын контакт үлсэх хариган MESA FX барьж байгаа. 6. Юмхсаа трейдийг хийж байгаа. Миний хэлвэтэй 3 эсрэг төв. За Sphinx-ийн гол өөр хийж байгаа. За биг амгаал нэр ганц робот талцсан байгаа юм да. За 1 минут. За бэгийн тоглолт орж ирэх нэ. Туруулан дээр үрээд ирсэн. Робцыг модд доо. Кросс нэрмээрээ даун. Ойлгомжтой. Тэнцээний. За брок үрээд ирсэн. Автод тоглогч кросс нэр байна. За модд хийсэн. Модд дээр гүү гараад байна. Тэрийг амтгүй флаш дуусан. Юу болсон хүү? Яа, сайн унагцсан гэж одоо яг л балхаад өглөө. За бомдраа нэг фейклж утсан. Цаг бол хангалттай байгаа. 2-2. Окей. Нэг эсрэгөр болсон бомб дараа суудсан. Араас фланк ирж байгаа юм байна. Рос нараас. Цайвуу яг л харсан дагсан. За Рос нараа. Face савчс ихнийхээ раундыг авч чадлаа да. Баяталтай тийм мөнгө төгрөгтэй Коптумаа гараад ирнэ. Сайн бимэн л бүүстлэл гэдэг. Месси. Бүүстер гарсан хүрээнийг унаад. Сайн тоос болчихж байгаа шүү дээ. Тэвторын кариг нь хүрээд ирсэн. MP90 юм байна гэж бодлоо. Сатамын хаян хорой захад гэдэг. Сайн явж байсан. Өөр нэлээд модоор байдаг. Смокны дагараад ирсэн гэдэг ээлж хатаад өгчөж байгаа. За Броки араас нь Кросыг нь хараад байгаа. Цаг бол хангалттай. Нэг нь Кросс дээр будалдаа алдсан. 3-4. Амсгүй Броки 2 дахь шотгаа байсангүй. За бомб тавигдаагүй байна. Бол дээр спинс л үгүй яваад байна. За default smoke-тоод танд ихцээ. За face нэлээ юм бол байна. Тэгт маш хүнд. Заамшаас нь дөрхийг бариад авлаа. 4-3 кит бол байна. Оц тэр киттэй. За flames тулцсан mesa default дээр. Өрн тоглож бүгд ороод ирнэ. Broky шууд унсан. Mesa first grade болсон тоглож flames 1-1 улаан штэ улаан. Flames үгүй. За face and time out. За энэ байдлаараа баг 3 дахь үзэх юм байна л да. За 7-1. Масаа фигүү байна шүү. За нэг M4 4 гар буутай. Раунд гараад ирж байгаа. Робцын hero M4 юм чадах нь энд. За Broky Flames-ийг амар дарлаа. Хүргэж таа. За Sphinx гол орж Broky гонсон. Хүргэж. Заавчаас бомб тавьчих чинь кит. За carry-гийн киттэй юм байна уу? Smoke бас байгаа. За хавж үзэн тэ. Киттэй юм чинь. Заавчаас нь default дээр smoke садалсан. За баг энэ carry-г нь орж ирж салгаж суугаад нөгөөд нь байлтглах. Ой за яач чадсангүй. Хайт руу орч чадсангүй. Counter талтай маа гэсэн. Vitality бол терророос мундаг тоглолдог л гоё юм хүн дээр. Гэтэ Pizz ч өөртөө нь контроос бас мундаг тоглоод байсан шүү дээ. Моногт Spirit эсрэг бол. Энд контроос юм чадахгүй юм бас жоохон хэцүү харагдаж байна. За Pizz-ийн дээр битгөө нэг их тоглохгүй юм байна байгаа. Ганцхан тоглосон. Сүүлийн 3 сар хугацаанд ганц тоглосон. Тэр нь өчигдөр Spirit-ийг явуулсан. Өөр юм байхгүй. Харин эсрэгээр Vitality бол 6 удаа тоглож тийм байсан юм байна. Аюу дөрөв мэдсэн. Өөрөө ч ихтэй байсан. За Kuroxy-аас арай раунд авчихсан. 55%. Pizz-д бол контроосоо явдаж нэрээ 5 раунд хэрэгтэй байсан да. Одоо бол 4 раунд авч чадахгүй юу гуйлаа. Хүлээн ливгүй болоод ирж байгаа харагдах юм. Санд дээр 2 боос унсан, smoke дуран. За нэг нь бол амиа өрөх нь ойлгомжтой юм байна да. За 4-4-ийн хилөө стап хараад ирж байгаа. За энэ бол cross-ны брэд аваа штэ. За энд ингэж хидж өгч ин да. За Broky-г official нөлөөлж байгаа байхгүй байгаа юм байна. Өөрхөн хилдээ явж байгаа юм Broky. Тэгвэл аргагүй штэ face ажигдах нь. За хийснийг болжээ. Аа чанга шаа. Яа, ёсны бейс ямчсан комментмайг гараад ирж байгаа. Kuroxy аптай 4-4. Яа, Kuroxy гонсон. Sphinx хоёрыг унсан. За бүр юу ч хийж чадахгүй. Энэ бараг Inferno гарчичтэй. Энэ байдлаар тэрэн сайд руу гараад ирж байгаа юм байна шүү guys. Ерөн ч бараг тэрэн шолоох л да. 3 мап үтсэн дээр л үдэн ч одоо semi final-ын тоглолт 1 баг 2 тэгдэд тусгараас жоохон онцгүй л байна. За ямар ч асуудалгүй л раунд авчаад байна да. Decider-аар Inferno гарч ирж шүү дээ. Ахныхсан сүүлэр хаа. Висэс ямарчсан байдгаа шууд байлсан. Яг хамгаалттай яаж хийж байгаа бодох ойлгохгүй. Kuroxy гонгаа Sphinx Trader руу ирсэн. Араас нь Sphinx 2-ыг унаглаа. 2-2. За тэр хүнийг заяа харцсан байгаа шүү. Юу тайминг. Хингэж яа зүг юм уу? Араас нь буудаад. Яа. Тэр нь буудалт нь гарч ичтэй. Кариг нэг сонсцсон. Sphinx унаад өгсөн. Заяа нэг эсрэг нэг бомб нь унтсан байгаа тань. За MP80-тэй хүн штэ гэхтэй. Савл хангалттай 1 минут. Хайлалтаас шүү дээрхи нарчаад байна. За заяа урагш ороод ирсэн. За 11-1. 10 раундын зүрхтэй vitality өөрсдөө сонсон битгий өдөр айртаг тэрийг харууллаа та. Surface spawn release хийж байх уу? За 11-1. 2 раунд аваад дуусгах гэдэг юм даа байтал. Гар буугаа аваад ерөн тэгэл дууслаа. За нэг зовлонгийн түргэнийн дээр гэж нэг үг байдаг та. Мөртөн дуусаад арга Decider үзэгдэл систем шүү дээ. сайтур бахан л нийт мэд моллоо гэдэг шиг гэдэг юм да. Флаш тагараад ирсэн плант хийж байгаа юм дээр бууд байсангүй бөөки хоёрыг унгаа за прог 3-ыг унагчлаа. Месси Sphinx 2 үлдсэн. 2 эсрэг 4. За жоохон зураг цэлгээд ташиг байна да энд бол. Пойтраад бол жоохон зураг гадах шиг байна. За энэ бол ойлгомжтой. Фейзер 11 2. Actually, some arbon around the versa. Second round vitality багаас шууд би мэн л гүгд ороод ирэх юм уу? Bruce-ний тараад байгаа шүү дээ дээрхийг нь. За энэ раундыг цэвэрхэн авлаа гэж үзэхэд 11-3. Дараагийн бай раундыг авлаа 11-5. Тэгээ бай раунд 11-7. Яа 5-6 бай раунд авч ижил тэмцэх юм шүү дээ. Ер нь бол бас хол шүү. Нилээн хол. Яавч сойртуулчлаа. Энэ раундыг бол ахын ойлгомжтой. Одоо дараа нь дахиад 5 юм уу 6 бай раунд авч ижлэр нь ба 11 л ойрт юм байна да. Гол нь тэгээд раунд алдахгүй авах хэрэгтэй гэдэг байгаа штэ. Одоо л раунд алдах хэрэггүй. Алдах юм бол тэгээд овер тайм л үзнэ. Раунд алдахгүйгээр эргэн эрэлтийг хийн гэдэг маш л хүн дарагдчих байна. Рампер дээрээ тулаад эзэлчихэж байгаа. Флаштай бүр бүр утгаар нь тулчихж байгаа юм байна. Энэ болохоор Faces Big-нд орж ирсэн. Big-ийн setup, Big амгаалт нар Sphinx. Messi 2, Messi-ийн Sphinx 2 хон Frozen trade. За Frozen 2 хон унагсан. Sphinx-гээ байлаа. За Frozen 3-ыг унаглаа. Frozen бол яг үүндээ барил гэж байгаа юм байна. За Frozen quad kill. Сүүрэнд орчиг баруун талд нь байгаа таавна. Эйс вэ нүү? Зай юу? Бараг зай вэнд эйсийн хөхгүй л гэдэг шиг байна да. Яваад өгсөн. Яваад өгл. Эйс хөхгүй л гэж. За гэхдээ тэр хамаагүй раунд авсан. Бай раундыг нь авчиж байгаа. 11-4 явж байсан баг раундыг ойртуулдаг тань. Чаровц унаад мэдээлэрсэн. За Frozen бол энэ ийсээ барих гал уу налхаал байна. За буугаа сэвэлчихэж байгаа юм байна. За дахиад $7 раунд хэрэгтэй гэдэг байгаа шүү дээ. Vitality одоо мөнгө хүргэхгүй. 10 байтер раунд гарна. Карбон гарч ирж байгаа. Ганц заягийн сейвс инфор. Яа бүүстлж байгаа Frozen унагаад гэлээ дээ. Байтер раунд дээр ингээ хүний тавг аваад хэлэх юм бол нэлээ эвгүүрээд идэх таавна. За Face-ийн бол амархан дуусахгүй жоохон зуурэл гэдэг юм да. Ямина 10 секунд. Энэ раундыг бол яг үндэ Face-ээс алдах хэрэггүй раунд гэдэг байгаа шүү дээ. Эко бүр арморгүй гарбонод шүү дээ. Сая дээр сүүл нэг бараад авсан Рэй. За биг хамгаалт нэр 2 гол 2 ороод ирж байгаа юм байна. За бэр бүр 3 болоод ороод ирлээ. Зайвуу нөгөө нэг импорт нөө чинь бэр ороод ирстэй. За флаш амар. Зайвуу гэл Месси профиг унагсан. Рин Фритинээс өөрөө ихтэй улаан тустай. 2-3 дайраад ороод ирж байгаа. Юу ч чадсангүй. Сүүлийн хүн раунд холоос 1-2 бомб ханаагаа мэ. За сайтн дээр унтсан юм байна. За Flames Sphinx анколоод авцсан. Бомбон дээрээ тоглоно. Сэрап снэйсэрник смокон дээр байгааг мэдчихэж байгаа да. Түн талаар гараад ирсэн. Тэлийн хуруу харагцсан Sphinx. Яа, за ер нь эрхтэй шиг дууссан дээр дээ яхаар. Ийм раунд алдсан шүү дээр нь дууссан дээр хаа. Point-ийг vitality авчиж. За шууд рамп бол 2 талаас үзэлтгэлээ гүгэд ороод ирсэн дээ. Smoke руу нэ Apex руу ороод ирж байгаа. Smoke-оор дайраад гарсан. Frost-ийн араас. За Frost-ээс яг мэдэрч шүүж харж байна. За заяугийн зээл 3 нэрээ орж ирсэн. Rain заяуг ороод авсан. Заагийн сайд хоосон. Үлцэн 2 хоёулаа Big-с гүйжэрнэ. За bomb plant-ийг гараад явчих юм бол бас л арга дуусаад байгаа юм шиг байна. Завын Rain болон шүү дээ. За зэн дуугаас авилахыг шийдчихжээ vitality 12-5 Бож үзгүй л гэж байна. За тэгээ алдах хэрэггүй гэдэг байгаа шүү дээ. Фейсийг бол алдах хэрэггүй раунд. Хоёрлаас бүтэн байтай. За заяуг нь бүүсэлцэн. За face vitality-гаас нь 2 багш гарбуутай явж байгаа юм. Flex flames. Дараагийн раунд баял мөнгө үлдээсэн байна vitality. Энийг алдсан ч гэсэн дараа нь дахиад бүтэн баялаа гараад ирж болно. Энийг унасан. Тэгэхээр нэрийн нэг хүн байгаад байна. Йоо, Flames очсноо нэг дарчж ин тэрийг нөө. Рокиг нь байж гисэн шүү дээ. Хүнийхээ бууган болоод. За үлцэн 3 тоглож бээр орж ирж байгаа. Ийг хамгаалан дээр Messi Sphinx 2. За хүний илүүтэй ер нь бол сайтыг оруулаад тоглож хийж байгаа юм байна. Complaint хийгдсэн. Одоо чи хүний илүүгээр зодоод ороод ирлээ. Smoke руу 2 хүн тулчж байгаа. Тайрган байсангүй Messi 2-ыг унасан. Сүүл нь оф. Яа, за дууссан. 13-5 харьцаатаагаар Vitality өөрсдөө сонсон өртөг өгөөж штэ. Sider Inferno гаргаж ирж байгаа байна. За тэрэн дээр хаа 3 дахь үзсэн дээр. За тэгээ 3 дахь мап гэхэд 15 минутын дараа. Нэ. 58 секунд нэ. 20 минутын дараа.
But we're talking about the returning major champions, and Inferno decides which of these two legends goes on.
But one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xbet.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displays. Hang your displays in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at display.com.
What's popular, it's loud. And this is ASON's commercial. But ASON spent all the money to make the headphones good, and they got no money left for the commercial. So I'm gonna need you to head to ASON.io. ACEZONE. Yo. Code PGL, 50 euros off. We got some headphones. It's now or never.
Yeah, welcome back. We're at 1-1 in this series. And a question for you, panel. How does Carrigan's float taste today?
You had that one, huh?
Yeah, well, we saw a difference, really, between the Spirit game. This is kind of the difference between, okay, we'll give it a chance, we'll roll the dice, and you're going up against masters on the map. Vitality, absolutely right to pick this and call FaZe's bluff.
Definitely, and I think we should start by giving a couple of praises, not only to Apex, but probably also the coaching staff for Vitality, because we've seen a complete 180 in behavior and attitude on the server. I have no idea where the composure from Vitality came from. They were just off the back of an extremely heartbreaking first map, and they showed on Vertigo as if nothing had happened, as if this was the first map of the series. They went through the motions that they needed. They were very much on the money with the early stacks. We see some of the exchanges that happened. I think Apex had great reads. reads on where the fight would happen, how many players do you need. They played with time accurately. Messi was stellar. We'll touch on him as well. This is an incredible reaction from Vitality, but I'm right there with you. One day you're a genius with the float, and the other day you're a clown. And this is what happened in this map.
I think it's only fair that we replicate that conversation, right? Because once you open the door into Vertigo, and once you rightfully give Kerrigan and FaZe Clan credit for doing that against Team Spirit at such a pivotal moment, you also got to look at how they played against Vitality today. You said, how do they come out and look so composed, look so good? I think FaZe Clan made it incredible easy for them. I don't want to take anything away from Vitality, because I agree with you. The players stepped up. You had Messi showing up. You had great calls coming out from Apex. Composure looked good for Vitality, but FaZe Clan looked like the team who couldn't find their footing whatsoever on Vertigo. A lot of the duels that they were taking, you could just see they were uncomfortable. You see Rain constantly trying to force the issue. Of course, he's the entry back of the team. He's the guy trying to create the space for the rest of the teammates, but there was no one to follow it up. There was no second guy in. There was no trade back potential. It looked like a disjointed FaZe Clan. So as much as I want to give credit to Vitality for looking super, super solid right here, I was very disappointed in FaZe Clan. I think they played bad Counter-Strike.
And it's got to be said as well, a little bit of a bounce back for Ziwu. I mean, the ADR is the important stat, really, but not classic, not 100%.
This was better. I would say this was better, and it is encouraging if you're a Vitality fan. If you're thinking that there is a trajectory that's sort of being designated here, you might have hopes for the third map. Some would say what a test it's going to be. I don't really think he was the architect of that. I think he stepped up towards the end. He had a couple of stabilizing situations, but this one, Messi is the one that is deserving of the most praises. If we're gonna give him flowers to Apex for the orchestrating of the strategies, when he sent Messi to open the sites, and I'm mostly talking about the B side, his time to kill was absolutely stellar. The fact that he was so clear on the jiggles, clear on the peaks, he also at some point abused Brokey a couple times. We saw misses. That is something that we have to talk about. But Messi was clear. He was brilliant on this map. That's a couple of examples. Exactly what I'm talking about. He gave us a bunch of these.
It's one of the maps where Messi really come into play, I'd say. I think we've seen it before from Vitality. Not a map they play an awful lot, but whenever they do, it does feel like Messi is showing up to it. It's also one of the maps where we thought that they were going to miss Magic's the most, right? The position that he was playing in, the anchor roles, etc. I think Messi have been able to come in and replicate some of that consistency in those roles as well, especially on the T side with the opening department towards the B bomb side. Again, as much as I want to give Messi a lot of credit, again, I feel like it was just disjointed.
Don't worry, I'll give the credit, you give the credit. It's all right. It's all right. We work it out.
Right? It was almost too easy for Vitality. I'm left with a feeling right now, and I hate to say it out here, but it's been a bit of a boring semifinal in the sense that it hasn't been competitive. It's been two very one-sided maps, two very lopsided maps, and none of the two teams have showed up at the same time, and hopefully we get that on map 3.
Well, we can talk about map 3 now. It's a good little segue there. Thanks, Jacob. I appreciate it. Obviously, Inferno, it's a map that's kind of fallen on hard times of late, but it's always good as a decider, I mean, historically.
So what Vitality have going for them is that they haven't ignored the map. I think a lot of the teams at the highest level have put Inferno in the back of the drawer, you know, where you put your sweaters that you think you're going to use once upon a time in 5 years. A lot of teams did that, not Vitality. I think they kept on the work with Inferno. I think that's a map that they're trialed and tested a couple of times. If we talk about Messi, I don't think he's in a state of grace quite yet. It is a little bit of a complicated situation, but still, there's a bunch of database, there's a bunch of reference games as well for Vitality. We see 6 here, so in terms of the veto, I mean, listen, they have FaZe where they want them to right now. They have them on that Inferno. FaZe haven't played the map since Katowice.
No, but when they play the map, or when they did play the map during Katowice, they were dominating the opposition. Not against the very best teams in the world, and then again, you look at a team FaZe Clan who are yet to lose on the map the past 3 months, and prior to that as well, so they come in with a bit of confidence, but that's a great point that I want to bring up right here. You're in a semi-final, you played a long major so far, you've been there for a couple of weeks, and now it's the first time you pull out Inferno.
I know.
If anything, Vitality have a bit of experience, even a humbling experience against Eternal Fire, where they ended up losing Inferno in a close game where I would argue Major outcalled Apex, so there was a lot to be learned from that one as well. Maybe Kerrigan have been in looking at that, you know, trying to replicate some of the same things that they could expose in regards to the Vitality performance in that one. For my money, though, if you're FaZe Clan, you're bringing in a new map that you haven't played at this major at all. It's a big game.
Okay, well, I want to talk about that gamble because obviously we have no idea where Kerrigan has, you know, done the prep work, right? He's obviously floated Vertigo. We've talked about that, and that's 1-1, okay?
Yes.
Overall. Now coming in on this Inferno that they haven't practiced overall, I can't believe he would have just kind of left it there unless he had something up his sleeve.
I mean, listen, you had to know that this was going to be part of the pool. If FaZe had no intention to remove it, Vitality would never. They would absolutely never remove Inferno. They played it last time they faced. That was a World Final. It came in favor of Vitality. So if you're Kerrigan, you know they were waiting for you. In fact, I thought it could have been a pick. I didn't know the float Vertigo was going to happen.
Yeah.
So the prep done has been worked. Now, Listen, if we're going to make comparisons, if we're going to draw between Huxi and Kerrigan, I think if you are Kerrigan right now, you're hoping to pull a Huxi. That's what you're hoping to pull. I'm going to bring you back to that G2 game on Inferno. Kerrigan's going to try his very best to do just that.
Right.
You can already imagine the Kerrigan versus Apex shock that is about to happen in Banana is like none of them have a break anymore. They're not breaking. They're just deadpanning it, and we're going to have a collision right in Banana.
Yeah, well, Banana's a mess right now. I mean, look, I'm going to just say it. I obviously remember all the different iterations of Inferno. Yeah, exactly. I am old. You have noticed that. And obviously, you know, right now, it just feels like it's more important than it ever has been. Whoever wins there wins the map.
It's always been a big, you know, a big place within the map. It's always been a place on the map that dictates the pace of the game as well. There is something you can do to avoid it too much, and you can just not attest Banana in the beginning of the rounds. I see a lot of teams spending an awful lot of utility in the beginning of the rounds in order to take control over Banana, and there used to be a time where everyone was okay with retaking Banana late into the round. That seems a little bit more complicated nowadays with the new layout of Inferno, let's put it that way. A little bit more tight, a little bit more claustrophobic in that way. So I'm curious to see whether or not the two teams are going to go fight head-to-head for Banana in the beginning of the game, or if any one of them is willing to play a slow-paced T-side where they allow each other to take Banana control, and then we go into the retake scenarios on.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if you start playing the slow style, then this is where the chess mastermind comes into play, and this is where we really have a Kerrigan versus Apex. At that game, I don't believe the captains are going to be the only ones we have to talk about. I think movement needs to come from within on both teams, right? Zywo is obviously a name we can mention. His movements on the CT side are going to make or break Vitality. When you talk about Monesi, you talk about his movement. He's the one trend-setting on Inferno. Zywo has to have these kind of movements. How do you have that? With game sense, when being in the flow. So you're hoping he carries that over from Vertigo and he can stay activated. We pitched a Rops versus Spinks matchup at the beginning of the pre-show. And ladies and gents, this is all it's happened. This is the UFC, that's the octagon right there. In apps, this is where you're gonna have a bunch of these Rops versus Spinks fights happening. Rops is a master at trying to eat map control away. When he's on the CT side, he dares. Sometimes he exaggerates a little bit, overstays his welcome. Whoever gets the best of it, or the other, is going to create such massive space for his team to use that space. That is going to be a marquee matchup right there on Inferno.
If anything, they lurks on the T side as well. We've seen Spinks do that time and time again for Vitality, always crawling up middle, you know, staying inside apps, and whenever they do an A hit, Spinks will be there lurking around trying to catch someone in rotation. We've seen the same thing from Rops over and over again. He's so good at finding the right balance between being aggressive in apps but also being that lurk guy. You know he's there, right? It's almost like the old get right synonym where you know he's in apps and he's going to be there at some point, he's going to poke out at some point, but what is the timing you strike? What is the timing you actually dare yourself to rotate? I think those two are being put in the same position on the T side, and it's going to be curious to see who's going to boot the better.
I mean, he used to be excellent, and when CS2 came out, I think, again, he was the one that was sort of paving the way on how to play these positions in that new game. But as of today, I think the conversation against Spinks is one that is worth a debate. I think there is a case to be made that Spinks has overtook him a little bit in that role. The production has been higher, so maybe, just maybe, you know, the master has become the teacher or the other way around. I should not try idiom when I'm riled up. That never works out, you know. But this is where I think Spinks might have actually Rob's number figured out in that position.
No, and look, I want to say I think Spinks at this tournament has just been the standout for Vitality. He's been so good. And, you know, he is a player that is really starting to deliver consistently to a high level. But here's someone we haven't talked about over on FaZe, Frozen. We've just ignored this kid the entire time. Obviously, coming in for Twist, I think he's had lots of impact. And, you know, seeing him getting involved with the interviews the other day and everything, really betting into FaZe well. And I think he's had some, you know, monster performances. When they picked him up, I was like, yes, that's the one. Obviously, Carrigan worked with him all the way back in Mouse Sports, helped bring him through, teach him the game, teach him the ropes, and look at the performances we've got here from this guy.
Well, I mean, he did warm up a little bit on Vertigo, had a couple of nice rounds, you know. Was it a 4-kill coming in towards the B-bomb side where he absolutely shredded up the opposition? In that regard, for Frozen, historically speaking, when he was in Mouse Sports, I think Inferno was his favorite map. It was a map he would always perform on. It was a map that he felt very comfortable on. So obviously, you would like to see a lot from Frozen. For my money, though, a guy that we did speak about coming into the game that have overachieved a little bit in the tournament, but we haven't seen today, is Brokey, especially when it comes to Inferno. He has been playing a fantastic tournament up until this point. He's been a little bit missing. You talked about some AWP shots that were missing on Vertigo as well. Yes, but on Inferno, this close combat AWP style that we tried to describe going into the game, this is the map where he does it the best. This is the map where you've seen countless of Brokey clutches on that big bomb side. When there's smokes around him, there's flashes around him. He probably have more no-scope scope kills than any player out there with the AWP on a map like Inferno as well. So for the man on the screen right here, as said, had a fantastic tournament so far. He needs to show up now if they want to be a win condition for FaZe Clan.
Yeah, and I think he thrives in the game plan of Karrigan. Right? I think Inferno currently is a map where on the CT side, if you're passive and you're going to play standard, it's very claustrophobic. It is extremely uncomfortable. Being on that B side, seeing the execute coming in, that's almost it. You're just counting your blessing at that point. So Karrigan has multitudes of rounds where he decides to have the fight earlier, before, hell, even in down middle. I guarantee you we're going to see deep smokes coming in. We're going to see some fights that are a little bit unfamiliar. And this is where Brokey is supposed to shine. You tell him he's comfortable in chaos, Karrigan manufactured that chaos for you on Inferno. He gives him situations where the book throw or ripples out the window, get a little bit messy, a bit muddy. This is where Brokey shines. So he has to have a bounce back from map 2 because, yeah, I haven't been as harsh on him as I have on Zai. Well, that's fair. I don't have the same connection, but he was missing on the map 2. That's also a fact.
He was missing. I think the key difference is, you know, Brokey's showing up. I mean, this might be, depending on how this series goes and how the tournament goes, this might be one of his, like, career highlights. I mean, you know, coming into today, he was the 3rd highest ranked player at the tournament, right up there, rubbing shoulders with Donk, who obviously isn't here anymore. Hasn't been a great tournament for Phenoms, if we're honest about it, right? And then obviously Munisi, who's kind of flying the flag, so to speak, for the Phenoms. You know, he's playing really well. Brokey, I've been critical of, you know. He has been somebody that, for me, hasn't been great. But you can see now in real time, these are the tournament leaders. These are how things are starting to shift.
He would have probably been there prior to the map number 2. You know what I mean? I think he was there.
That's what I mean. That's exactly what I was saying. You know, the impact of him not showing up there has kind of knocked him down the charts a little bit.
He was having the best tournament, statistically speaking, he's had in FaZe in a very long time, you know, especially in CS2 as well, coming into this game. We said it, he's been a little bit missing, but I think, as you said, you know, the game haven't really been that competitive. It's been a bit of a weird one. We haven't seen much AWP action. It's been more about the rifles, more about the fast-paced Counter-Strike. I think Inferno, the way it's structured right now on the map, it does invite for both teams to sometimes slow down the pace. And I think when we get into nitty-gritty rounds, when we get into 2v2s, ugly 3v3s, that's when Brokey is coming alive. He's not the Munisi of the world. He's not going out there dictating the game or trying to put down the offense from the get-go. He's more so a clutch AWP player, more so a guy who thrives in the chaos whenever an execute is coming at him. I think Inferno and the way that FaZe Clan will approach this game, as you said, Matthew, it suits Brokey much, much better.
Yeah, listen, we're moving on to map 3 of the semi-final of the first CS2 Majors. I think it's only apt we talk a little bit about the psychology of the teams here. And there is a point, I'm going to dare to do it a little bit. There is a question that I have in the back of my mind. If you're Karrigan now, how do you live with this floating vertigo? The massacre that just happened, now moving on to map 3. I think this, obviously, it's not his responsibility only. It's a game plan that has been approved by the team, and they went in this together. But you have to be very strong to leave that behind. It could have been a different map. It could have been more competitive. You kind of fumbled it a little bit, and now you're moving on to an Inferno for vitality. I would love to have a temperature check very quickly on how they behave. Listen, they're masters of the big stage. I know that. But they're also humans.
If there's any team out there I would feel relatively comfortable that would be able to shake off such an experience, it would be the FaZe Clan. You're not wrong saying it. It can be something laying in the back of your mind. You were looking at a fantastic performance on Nuke. You were nowhere to be found on Vertigo, so maybe you're thinking we could have closed this out 2-0 in a different fashion or in a different veto. However, you're coming into Inferno, as I said, a map you haven't lost the past 3 months, a map that you feel relatively comfortable on, and you're going up against Vitality, a team that you played 2 grand finals against in recent times. So both of these lineups right now are under a lot of pressure. If anything, Karrigan showed me against Team Spirit that despite everything pointing in the direction of Team Spirit, having won 5 maps in a row, having won a couple of series in a row, took them down at IM Katowice without even putting up a fight, Karrigan and FaZe Clan have found a new level in this playoff. So if Vitality want to beat them right here, they have to take a step up. They have to continue what we've seen so far in this playoff. But I hope we get a competitive map now. First 2 has been a little bit boring.
If I am in the huddle there, if I'm Apex, here's what I'm saying to the guys. We've got their number. We've had their number almost every time we played them. This is a really one-sided rivalry. We meet these guys all the time. And Karrigan might be a mastermind, but I know how to beat him. And that confidence compared to the pressure, you know, for that Karrigan, all that love, all that adoration. Right. You know, I do wonder. I think this is going to be a banger. I think this is going to bring the series to life.
All the adoration that is in this room, there's also a lot of people you can disappoint, Richard. And that's what comes with it. It's the price of the expectation. Thousands and thousands of people here waiting for you to qualify, looking at you fail if that were to happen. That is obviously going to play a role. I think both leaders at this stage probably mentally a little bit tired. This is extremely cumbersome, these maps. We're on map 3 coming in. What you need as well is a couple of free entry. And where is my man Flames at? We haven't even said his name the entire desk. Yep. We hyped him up prior to this matchup saying he delivered so many openings. Yep. He made the game lighter and easier on Apex because you don't have to go deep into your thoughts figuring out late mounts. No, he's got the entries. We need to see Flame deliver a couple of those to make life easier for his captain. Pour son capitaine.
Yeah, indeed, formidable. Right, it's great working with you guys. You make it easy. Now we have to go over to other people that make it look easy.
Yeah. Гурдон хөндлөгийг бэлэн болсон. Инферно. Гарч ирэх юм да. За Инферно гэдэг маптаар 2 багаас за Фейс ч юу вэ? 3 хожсон 100% win rate-тэй үзүүлэлт явж байгаа юм байна. Сүүлийн 3 сарын хугацаанд 3 тоглож 3 хоцсон. За Vitality-ийн хувьд бол 6 тоглож 67% win rate-тэй. За Фейсийн 100% win rate-тэй мапыг харъя да. За Pistol Round банаалж гадараад ирж байгаа. Vitality контраас Face-ийн тэр талаас Big хамгаалсан дээр 3 тоглогч байна. За Big-ийн smoke ороод ирсэн. Messi smoke затгаас өмнө Foss ямар аяар бодож байгаа. Smoke ороод ирсэн. Зайв нэг гээд Messi оролт гээд Messi 3 дахь зайв сүүл нөгөө гар хүн раунд Vitality-гаас бүр явж асуудаггүй очиж. Айхтар бодлууд орж ирлээ. Pistol round гэсэн. Bomb хийлээгүй. Messi-гийн 3 кил амар л харагдав. За Face Sports болчихжээ. Гар буутай. Армтай гараад ирсэн Тэмцээниуд. Заагийн гөлт хийх гэдэг юм шиг л байна. Голоос арч ison хийсэн. За чиж байгаа. Заяа гэхдээ байгаад байна шүү дээ гол дээр. Заяа нэг 80-тай. Гараад ирэн бомбыг бариад авсан. Хоёр хүн дээр заяа Rain trade. За Sphinx-ийн smoke-ын дээр spawn. За ард нь Rain-ийг нэг 2 оноо авлаа. За 1 минут хугацаа. Аарон Парализийн 3 тоглож хүрээд ирсэн. Бараг 4 ирсэн байснаа. Flames-аас буцаа байр руу авчиж байгаа. За голын smoke-од дууссан. Буцаагаад midin control-ыг эзэлж байгаа юм байна. Vitality, Messi, Boiler дээр Сарын нэг ургаад Foss нь шууд raid хийсэн 3-3. За Sphinx тахаарч хүрээд ирж байгаа. Apex юу вэ энэ ч вэ? Гарботэй биш. За Sphinx нэм хэвчтэй юм байна да. Sphinx ажил хийхтэй. Трейдүүд дропсын трейд байсангүй. Өөхөө ганцаар үлдсэн. 1-2. Диглээ 2 хүн шахаад ороод ирнэ. За тэр ханд авчаа. Нэг тоглогчоос арай л удаан гин даачлаа л таасаа. Фейзийг экорч юм болов шүү дээ. Гарбутайгаа гараад ирсэн ч бас сайн. Өөдөөс нь форслоод илгүүрч шүү дээ. За Фейз одоо эко 2000 боллээгээд арморгоо гарбунууд нэг диглүүд гараад ирсэн. За хоцсон баг нэг гранд файнал руу гарна шүү дээ. Мажорын аврагын төлөө шал гар. Хоцсон баг нэг бол тэгээд шууд хасагдана. $1 аваад байгаа. Нэгдүгээр байранд орсон баг нь $500,000 эзэд болох юм байна. За тэгээд 2 том тэмцээний урилга авах шууд. Classic Premier World Final, eSport World гэсэн тэмцээний урилгыг авч байгаа. 2-р байранд орсон баг $170,000. 3-4-р байранд орох юм бол $80,000-ийн эзэд болохоор байгаа юм байна. Одоо энэ хоёрын хожигдсон баг нь бол $80,000-ыг аваад харна гэсэн үг. За face by round. Vitality 3 тэгтцэн явж байгаа. За Vitality Inferno дээр террор талаас илүү раунд хожих хөвтэй байд юм байна. 62%. Террор талын %. За Faces болохоор Control илүү мундаг тоглолт байна. 62% Control. B дээр 2, A дээр 3 хамгаал. Фроузен чагаад флейм зүрээд авлаа. За смок доо ганц тоглож байгааг нь Apex ганцаараа. За Apex-ийн имэйд Frozen руу ороход нөгөө boost барааны boost дээр орж ирж байна. За хүний илүүг авцсан цаг бол хангалттай байгаа. Арчсан банана контрол хийсэн. Шинээс уцаагаад мид эзлэн гүйтлээ. Бараг дээр орчиж магадгүй. Цаашаас мид дээр энэ Rain дуурал. За Sphinx Rain-ийг оногсан 4-4. За тэгээс стокор тааш тагараад ирсэн амар флаш хүү унахгүй мөнийг. За Frozen стокор зөрөөд орсон эсвэл ямар ч байсан. Rotate-ны өрөөнийг бариад авч байна. Messi ганцаараа 1-2 бананаас орж ирнэ. За хоёр тоглогчийн цус бол таарах лайнда Frozen 38-тай, Kuroxy 6-тай. Messi kit байна. Нүстэй, Infor-тай, ах боломж хангалттай. За төрдгөө арах бол дараасаа баригдлаа да гэсэн Frozen бат гэлжээ. Ace Clan-ы бай раундыг авч ирлээ доо. 3-1. Match passed гэнэ. Юу болчих вэ? Эсвэл пауз авчихсан. Tactical time out бол биш. Technical паузлах.
Excellent map 3. Thank goodness Inferno makes a little comeback. Even at the start of the major.
За, тоглолт юу болов? За, тэгээд пауз авчихсан гинэ. Жоохон цаг орно гэж. За, дараагийн дахиад нэг боогоор тоглолт шүү дээ. Уг нь 3 цагаас ийс энэ тоглолт ингээд дуудсан болохоор баг 4-өөс эхэлэх юм байна. Баг 5-аас эхэлэх юм. Энэ тоглолт дуусаад 1 цагийн завсарлага авна. Тэгжиж дараагийн тоглолт эхэлнэ. Энэний дараа ч одоо G2 NAVI гэдэг хоёр баг болох гэдэг байгаа шүү дээ. За back live гэнэ. Бололт эхлэх бэлэн болсон байна. За Vitality шууд тайм аутыг өчөж байгаа юм байна шүү дээ. Тэнхэ тайм аутыг авсан. G2 NAVI элийг дэмжиж байгаа. G2 гэл дэмжиж байгаа шүү дээ. Би бол дэмжиж байгаа ч хаашаа. Ер нь зүгээр дэмжиж гэж бодож байна.
G2 гэл дэмжиж гэж бодоод байна да.
Зявшаас Face Clan-аас бай раунд авч чадсан. Vitality бол зүрүүлээд дахиад бай гаргаад ирж байгаа. Завиг оп гараад ирсэн. 1 M4 2 MP9 1 Famasтай. Энэ бай раундыг алдах юм бол бүтэн эко орж ирэх байгаа юм байна. За завиг оп шууд банан руу гүйсэн. Урд турсан болохоор шууд банан пик гэж үлцээсэн. За моди ороод ирсэн. Нээд ороод ирсэн. За пик чадхаа болоо буцаа угарчж байгаа. Сүүгээр гараад ирсэн. Тэглэг шот байсангүй Flames гихтээ унагчж байна. MP9-тэй хүн байсан шүү дээ. За хоолны доод Messi бүүснээс Broky. Яаж хоёр дахь нь яаж алчгүй. Яг шорт доор нэс нөхдөд амар спрейч шиг боллоо. За буугаас явсан баха. Яа Broky яаж реплей харагдах байгаа. Амар реплей үзэх хэрэгтэй байхаа санагдав. Санчнаас болж буугаас явсан ойлгомжтой 3-2. Фейл үзье да. Vitality 3 буусан явуулсан. За дараагийн раунд аялах мөнгө үлдээсэн байна. 2000 үлдээгээд дууг хүмүүс нь гар буутаага тоглолцож байгаа маань. За савиг оф байгаад байгаа шүү дээ. Энэ бол аюултай мэлээ. Энэ офтой тоглогч бол бас юу бол юу хийж магадгүй нөхөр. Гол бүүс гаргаж ирсэн. Flames тэнд банан дээр frozen болчлаа. Яриад исэн цайван хайргыг бариад авсан. 3 эсрэг тав шот. Аа шууд 3 эсрэг тавьж байна. Стивен гад Брейни трейд 2-2 Тэмцээний дүүхийг бид бүкс ерэн ганцхан сайкууд ороод ирсэн. Яа, бэсэнгүй Apex. Басли бүр раунд шүү бас аа. За шортын хөнгөлөлтөд алдаг байсан бол бадрагч шүү дээ. За Vitality-гаас spy round 5-4 гарч ирсэн байгаа. B дээр 2, A дээр 3. Бананаг бол өгөө тоглолцсон байна. Сая 27 шойлоо сайтнаас авцсан. За гол дээр энд месиг дахиад бүүст гаргацсан. Бүүстний тоглолтыг бас их хийгээд биш байна. 2 дахь гараад ирв. 3 дахь гараад ирв. Flames-ийн flash өгсөн. Bex. За банан дээр Бэгийн тоглолт орж ирэх гэдэг энэ smoke захлаад Bex. Smoke нэлээд өгөн тайрыг нэлээд доноод авлаа. Зөрүүлээд өөрөө улаасан. За Flames-ийн quad дээр байгаа. Бананаас ирэх хүмүүс Robs-ийн барилд нэгийг урсан заяа хүндрээд quad-ийн тоглогч Flames. За гиндажинда тайрыг цайрч байх гэдэг Bex бүрээд авсан. Арыг бүрэн Рен унгаад Месси ганцаар үлдчихв. Төрдгөөс орж ирэн 1-3 бомб тавигдсан. Рен 2-ын швитээ. Кариг 42-тэй Месси эхний хил 1-2. За Нейтэн дээр тэнд баг. За бүрөкэс юм байна. Бүрөкэс юм байна. Бүтэнчлүүд бол кариг юм байсан бол бас нэсвэлний сэрлээс баг. За цаг яваад байна да. Гитүүн байна хамгийн аюултай Месси чинь. Ус дуурсан. За Месси 1-1 смоктод. За ширсэн бүгэн одоо тэгээд ширхээс аргагүй. Яа. Би байсан бол ингээс алгачлаа шээ. Би байсан болохоор ийцэн бэ. За мөнгөгүй болсон Vitality. Сая buy round нээсэн шүү дээ. Одоо ингээд мөнгөгүй гарбуу дээр round scout гараад ирсэн. Дээрхи. Биг хамгаалт нэр 3 хүн. Банан руу бол төхөөд байна да фейс клан. За заюугийн скаут нэм шотууд байна уу? Заюу нэгийг унгаал 3-5 болоод тэгэл ороод ирвэл бас эвгүй штэ. Заюу нэгийг унгаал ороод ирвэл баларна гэдэг ааш. Смогцсон. За би рүү бүр 4 болоод ороод ирлээ. За хоолтой байна энэ оффод энэ би рүү. Стак хийжтэй яг. Яа, смотрите, харагцсан. Кариган өөртөө гурван нэмтэд гарсан. Зайвуу Flames сүлд олж Кариган уулаа ганц өмнөтэй. Яа. Яг л стак хийсэн газар тулгүйд ороод ирлээ. Vitality round. За facing time out. аваарыг тавьж байна та шууд. За Flames гоосон гонсон. Гол дайр хүмүүс греймийн дараа сая унчлаа. За роуц гэхдээ трейдинг хийн. 2-3. За Каригант дулаац яваад байдаг. Бэг айлцэн эзэлцэн бомб бэрэг гүйж байгаа. Зэ 30 секундэд бомб орж ирээ 50 тонн ойлгомжтой болсон. Смокер алчдгүй юм бол. За энэ ч суугаас эвэлжээ. Vitality. Хав 4. Base round. MESA Spencer-ын дуус эвлэн 2-1 ахныг инфор. Дараагийн раунд дээр Vitality мөнгө төгрөг хэцүү юм байна. Энэ хоёр буугаас эвлжүүл бас баялаа гарч ирж болох уу? За баялал баялна. Speaks-ийн бууя. Хайвуу өөрөө баялчин, Flames өөрөө баялчин. Fixed Speaks-ийн бууяж маяг л баягаар л гаргалаа юм да. Хавч жаахан тарах нь шахаад байна. За баясан. Хэлээс майраа. Агар 3 бэдэр хоёр. За бананыг авч яасан. Смокроо сонгоод буцаад эзлэн. За Рейнээс энд бойлер хүн дээр. Яа. Нэг оруулж ирж байгаа. За гол дахиад бүүст гаргаад ирсэн байна Vitality. Энэ бүүстийг бол хийх дуртай байна да. Түрүүний бүүст хийсэн баг. Роки ч н хоёуланг унгааж ор кино байсан шүү дээ гол юмсыг. Одоо дахиад тэгж урж ирж чадах нь. За гол дээр бол бас л дөрөв тоглож байгаа юм биш тараа. Арч талаас 2, шорт талаас 2. Голд бол аллалт цээл гэж байгаа юм байна. Кариг арч юм аа болцсон байгаа даа. Саяу бүүст харагдана. Саяу гэдэг 2 хүн дээр Rain Freedom саяу 2-ыг бариад авлаа. За, X Rob-ыг унагсан. Rocky Frost нэр үлдэж байгаа. Хоёулаа бэдэр авч байгаа юмс. Харсан. Frost нэр авч байгаа юм байна. За, аюу Smoker буудаж байгаа унагчлаа үе. Rocky асанга. Хавта. Талитграм. Яа сая зайвуу яаж Smoker унагч вэ да. Хэрвээ тэр Smoker унгаагүйсэн бол бас арай өөр ахаарайсан да. Бомб тавьж маяг. 2-3 бас эвгүй үзэж магадгүйсэн баг. Аль талдаа даваатай мап вэ л гэж. Ер нь бол контр даваатай мап. Гэхдээ бас нэг хайхтар ялгаа байхгүй. Зарим мапуудыг бодвол. Хоёр багийн хувьд бол аль нь өөр тоглолттой байгаад байна. Base хувьд бол контроос илүү тоглодог. Vitality-г хувьд бол терророос илүү раунд тавьж ирсэн байгаа даа шүү дээ. Яг харахгүй ингээ хоёр баг тэнцүү явж байгааг харж байгаа. Яг л өгөө таваатай үзчих. байгаа трейд ерөөсөө Мондраас уссан. Стратеги хийхдээ миний дутуутай кит за юу гэдэг юм байна. Нилийн хэцүүлэлтэй хурж ирэх гэдэг. Бараг сэвч за сэвсэн. Сүүлийн раунд дээр бүтэн багтаа үзье гэж байна. Ийсэн 6 Завагтал гэдэг нь юм аа. Сайхны хасан сүүлийн раунд гарч ирсэн. 6-5 75 байх уу 6-6 байх уу. За юугаа бол B дээр харсан байгаа. Бананаг бол өгөөд олж чинь. Аг амгаалт 3 дахиад шортын бүүст гаргаад ирсэн. За 2 хүнийг бүүсэлж байна. 2 хүнийг бүүслээ. За одоо энэ бүүст рүү нэвтэлж бодно гэж байхгүй юм даа. Нилээн л олон раунд бүүст гаргаад байлтаа тань да. Уунаас энд нэвтлээд онж болдог гэж очлоо бүүстэй. Энэ бол тэнд цонхоор нэвтэлжүүдэд даалж болно. Тийм юм бол хийхгүй л байгаа. Хэрэг дээр нэвтлээд байх юм бол энэ бүүст гарахаа болчих. Одоо тэр сүүлээр аав. За хуурч энэ да. Нөгөөр нь урагшилчжээ. Яг түрүүнд бодсон бол. Одоо дахиад бодол байгаа нэг буцаа болчлаа. Сагал мод нээсээ дахиад нэг хүн байгаа. 2 хүн мэдгүй. За бариад авлаа. За fitness, FX, click. Хоёрыг онохгүй бүр амар гэдэг. За амар хоёрыг оночлаа. Хоёрыг зүгээр болсон. FX бол нэрэ чадгаал хийлээ. Орчсон плант хийгдчихэж байгаа. За сүүлийн раунд зөв флеймс кит бол байна. За шууд шорт руу шивтчихэж байгаа маань хоёр доолгоч. Ютубсын хог байхгүй. Ропцоос энд шорт бол апсыг очихыг харцсан. Хөөсөн гэвд бол шууд сайкл бокс нэр нуутчихж байгаа шортоос. За ропцын бодол чухал даа. Техник хий. За юу. Яаж басаа ропцын снап бодоод тавьчихсан даа. Тэрсэлцээ 2 раунд хэлээ. Тэгээ байр солигцсон. За Физ чинь контроос илүү тоглолдог гэдэг байгаа шүү дээ. Vitality Terror-аас илүү тоглолдог. Хоёр баг бол яг л өөрсдийнхөө илүү талдаа ороод ирлээ одоо. Одоо жинхэнэ аль нь илүү гэдгийг харах юм байна да. За Decider map божигдсон баг нь хасагдана. Хотсон баг нь аваргын төлөө гарч ирэх гээд байгаа. Аль баг бол өөрсдөө сонгосон мапуудыг хожигдсон. Тэгээ гол болгож смогтой шууд дропцос шахаад ороод ирсэн. Carry-г нь банан дээр бансны ард ороо суучж байгаа. За өөрөө пиклүүл өгөхөө мэднэ. Пиклгүй. За гүгд ороод ирсэн. Carry-г шаалгасгүй хөөе. Carry-г шаалгасгүй. За бүр амдраа явчих юм уу? Хүү за. Арайх нь first grade авсан. За хоёул амд гарчлаа. Хамгийн амир нь. Заалж болно. Гол нь яаж амд гаргаад байгаа юм бол доо. Трейдүүд байсангүй Vitality-гаас өөр. 3 эсрэг тав. Саяны банз манзыг өгөн тэгэл юм үзэг юм шиг л спамдах хэрэгтэй байсан да. За 1 минут үнэ илүүтэй. Quad дээр 2 тоглож байгаа. За Apex-аас Small-ыг Quad руу ижил болно. За болсон. Уралжин руу ичиж. За гээ 2 мол орж ирсэн шүү. За фөөсөн. Сүүл 2 тоглож. Фөөсөн 3 kill, Carry-г 2 kill, 8-5. 10 раундыг Phase авсан. Phase. Раунди илүү болоо тэгсэн бомбын тавилаагүй мөнгөгүй Vitality-гаас эко раунд болоод ирж байгаа. 9-5 бол боломжтой. За бананаг бүр тулгаж смоклоод Carry-г тулцсан. А-тэр 3 харж байгаа. За арморгүй блок шүү дээ. Base-с бол энэ раундыг бүр хангалттай л авах боломжтой харагдаад байна. За гол руу флаш бай. Зүгээр бүгд ирсэн. Энэ боломжтой хэвчээ. Ганц 2 бөө нугуулъя. Нэг бөө гэж байна. Нийтнээс нэлээд өндөр дэмж авлаа да. 40 минут болчихж байгаа. Банан флаштаа ямарчсан дулгаад эзэлсэн Carry-г. Smoke байна. Short орж ирсэн Apex-ийн trade. 4-4 short дээр орж ирээлгээд байгаа юм байна да. Carlo явцаар энэ нэг сонсоод Apex гэдэг юм очиж. За сайн тоосоо. Нотод. Cross нэр нь фүүсэн. Саний хил бол маш хийлээ харахгүй. Бөөкийн оронд голоор нь ороод ирсэн. За бомбны кроссыг бариад авах боломжтой. Заюу хөтө шорда харанчсан. Бээр харах өнцгтөр шууд унагсан. Spinks 1-3 үлдэж байгаа. 50 секунд. Бомба авсан. Сайт руу плант хийж болно. Надалсан. Шууд бомб явшмээр гүгэд ороод ирж байгаа. Хүний хэлж байгаа флаш амир. Яа, амир флаш орж ирлээ. За бай раундыг нь Phase авчиж байгаа юм байна. Vitality-гаас ганц сайн мэдэн бомбо тавиад мөнгө авсан юм а да. Өөр сайн юм байна. За Phase-ийн фанатууд бол бүрж ихэд дууштай болцоо яг горилтой бол хэлж байна. За За Италигийн 3 дахь раунд. 3 дахь тайм аут. 5 раундын зөрүүтэй. За бомб тавьсан 3800 4000 тай. Хангалттай бүтэн бай бол гарч чадахгүй. Акнууд гаргаж болно. Гэхдээ хоггүй гарна. За галилууд гараад ирж байгаа юм байна. Галилтай бай. 3 АК 2 галил гарч ирсэн. За хог гэхээр юм Sphinx хоггүй, Flames хоггүй гарч ирж байгаа юм байна да. За яхаар гэдэг мөнгөний асуудалтай байсан болохоор. Хангалттай бүтэн бай бол хийж чадсангүй. За одоо алдах хэрэггүй энэ бай раундыг. Энийг алдах юм бол дахиад мөнгөгүй бараг дуусчих магадгүй харагдаад байна. Банан толгойчсон бойлер дайрсан, Rain, MESA-г унагсан. За баруун цаа модол гарч чадсангүй. Sphinx шууд унагчиж байгаа. За арч эзэлчихэж байгаа. Хөдөг смоктод арчаар төрж орооц. Битрүү орсон. Харагдсан болов сая. За намын сандар хог бэрж байгаа надад Проки carry-г наарсан, смокер орж ирсэн. Роовцыг шууд унагсан. За юу carry-г нэг унгаад. За бай раунд авсан. Бросны дуугаас эвлэн 16. Италитэй багт бол маш хэрэгтэй раунд байсан сая. За Face-ийн 2 дахь тайм аут. Нэлтээ бол сэхэл өгөхгүй л гэж юм да. Нэг раунд алдаал шууд тайм аут гэсэн. За Face бол мөнгөтэй бай гараад ирж болно. За Проки гараад ирсэн. За Face-с мөнгө энийг алдвал мөнгөгүй болохоор байгаа юм байна да. Grand Final боо 3-аар. Маргааш Grand Final боо 3-аар гарнаа. Чиний 2 цагаас эхэлнэ. Маргаашийн шууд дамжуулалтын эхлээд тэр нэг шоу матч явах юм байлээ. Денмарк эсрэг юу хэлээ. Шоу матч яваад тэг цагаас шоу матч хийлээ. Тэгээд дараагийн Grand Final 2 цагаас эхлээд за тэгээд матч хийсэж байна. Бананаар зайвуу хийгээ. Араас нь carry-га сайтнаар ганцаараа аагаас тусламжаар тийм бэн дүүж шууд онсон арын флаш амираас MESA-гийн трейд бабгийн сайтыг эсгэлсэн. Өөрөөсөө за заяа өгнө фант 10 хойш битээ. 2 молтой байгаа даа. Бат дээр смок нийлжлээ. Оо за MESA-г урагчлаа үе смокер. За хэрэгтэй гэл. Бид раг өөр ирэхгүй юм уу? Ваа сэвлий гэж байгаа юм уу? Ямар сони юм бэ? Авбал авахаар аавд шүү дээ. Яа зэ. Отоогоос ирээгүй юм өнгөрсөн. 10 олжоо. Саяуган тэгэл нэгийг гунгаал нөгөө зайгүй улаан орж ирээд өгнө үлдсэн болдог навал авахаар л байсан да. Тэгээ мөнгөгүй болохоор эрсдэлтэй хийхгүй буугаас явлаа дараагийн раундыг дахиад үзүүлгэж байгаа юм шиг байна л да ойлгомжтой. За 2000 өвлдөх үү? Тэгээ баялах уу? За өвлдээсэн байна. 2000 өвлдөөгээд тоглож байгаа. Хог багтай 2 тоглогч нь буугаар раунд орж ирж байна. Mobile болохоор тэгээд нэг азаа утсан юм хийж ин л та сая. За банан руу урагшлаад байгаа. Би тэр ганц гар буг үнэн штэ. Нөгөө нэг буутай гурвч гуруула А дээр стаклцсан. Ер нь бол А руу орж ирвэл халалцсан. Б рүү орох юм бол дахиад буугаас эвлэн л гэж байгаа юм байна. Төрдгийн хүн смокгүй юу? Смокгүй. Frozen ганц флаштай. За бананага эзлээ бүр толоод ороод ирж байгаа. Сайтна огнууд хийгээд байна. За Б-д болд орсоо. За Frozen CZ-тэй. Хол дээр. За ойлгомжтой болсон 18. Ойртолыг раунд. За бариад шүү бариад байна ойртолыг. Ойртуулаад байна. Бас үзээтэй. За опцийг нь бариад. За боонуудыг сэвлүүлэхгүй байна. За Рейн явж исэн мөнх опыг авсан. Опоо сэвлэх гэж үзсэн. Үгүй. Опээс орчиж байгаа. Боонуудыг бариад авлаа. За 2 раундын зүрхт болсон да 15-аас бариад байгаа шүү дээ энэ шууд. Энэ бай раундыг нь авчих юм бол тэнцээд эхлэх гэдэг юм бол. Тэгээ зав байхгүй. Дөрөв болон фамастай. Шапаа байсан. Тексэн. Yes. Яа. Бараг өгөхэд. Тэгээ өөрөө ч гэсэн хүчлээл гэж бодсон. Тэн унсан баха. Смокосоо буруу хийчихлээ. За. Frozen. Амар худал. Оо хил. 2 эсрэг 5 болгочихж байгаа шууд. За энэ раунд ер нь ч ойлгомжтой болчихоо да. Frozen ер нь энэ раундыг ойлгомжтой болгоо иччихв да. За 40 секунд банан руу урагшлаад байгаа. Авъя гэж юм байна. За мөнгө төгрөг бол хангалттай л байгаа юм байна л та хоёр талаар тийм. Нэг руу галзсан ч дараагийн талаа баялаа гараад ирж болно. За смок болцоо бутсан. За смокуд бариад байна. За Б-гийн хоёр хүнийг маш цэвэрх ойлонг унгаад бомбо тавьчих юм бол бас ийгүү үзэж байна. Ордон дээр нэг хүн айлтчих юм бол нэг хэцүү байгаа шүү дээ. За юу гэж 2 хүн дээр ган. За 11 байна. За талаад хэрэгтэй мөнгөтэй байна. За тик гейм краш гинэ. Минийхэн ч гейм крашлж.
Let's fucking go! Let's go!
Яа, тоот хэлсэн. Тас битэн баяртай. Зайвга профиг апарат ирсэн. Сабитер бахав тог шийдсэн нэг долж басан арга гүйчж байгаа. Vitality бол уцаад банана эзлэх баха. Смоконд дуусан хот. За Rain-ийн дээврийн флаш өрцөл байгаа юм байна. За Frozen флашаар пик хийлгээд байна. Флашсан, флашын пик дайрсан Messi-ийн дүр цасан цагаан. Тий шатсангүй. Арын флашн дээр Apex-ийн флашн бүтэн цайраа carry-г явуулсан фридийг ничиж байгаа. Яа, сая Frozen бүтэн шалгахгүй яг баларлаа да. Зя дөрөсрэг дөрөв. За биг хайчих хөө. Үний юм уу? Сарай үгүй баха. Арайч биг хаявчихгүй баха. Нэг хүн нэлтэйсэн. Сегол дээр Rain Apex-тэй контакт үзгээд байна да. Smoke-тод тэгээ нүдээс шууд биг зэгсэж Apex дүүл авчиж байгаа. За Broke up-тэй гол дээр. Hubs унахыг Robson харна. За Broke-ийг унах шууд трейдэнд орсон. Зайвуу унахчиж байгаа. 2-3. За дахиад шорт орж ирэх юм бол энэ Rob царцсан бат энэ тайм гээд харуулж байгааг унах акшн дээр бариад авлаа. За бойлер үний яг бэрцэн байна Rob. За Rob хоёр кил. Дэвц бомб авсан. 1-2 Арбас гүд. Яа Rob triple. Match point-ыг авчихин. Яа Rob зин айхтар тоглол. Бойлер үнийг бол бүтэн уншлаа да. За юу дээр ч гэсэн тайминг дээр бүр ямар ч амар тааруулаад хэлчихв. За банан дуудлага шууд дээрсэн карига нээлээд моди доод Apex-ийг үлдээд байгаа өөрөөс могч нэг унаасан араас нь сум дуусч утга шүү гараад ирсэн. Аюу хөтө бариад авч ирсэн. Араас нь boost spray. Frozen Гуртхуныг харсан да. За сумцын хэлэх хэрэгтэй. Яа, за 2-9 4 үлдээгээ шууд нэгтээ авсан. Face clan. Хожил ойрхон байна да, хожил ойрхон байна. Энэ нөхцөл байдлаас яаж Vitality буцаж эргээлтэй хийх юм бэ? Маш хүн дараагдчихэв. За Face одоо илүү юм хийхгүй, яг л нэгтээ аваад тоглочих юм бол өөр хангалттай очих гээд байна шүү дээ. Энийг аваад дууслаа. Энэ раундыг аваад Grand Final руу шалгарлаа. Face. За Broke бол биглэх гэдэг. Rob захарсан. Олон мэдээлэл авсан. За бэрүүл орыг эндэ. Хамгаалан дээр Rain Frozen байгаа. Molly ороод ирчихв. За 20 секунд. За Big-ийн хоёр хүнийг л амар цэвэрхэн унагчдаггүй юм бол. За Rain-ийн байршлыг шалгахгүй. Үгүй шалгасан бэ. За дуусаа. 13-8 харьцаатайгаар Face Clan Semi final дээр Vitality баг 2-1 харьцаатайгаар буулгаж аваад аврагын төлөө гарч ирж байгаа юм байна. За харахгүй Borderlands 1 гэдэг нэр болоос харагдаж байна. Elimination stage дээр нэлээд таарахын тоглолцсон ч гэсэн playoff дээр бол бас өөр баг шүү гэдэг бол дахиж харууллаа. Өмнөх мейжрийн авраг баг Vitality хасч Grand final руу гарч ирлээ. За харахгүй амар тоглосон физикла. За дараагийн тоглолт G2-гийн эсрэг NAVI. Хоёрын давуу 3 цагаас байсан боловч энэ тоглолт 3 мап гараад удсан болохоор тоглолт хойшлно. Одоо 1 цагийн дараа бараг 3:50-аас эхлэх юм болоо да. 1 цагийн завсарлага авах гэдэг. 3:50-аас яг цагийн дараа гэх юм гинэ. За. Vitality нэлээд л үзэтэй тоглолоо л да. Дааш тэгээд хөжиж чадсангүй. Өмнөх мажрын авраг гэсэн цол хамгаалж чадсангүй да. За зэдлийн учраас нэг цагийн дараа 2 дахь тоглолтоор эргээд уулзцгаая.
Side. Has to be said, great back and forth between Apex and Kerrigan throughout this third map. And we see a little weakness. It can't be understated. That Vertigo game was flat. FaZe are not perfection, but they are unarguably grand finalists.
FaZe are your first team through to the grand finals. It's taken a couple more majors to get back to this spot, but you've done it again.
I mean, focus on next game. But listen to this. I never thought I would get so much crowd in Denmark. I always thought Astralis would destroy everything, but here I am, and whole Royal Arena is behind me. It's insane. Thank you, guys.
Now, Kerrigan, this game, well, Nuke, you get it, despite having struggled even against them before, right, when you faced off against Vitality. So that's a positive. But then Vertigo, maybe not quite ready for that.
I think Rain saw a few B executes. So I think we could have adapted more, but I have to give credit to Vitality. They had a great game plan on that map, and they were one step ahead, and Apex outcalled me on that map. But I feel like Nuke and Inferno is really strong match for us, right? And we showcased that, and I'm super proud that we can play 7 maps. It is crazy.
And what do you put that down to? Why are you now at least able to play, maybe not win all the time, but play 7 maps? What's the change?
We knew coming into this major, our biggest rivals on paper were Spirit and Vitality and NAVI and other teams. So why not play Vertigo? We will see. I don't know who we face in the final, but now you never know what map you're banning.
And that's it, right? You've got it in your wheelhouse now, and you're in other teams' heads for sure. But what does this feel like in the team? What is the vibe you're getting right now?
If you see how we're losing T-rounds on Nuke, we are just resetting. I think we lost against 2 Egos on the T side, and we lost 3 rounds. But nobody's upset. Nobody is angry. We just keep focused on next game, next round, and that's why we are so far now. So we need to stay humble. Whoever we face in the final, I'm just looking forward to blow this roof off in Royal Arena tomorrow.
And I'm damn sure they will do that, because this is incredible. But I have to ask you, on the first day before we got to playoffs, you told me, don't have any pressure here. I mean, pushing through smokes. We did see you push some smokes as well. But did you feel some pressure in this game?
No, not at all. I think obviously Inferno, I feel very comfortable. When I kind of got a little back down on our CT side, I just tried to focus. I've been in so many games, so many finals. I know that once the thoughts come, it's just another wave like in the ocean. Just let it go and just keep focusing on what's next. And I have a lot of experience after all. I've played this game for 20 years, so I know that I need to focus on the positive, and that's what I'm doing for tomorrow.
And that's what it's all about, the positives, and you always find them. But how do you not overthink so many of these situations? Because you do have all these experience, you've gone through so many different situations.
I think overthinking is basically making sure that you are never in the zone. If you just think about the moment you're in, focus on the frag, focus on the flashbang for a teammate, you don't get a chance to overthink. I've been overthinking a lot of my career, but the last few years, it's all about enjoying what we're doing and what we are creating, and that's what I'm doing here all the time.
Well, you've done it. You've made yourself into the major grand final here in Copenhagen. Royal Arena, let me hear you make some noise for Kerrigan and FaZe Clan!
Yes, such amazing scenes. Kerrigan
has done it again, getting his flowers for the first time here in the Royal Arena, and I love it. He's one of my Counter-Strike heroes. I hope he stays grounded because, you know, tomorrow it's not just a date with a final, it's a date with destiny. I think if they go on to win this tournament, he is the GOAT. He'd be my GOAT.
And who would I be to debate you, honestly?
Yeah.
Listen, I have an unlimited amount of respect for Kerrigan, and yet he finds ways to improve that respect. It's crazy what he was able to do on that map of Inferno. So many rounds on the knife's edge, so many decisions that made or broke situation. He had the right call, he had the moments, he had the vision, he had the nerves. This is a very hurtful loss for Vitality, and the other side of the coin is an incredible performance for FaZe.
If anything, I also want to give all the credit in the world to Kerrigan. Obviously, you know, being inside this arena, playing in front of 14,000 people, cheering his name and hyping him up. Even more so, Vitality as a team, you know, couldn't match the team of FaZe Clan. That's my main takeaway from this one as well. FaZe Clan in this game showed up as a team. Not a single player went missing. Everyone showed up. Everyone had their moment. You can give as much credit you want to in terms of Kerrigan's performance, Kerrigan's calling, but every single player from FaZe Clan showed up throughout this matchup, and that's what makes a winning team.
I mean, I agree with you. It's across the board, and of course we give a lot of praise to Kerrigan because he's the captain, but I really think that there is a philosophy of remaining calm in moments that are uncertain, moments that are chaotic. We were on the seats, on the edge of our seats, where so many times, and you can feel the calmness on FaZe's crosshair, and it's absolutely struck through. I am flabbergasted.
Yeah, well, look, we'll talk about the game in just a moment. We go back to the stage where Banks has Apex.
Thank you, Richard. Guys, give him a big round of applause for standing here and doing this. It's not easy, Dan, it never is. But you guys fought the whole way through. You fought through some crazy circumstances. I just want to first ask about this series against FaZe. Did it feel like you were looking so comfortable when you saw this veto go down?
Well, yeah, I think that Inferno, we had so many great moments that we should have converted, and we lost most of them. I think there were a lot of like miscommunication and I would say mislistening, and that was pretty rough. That's unfortunate, that's the way it is, that's high pressure moments. We needed to answer in a better way, and we didn't, and they deserve the win anyway today.
And what do you make that come down to? What do you think that is the reason for these mistakes? Because we saw you guys on a better trajectory.
Well, you know, it's all about dealing with the pressure and in this moment listening to each other, because I think we had like really good reads, really good moments that we didn't convert at all. And yeah, that that killed us at the end. We tried to come back on T side, but yeah, we didn't win enough rounds, and that was pretty rough.
And looking at this, right, okay, you were the previous major champions. You guys come in this, that playing against Cloud9 was very comfortable for you. Do you feel like that was maybe too comfortable for you guys?
No, not really. I think we were ready today. But yeah, once again, I think pressure hit us a little bit in some sense. And that's the way it is when you want to win big title in Counter-Strike. You have pressure, but you need to deal with it. And we didn't today. Not enough, at least.
And what do you want to say to all the fans? Look at this, your crowd here of the Golden Hornets. They've all got hearts up for you, man.
Well, I want to thank, of course, the Golden Hornets, all the French that came here, all the Vitality fans. Thank you very much. Sorry to disappoint you today. The next one will be ours.
That's what it's all about. Guys, a big round of applause and so much respect for Apex.
Yeah, a lot of respect for Apex. Obviously, someone I've known a long, long time. We came through Source together. I watched him develop through CSGO, where he was one of the monster entry fraggers, you know, an impact player, part of that great generation of French talent. And I've watched him, you know, in his late 20s, start to learn the craft of being an IGL. And I would just say to him, it hurts today. Have some wine, relax. But remember, you were the reigning champions coming into this, and you got within touching distance again. Nothing to be ashamed of. And as we'll talk about, he even did it without his star player really helping him out this tournament. So I would just say to Dan, you know, don't worry too much about this. I know you'll be back.
Of course, and listen, it is very understandable how he feels right now. And I do think he's on the money. I think he's right when he says they had so many situations on Inferno which on paper looked favorable to them. And this is where, as a leader, as a competitor, you are just incredibly frustrated to see things unravel because of miscommunications, because of a little bit of tension. We're not listening to each other. We're not reacting to the calls. when you rewatch that VOD, if you're Apex, you are going to eat your own fingers. It is going to hurt like the Dickens. That's what's going to happen. And Counter-Strike sometimes is about it. Is about a miscom, a mistiming, a misdecisions. And from now, I have no words for him. I agree with you. The respect is here for him, what he's been able to accomplish, what he's developed into. But today, it hurts, and it should hurt. If you are a team that has as a goal to lift trophies continuously, that loss on Inferno is unfortunately unacceptable. You can lose, not this way, and as a leader with expectation, I understand that he's just disheartened.
No shame in losing to FaZe Clan with the way they're playing at this playoff. That being said, I agree with you. Vitality came into this tournament maybe a little bit shaky. We didn't know where to pinpoint them. Obviously one of the predetermined favorites. You said it, Richard, getting within touching distance. They were, you know, Inferno was much closer than the scoreboard suggests, I would say. I agree with Matthew. I agree with Apex when he's saying that there was a couple of moments in that game that could have made sure that we were probably still playing the game right now. It was a close game of Counter-Strike. Unfortunately for Vitality, they faced a better team today. They faced a Frozen who stepped up. You called out his name. He had a fantastic series overall. And then FaZe Clan. 5 days ago, we went into the playoff thinking they were close not even qualifying for it. They were close not even making it out of the group stage. They were 1 and 2 in the elimination stage, and all of a sudden they play the best brand of Counter-Strike we've seen FaZe Clan play in 2024. The switch that they had to turn on coming into the playoff, it is mega impressive.
I mean, listen, you look at this scoreboard and it tells a story about FaZe Clan, a story of anyone from coast to coast capable of having that multi-kill that changes around. Frozen had moments, Carrigan had moments, Rain I don't even need to mention. There's so much quality in there, and when you match that to Vitality, yes, of course, people will be absolutely annoyed and they've had enough of me saying his name, but the best player in the world did not show up in this game, and it was not a great major for him.
In this major?
In the major. Look, we have to be, I don't really know how to handle this whole topic. I'm ready to give a little bit of a pass for the sickness and the disease early on in the major, and that's just fair. We're humans.
Of course.
But when it comes to the playoffs, this was a very pedestrian version of what is supposed to be the best player in the world, and criticism is warranted. And if you're a Vitality right now, you had moments where you needed someone to take over. You needed someone to make up for the mistakes, to close the rounds, and he didn't. I think Spinks as well had a really bad map on Inferno. He had a few moments where he could close.
Yep.
But we are right to be critical of Cyber. We should. That comes with the territory.
Yeah, and look, you highlighted how important the duel between, you know, Spinks and Rops was going to be, and Spinks definitely came out on the losing end. But I agree with you. I have sympathy. I think Spinks has been their best player at this event. We can talk about, you know, Flames, and, you know, he went above expectation, but Spinks is looking like, well, he looked like the star player of the team at this event, and unfortunately, there's no getting away from it. This is one that Ziwu's going to probably have nightmares about for a long time, this whole tournament.
It will be, you know, and as you said, we don't know exactly how sick he's been throughout the group stage. We don't know the physical condition of him right now, you know, but fact of the matter is that throughout this tournament, he didn't play as the best player in the world, and we can't stay away from the facts in that regard. However, it wasn't that bad, you know. It's also one of the things that I want to say out there. We keep him up to the highest of the highest standards out there. He's posting the highest rating in this game for his team. I know when you look with the eye test, there was a couple of rounds where he could have done more, you know. He could have entered the game in a different manner like he usually do, but it wasn't like he was having a stinker like we saw in the first map.
Well, the first map was terrifying.
The first map was terrifying, but it wouldn't have made a difference anyway, right? Vertigo was slightly better. Inferno, he tried with the AWP. He was assertive in the beginning. Just looking at round 6 right here, I think that's where it all broke, you know, in that regard. Again, FaZe Clan in a 3v5. They find a way to win the round. Vitality kind of crumble at this moment. As I said, if Vitality goes up 4-2 right here, FaZe Clan is straight into a save. We're looking at a 5-2 scoreline. Vitality on the CT side. There were so many moments in this game where Vitality could have taken control, where Cyber could have taken control. They just didn't capitalize on it.
No, it was a boxing fight, and there is beauty to it. Obviously today,
pugilist Counter-Strike.
That was exactly what it was. There was UFC right there. My heart goes to Vitality, of course, but I have to respect what FaZe were able to do. They were able to come on top. They had the mental resilience. They had the moves towards the end, and very deservedly now en route to the grand final.
Yeah, well, let's talk some more about FaZe then. Obviously, we've highlighted, you know, lots of different parts of the team. We've talked a lot about Carrigan. Obviously, that's the story. But I have to say, what impressed me in that series overall, you know, we can just forget about Vertigo for now, is that actually everybody seemed to have high impact rounds. I mean, Rops had that amazing clutch, which was just so important in terms of cementing the direction we were heading in.
Yeah, we talked about it, right? From top to bottom, everyone is showing up. Everyone is having their moment. One thing I always love when I'm watching FaZe play, I did it during the opening states in the basement, let's call it that. I did it inside the arena as well. The positive body language coming out from the players when they're winning, obviously great. Everyone can be happy when they win. winning, but when they're losing rounds, when they're losing clutches, it's still a positive uphold body language. Kerrigan is looking to his right, he's looking to his left, he's making sure everyone is on board, everyone is focused on the next round, and I've seen a lot of different teams struggle to have a positive body language whenever shit goes down. Kerrigan is one of the best in-game leaders in the world to make sure that every single player within his team is super focused regardless of what's happening in the game.
Yeah, I think you're right on the money there. There are no garbage rounds with FaZe. And it might sound like a blanket statement, but it's not. Not at the highest level of Counter-Strike. When you're talking about stakes so high, teams have a tendency to lose a stupid round that turns into 3 because the next round you're slightly less focused. Your communication drops a little bit. Maybe you make a bad decision. It feels like for FaZe that isn't the case. No round that you win against FaZe guarantees you the next because they're out of sorts, because they're unfocused or whatever, or frustrated. That's just not the case. So whether Kerrigan has instilled this philosophy or whether it's the whole individuals out there who share this quality, I think it's a little bit of both. But it makes them such a hard, again, a pugilant. That's what it was, just left, right, and they were just never giving Vitality an easy round to relax. Every round had to be a battle. We're never going to give it to you. You're going to take it from us.
And that's where I'll bring the Frozen discussion up because, you know, we highlighted him at the start. We hadn't really talked a lot about him on the desk, but remember, this is the new kid on the block. FaZe as a lineup have been together a long, long time. When Twists left, I think a lot of people were very, very sad about it. They were worried. You know, Twists obviously went back to Team Liquid, didn't make it to the major, and the question mark was, you know, were FaZe going to miss him? Well, I would say, you know, absolutely not. Frozen has done everything I had hoped he would do, maybe even a little bit more, and he had a huge game here.
We can't take anything away from Twist and the legacy he's had when he faced.
Absolutely not.
A fantastic player, without a doubt. But Frozen were one of the few players, as we highlighted, that could replace him and could replace him straight off the bat. Sure, he's had a bit of time to ease into the roles within FaZe Clan. We even heard from Kerrigan when he was first brought on that he's helping out with the secondary calling as well. So it's not only a change for Kerrigan, it's also a change for Rain, Rob, Sprokey for that matter. A new guy's coming into the team, a new second voice is coming into the team as well, and he's done tremendously well. Today he was the highest rated player on the server, but more so the impact he was able to find. At no point did he seem to be scared to make the right decision. You saw him be aggressive on towards Banana. You saw him be aggressive on the CT side in middle on Inferno. You saw him constantly fight, constantly take duels, and constantly try to impact the game. When you have a player who's sitting in a semi-final inside a full arena and he's not showing any signs of being scared at all, then you know you got the real deal.
You said we saw him fight because he was always ready to fight. And it is such a scarce quality to have for a player to never be caught off guard. Even in transition, even in movement, knowing this is the moment I have to slow down, that's the moment I have to focus on my crosshair, it's about to hit me. And that's a mix of course, mechanical skills, which we know he has, but also just keeping you calm and being connected to the game that's happening, being able to sense the hit will be here in 2 or 3 seconds. I need to be focused. He's never an easy frag. He's never just a guy that's lost in that rotation. These are qualities I would give to Robs usually, but Frozen is displaying this sort of ice-cold mentality, pun intended, and he displayed that again.
And oh my, does he deserve it, right? He was, I wouldn't say stuck within Mouseport for many years. It was a great place to be for his development. He was the star player of the team. He's joining FaZe Clan. He's been in a couple of finals already. He's been easing into it, and now he finds himself in a major final inside the Royal Arena taking place tomorrow. For Frozen to make that move, going from Mousesports into FaZe Clan, he is one of the few players where I can point towards him and be like, listen, dude, you've done so well for yourself for so many years in Mousesports. You fully deserve that move.
I mean, he had an incredible amount of pressure too. Expectation. We were all ready. We were sat watching, scrutinizing, waiting for you possibly to fail, for us to say, you're not Twist, you're not going to be able to have the same kind of success. You were having a good time in Mouse because you were the big dog and you could do whatever you want. And now you become in FaZe and suddenly you're a small fish in this gigantic pond. There was a lot of narrative around that, and I think he's answering the best of the best of way here at the Major. What else can you ask from him?
Biggest compliment is he looks like he belongs in that team.
100%.
So look, just super quick, last question about FaZe. Based on everything you've seen so far, and we know we've got another semi-final coming up, a FaZe win in the Major?
Yes, I think they are. I think they are. The only way I can see someone snatching it from them would be a G2 that enters into an absolute beast mode. And listen, you've been putting the idea out there. You manifested it. I hope you're going to own the responsibility. But it's just what you're made of. Like these nerves of steel is a quality that I'm ready to give to G2 at times because they have displayed it in multiple high-level event, high-prestige event. And I feel like this is what you need to win FaZe, to beat FaZe right now. You can't just have the Counter-Strike. You need to to be warriors. And I think G2 can do it.
I agree with you. You know, think about it. FaZe Clan have taken down Team Spirit, who were the main favorite coming into this
Everyone's
playoff.
favorites.
Everyone's favorite. They're now taking out the best player in the world, Saivu, and made him look, you know, a little bit silly on the server today. We discussed it. They've had a very hard way going into the final. There's one thing that makes me, you know, gibber a little bit in terms of saying that Kerrigan and FaZe Clan is going to win the major. It is that we've seen Kerrigan inside this arena in a couple of finals, and he's yet to find the recipe to win it. Obviously, third time's is a charm.
Third
Perhaps
time's a charm.
a major final as well. It probably helps with the motivation, but against a well-playing G2 who maybe will take down Navi.
Hey, we don't even know. Yeah, we don't even know.
We don't even know, but I'll say it like this. If FaZe Clan is facing Navi tomorrow, yes, I 100% believe they're going to win the major. If it's going to be a FaZe T2, it's completely open.
Right. Well, look, guys, as always, great talking to you both. I think, you know, I didn't have any kind of like expectations of like where it was going to go. It's been emotional, particularly for you, Matthew.
It's been rough.
It's just been so good to watch it with you guys. So thanks so much for your thoughts. And that means now it's time for a break. I'm not going to be on the desk either. We're going to tag in the other team. It's going to be Shox, Moses, and Blair bringing you the second semi-final of the day, NAVI versus G2. You don't want to miss it.
We aggressive. We have met.
What is one of your fingers?
Yeah, we take that. It's fine.
Playing all in bro. Okay, sure.
Was mid.
Alone.
Stop.
Okay.
Pushing ups. Be clear. Hold up. Hold up some more. He's holding you. He's holding you. Then somewhere. Maybe left side. One up side and one up. One side, one up. Okay. He's up. What's that side? 20 seconds. We have 2 bomb.
I'm with you.
I love you. Fucking Robin, man. Insane, bro.
The world is changing quickly. Shoot it.
Changing, but one thing remains the same: victories with 1xBet.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displays. Hang your displays in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at display.com.
We are proud to announce new additions to the XL series. Both are using fast TN panels and newly upgraded Diac2 technology. Fast TN panel with its faster native response time can reveal enemy outlines quicker during flashbang attacks. For IPS panel, more overdrive is required to enhance response speed, leading to dynamic image blurring due to the panel's inability to handle the load. These new monitors integrate new dynamic accuracy technology, Diac2. The upgraded dual backlight design not only provides FPS players with clearer visuals at dynamic aiming and spray control, but are also more friendly to your eyes. Moreover, built in the monitor panel, Diac2 functions independently and doesn't require any sync with PCs, ensuring no impact on game performance. XL setting to share now has auto game mode feature. Besides download, save, share your settings, it will auto apply different color settings based on your usage scenarios. Outlook of the latest monitors are refreshed. It has incorporated industrial-grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired height. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. This is a brief introduction of the new XL monitor. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions.
Yeah, what's popular, it's loud. And this is ASON's commercial. But ASON spent all the money to make the headphones good. and they got no money left for the commercial. So I'm gonna need you to head to ACEZONE.io. ACEZONE. Yo. Code PGL, 50 euros off. Got some headphones. It's now or never.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PGL CS2 Major live from Copenhagen, Denmark, in this beautiful arena that is packed to the absolute brim. My name is Shox, and I'm joined by Blah and by Moses to get into our second semi-final. One IGL held up his part of the bargain. We're going to see if Huxi can do the same, because G2 is up versus NAVI. A wealth of things to talk about, but let's bask in the moment for a second in terms of hopefully what we are going to see today.
Well, what we saw in the first semifinal is obviously experience coming out, right? The FaZe team, the way they've been able to bounce back from the group stage, and going into the second one, it's G2. Can they do the same thing? Great game yesterday, but can they continue that fire?
For me, it's just looking at these two orgs especially, right? Shades of Stockholm, very different lineups, of course, but there are a couple of people from that particular matchup. We have Bit. He's been here. He's taken out Nico in the past, of course, in the grand finals, but just the storylines, it just writes itself.
Well, so, I mean, I wanted to keep it for a bit later, but we can do it right now. NAVI tweeted, of course, a picture of Nuke, and they changed the names of course, what happened back in PGL Stockholm. For the people that aren't familiar, there was a grand final of a major. Nico was in it. G2 was up versus NAVI. And who wants to give the context here of what went wrong?
Well, nobody likes to see this picture. This is a very unsettling picture, obviously, in the midst of a little bit of a comeback from G2 and just a missed opportunity. And Nico's known as one of the best deaglers, so that's a heartbreaking moment that really put a stop to the dream of G2 winning that major.
I can't believe that's how we started.
But I'll tell you this, guess who's on NAVI from the lineup? No one, apart from Bit, so who's winning, right?
True, yeah, that's a good point.
Well,
they've all gone.
So that's pretty big as well, actually, looking at it. There's so many places where we can start, so maybe let's do it by setting the stage of where these teams have come from, particularly in this tournament, and what the expectations were. Has NAVI surprised you in terms of making the semifinal and the level that they have shown so far, Blay?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I feel like this is a kind of a motley crew just coming in here. You lose Simple, the great one in CS2. You get in Wonderful coming in. Massive shoes to fill. You had Imma, JL, the pickups they had, and there were a lot of questions about his lineup with LXCB. Lots of doubts being cast on his IGLing abilities, but he has managed to make this work, make it click, and despite the fact that, you know, they've faced some pretty strong opposition, time and time again, they've surprised us. And hey, they are in the semifinals, so there's no doubt about the fact that they have made it work. That being said, for me, this is one of the big tests.
Yeah, I mean, this was such a piecemeal lineup. Like, despite the fact that coming into the major, there was like a positive feeling that this team was improving, the semifinals feels like a huge overreach. And part of the reason they've done it is Wonderful has been, well, spectacular. He's obviously been just an absolute revelation that we've seen that him hit this level right now. And JL, a huge step up in performance that you probably never thought he would be capable of, and he's delivering for NAVI in a big way.
And he's been doing it consistently. Of course, he had that life game versus Spirit, dropping 40 frags, but he's been really, really solid overall. And maybe let's talk a little bit more about the op matchup in particular, starting at Wonderful. You know, starting in NAVI, where you start off with Simple breathing down your neck. Now you're breathing down everyone else's neck, because you have been putting up a fantastic performance in these playoffs so far, and is going to be so crucial up versus m0NESY.
Yeah, that's, I mean, Wonderful's emergence in these playoffs and in this tournament has been incredible. Like, to see this happen, and it's just another really young, talented opper that's bursting onto the scene that's going to be around forever. And I mean, you see as well, same qualities that we saw in m0NESY when he first blew up on the scene as well. Really sharp, really fast, solid in clutches as well. He's a really good late round opper. He's got the whole package, this Wonderful kid. And I mean, we're going to see it again on the stage.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if Simple's coming back, he's not going to be picking up the op, I'll tell you that right now. And the really cool thing here for me is, we talk about m0NESY, the baby goat, the Flash. Wonderful's only 19 as well, and this is his second major playoffs as well, right? He did play in Rio with that Spirit lineup. So for the fact fact that he's able to play in different lineups, in the international lineup this time around, instead of on a chopper and still delivering to this level, this is the reason NAVI are here today in Copenhagen.
Yeah, and Modesty's the reason G2 is here as well. He's been a hard carry, but if you look at these two operas, the beautiful thing about it, you mentioned the ages, these guys are going to be around forever.
Yes.
And, while these two teams have gone head-to-head, 5 times leading into this major in previous matchups, having it happen on a major stage, this is the first line in a story about a rivalry that we could be watching in Counter-Strike for a decade. This could be another beautiful clash that we see over and over again for the next however long years.
Yeah, hopefully it's the first page in that book, of course. And it's interesting to me because you have had a big conversation about established teams and experienced teams versus new blood. Here in both teams, you actually have a mix. And as you say, you have a 19-year-old and an 18-year-old who are wielding the op and trying to make sure that their team also gets into that CS2 era. So we got to talk about the supporting cast. Of course, there's much more than that in many of the cases. So where do you want to start? We did him dirty with the Deagle picture. So shall we start with Nico?
Yeah, I mean, you can start with Nico, and here's the thing, I look at the core here, obviously there have been some few changes here and there, and finally we have Nexa back in this roster. There have been a few doubts about it as well, but end of the day, they are in the semi-finals. I'm looking at Hunter, I'm looking at Nico, I'm looking at Nexa, but for me, it is about Nico. I mean, the greatest rifler we've ever had in CSGO, and CS2 has not been kind to him. I'm heading into this matchup right now, and I'm going to say right now, in current form, JL has had way more impact with the rifle than any other player in the server today, which is shocking to say when you have someone like Nico there.
I mean, it's a testament to how well JL's been playing, that he's the guy that we have in this graphic next to Nico, like the greatest of all-time rifler that we've ever had in Counter-Strike. But, I mean, you say that, it's not entirely inaccurate, but I think still going into the semi-final match, you pick Nico 10 out of 10 times in this head-to-head, especially with the way we saw him playing yesterday, especially the way we saw G2 playing yesterday. These guys are fired up, and I think Nico is going to come into this ready to party.
Yeah, I mean, that was the question. We didn't know if he was going to flip the switch. For now, it switched on. We saw it yesterday. Let's talk a bit about what transpired, you know. Mouse went into that match as the favorites, but they did not show up because G2 just worked as a cohesive, I think, for the first part, maybe even this tournament.
I think a lot of it mentality, and probably the first time we saw G2 really look like G2 was that quarterfinal match, and sucks for Mouse, I guess, in that sense. Yeah, you ran into a tough one. But even Nico in the post-game interview is just saying, our issues aren't inside the server. It's not with Counter-Strike, it's not with strategy, it's with our emotions, it's with our mental game approaching and how we kind of step into these maps. And what we saw yesterday in that series was a G2 that wanted to influence the game, that wanted to be proactive, that wanted to set the tone, that wanted to be aggressive and in Mouse's face at all times. And look, that's going to throw off NAVI as well. If G2 comes in with that same kind of an attitude today, constantly pushing, Nico and Hunter doing work, getting impact kills, Navi's going to have a real tough time. Alexi's going to have a tough time.
I mean, these guys are big game players, so we can't really forget about that. And despite the fact that the form has dropped off a little bit, they have looked a little rough. Like yesterday against Mouse, who continued to struggle on the stage. You're looking at a NAVI yesterday where players like Imma completely disappeared. Our bit was looking shaky, but Nico, Hunter, Nexa, even Monacy now, they've been on stages like this, massive crowds in front of them, and have delivered time and time again. So you're talking about experience of being calm in a server, it is heavily favoring G2.
Are you not mentioning him on purpose? Hooksy did a great job yesterday.
He's been there just once.
Only once?
I mean, in a major playoffs.
Fair enough. We'll come back to it. I do hear that Paula's standing by on the floor, so let's see what he's got for us.
I am absolutely stood by on the floor right now, shocked for perhaps the final crowd check-in of the night. Copenhagen, how are we doing? I need you all with me now. NAVI, G2, they need you with them now. When I point and I say where you are, I need you to raise the roof. But first, quiet. Left! Right! Middle! And now, everyone together, blow this roof to smithereens! One more time! Everyone, it's time for our second semi-final of the first CS2 Major. Make some noise!
Paula, your voice!
I know, the poor guy.
He's full sending it. He's been full sending it for a couple of days.
He
now.
has, and I can't do that, so I have a lot of respect for that indeed, and needs us to get warmed up into it. So we're going to dive more into specifics as we go on. I would also like to get maybe the map feed a little bit earlier, not yet, but like not with 4 minutes left to spare, because I think perhaps it may be interesting. I heard a couple of rumblings, but let's talk about a couple of particulars as well. We brought up Kuroxy. We started to have the conversation. Is it fair to say he's like a guy that people love to hate sometimes?
Yeah, very polarizing figure, I think, you know, among the community, both for his performance as a player, as an individual, although I don't think you can be too harsh on it at the moment. He had a solid quarterfinals as well, putting up some big numbers and having some impact for his team, called great games. And Alexi, on the other side of it, is also a guy like a strategic mind, but I think people are still confused exactly about how to place Alexi B in like the pantheon of in-game leaders, because we know the tactical prowess is there. He's had some tough times with some tough teams and unable to get things going, and I think, honestly, the biggest indictment, ironically, is his failure to make the G2 lineup work when he was the in-game leader.
Yes. I mean, absolutely. And the fact that, you know, it's Kuroxy coming in, it is kind of interesting in a way. But if you're talking about, if you're going to be critical about Kuroxy and his, you know, fragging ability, everyone's like, he's calling a good game, he's marshalling the troops, but he's not quite finding the impact in the server. Actually, he's doing much better than Alexi B, who has right now the lowest rated player in the tournament, which is kind of wild when you are in the semifinals. So for Kuroxy, all the haters will be shutting their mouths up if he's able to pull this off, you know, put up a shut up.
It's a huge value to Alexi, though, that he can have that kind of a low number and still be able to get his team to this position, because if you look back, I mean, look, the best one to point at is the win they had in the group stage over G2. Came down from, what, 12-7? Navi was down in that game, and Kuroxy called an absolutely perfect end to the game to end up winning the map. And like that is a special game. Alexi, yes.
All right,
I know, it's confusing. Yeah, they're biased. What is it? I don't know. Who knows? But yeah, talking about Alexi, you said it there, kind of the indictment about that G2 roster, if that didn't work out. And I think it's the opposite, that people really want to love Alexi because of the promise and the fact that after that kind of ends initial glory, he hasn't been dealt the best cards around him in order to make it work. And this is by no means an easy project to get into, an international roster, a bit who is picking up the communication in English. That may be also a factor as to why he hasn't been as active as before, but there's so many puzzle pieces at play here.
Yeah, and I think he's gotten very fortunate that some of these puzzle pieces have worked out really well, because this, you're right, this is not an easy job to step into when you transition into a new language. Pitt has been taking English lessons since this roster went international. It was a nightmare at the start of it. You had Wonderful, who had to kind of learn how to play the game. You had Ema, who was a huge gamble after his performance at the Paris Major. Him bringing in JL with his step up is a massive thing for Alexi to have next to him as well. So yeah, he's been able to marshal this team really well. You can't take any credit away from what he's been able to do with this team.
I like the semantics that you use there, because you use gamble for Emma but not for JL, and that is results-based analysis.
Well, yeah, and also, like, you know, JL wasn't necessarily meant to be this player putting up these kinds of numbers. He wasn't a gamble in the same sense.
Yeah, and we're talking about the international lineups, the fact that, you know, it seems to be, you know, the era of national teams seems to have kind of died, so to speak, and I feel like Alexi B is a good champion of that, right? We just saw some of the lineups he's played in the past as well. We're talking about Ents lineup, then moving to international lineup and whatnot. So for me, like, this could be his crowning moment. This could be his chance to really shut up a lot of people, especially as Jason just pointed out right now. It was a very tumultuous time when he came into the NAVI lineup, losing simple as well.
You can have the same kind of comparison over to Kuroxy on the other side too, because he's probably warranted, and I think a lot of the criticism is fair when you consider this, how much skill is on this G2 team. Much like Alexi, he struggles to make it work.
Listen, you have Monacy and Nico, come on.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing. It's like Cologne and Katowice. Those are huge events to win. Those are huge trophies to have, and they're wonderful. Obviously, a major would be another wonderful thing. But the fact that this G2 team hasn't been able to be consistent and establish, you know, I'm not going to say like they should have established an era or a dynasty, but the fact that you're not able to put up more trophies and win more events and look more like you're a team that's functional is probably the biggest criticism you can have on Kuroxy.
It's very interesting, because when you look at it, you know, blankly, and you look at kind of that blast victory at the end of 2022, then winning Katowice, then winning Cologne, a lot of teams would say, yes, I want to sign up for that, but I guess the criticism is keep that going with the people you have on that lineup at that point in time. And of course, the Rio Major not even making it, then in Paris not even making it to this biggest stage. Now, finally, it all has to come together, and that feeling of, I absolutely have to prove it here, and on top of that, it's on my home soil.
Yeah, it is on his home soil, but for me, I think the narrative ties in with Nico.
Yeah.
We have to talk about Nico here, right? Obviously, one of the greatest rifles we've ever had, never to win a major. He's been in 2 grand finals right there. Just look at the legacy this guy has cemented. These are some incredible placings, playing through, you know, with G2, with FaZe, with Mouse, all the way back then. He's been playing for years right now. So many events, couple of grand finals, but he never got that major. So Kuroxy having to get him, that's the thing. That's a big question here. Can they give him a major?
Yeah, there's 2 that stick out in that that list, right, Moses?
Yeah.
Of course, Boston and
The
Stockholm.
heartbreak in Boston, as I call it for Nico.
Well, it's not that much of a heartbreak to some people, but yeah, he did end up getting second place there in Stockholm. I think the biggest indictment here isn't those second places, it's the amount of times he's not made the playoffs as well. 13 majors, what was that? And like 5 times he hasn't been able, 5 times he's been in the playoffs, which like for someone of his caliber and some of the teams he's been on, that's kind of mental to think that he's missed out on the playoffs that frequently.
I mean, Antwerp, like he gets Monaco, he misses out on Antwerp, he misses out on in Rio as well, and a Paris Major. This isn't what we expect from Nico. Nico should be someone who should be in the semifinals, in the grand finals, chasing the championships. And sure, it's nice to win Cato, it's nice to win Cologne, these are great events, but a major is a bloody major. And Nico, he needs to get it.
Yeah, perhaps you could see it as a sign, right? The fact that it finally happened in Kato, the fact that it finally happened in Cologne. Will it be here? We don't know, but there's a couple of things that have been really, really strange about this G2 run. I mean, we were completely ready to write them off, send them home immediately. We all know what happened with Virtus Pro. We all know that it wasn't all smooth sailing yesterday either. What's going on with this team?
I don't even know. Like it's crazy the way they've been able to bounce back, especially when you consider just to get to the playoffs, they had to win 2 best-of-3s in a row. Like they had backs against the wall really early on in those series over Ecstatic and Virtus Pro. They got some gifts. And as we saw, like they're going to take advantage of them, and you can't fault them for that. And this is a team with the mentality they have right now. I don't think they don't care at all either. They're just like, we're just going to keep moving forward, and we're just going to keep winning games however we get it.
I mean, Connor just literally called them yesterday after they beat Mouse, the soldiers of God, right with the hand of God and everything. Well, might as well just march on then. Just don't let anyone stop you.
Yeah, we'll see indeed. On the other side then, you know, we have the tape of the best of one they played on Nuke, which was, to me, really a testament of Alexi B and Blade and the planning and changing on the fly in those last 2 rounds, figuring G2 out. They had started that map with a very dynamic T side, but we have to be honest, it was also a lot coming down to kind of personal outplays and clutches and a Zeus kill here and there, and not that much planning?
Honestly, G2 should have won this game. Honest to God, it should have been like 13-8 or something like that. But NAVI, I want to take not anything away from them. Alexi B, I think, called a fantastic sequence of rounds. Might be the best like calling sequence I've seen so far at the major. Those 5 rounds to bring it back, winning at 13-11. But that being said, right, why were G2 playing so scared? Why were they in their own heads? Why were they playing so reactive?
Because it was group stage G2, wasn't playoff G2.
Think?
Yeah.
But may I pry? You say Alexi B called those rounds perfectly. What did he change and how did he kill them?
I mean, there was some clutches from Wonderful, but I think a lot of it came down with Alexi B's calling a leader who's great at adaptation, and he figured out eventually there's a weakness outside. There's some gaps you can get to outside. Alexi was able to push a couple times, able to wrap towards heaven. That's something, if Nuke comes into this pool in this matchup, G2's gonna have to be very cognizant of, and the way they lost that game, I guarantee they poured over that tape, frustrated. They'll have that in the back of their minds.
And if you're G2 coming into this as, for me, at the very least favorites, you have the better players as well than someone like Nico and Monaco. If you're Huxley, you're not trying to play super reactive. That's what they did. That's why they lost at Nuke game. They're just reacting to what Alexi was throwing at them. There was no early aggression. We were watching FaZe earlier today, the way they were playing the CT side, just in your face, not allowing your opposition to kind of dictate the pace, right? You shouldn't allow them to happen, because if that happens, that's when you can activate a JL or the Wonderful, and then things get a little grim. And that's what happened in that map.
It's what G2 did yesterday. It's exactly what G2 did yesterday. And that's why I think like this matchup, I think G2 can actually, there's a world in which G2 can just blow NAVI out of the water. I think they can be really aggressive and really solid. If they come out and play like they did yesterday, NAVI's in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I see how you can say that if you look at kind of the individual skill that showed up to the server from G2 side yesterday. But is Huxley going to keep pushing through the smoke and getting 2 opening kills every 3 rounds? I don't think so, right? So there's going to have to be more planning, more strategizing going into it. So I hope it at least, because otherwise NAVI is just not showing up, and I don't believe that.
Yeah, they're going to show up. They're going to have some resistance to it. But Hunter and Nico, I mean, the nice thing if you're G2, you don't necessarily need Huxley to push through. That's like icing on the cake. That's like something you didn't expect to have happen. You're not planning for that, and he's giving you a little bit more. Kerrigan's doing the same thing with FaZe, by the way, which is pretty crazy.
Except Kerrigan's actually fragging out.
Yeah,
it's an epidemic.
But you have Hunter who's going to be able to have those impact frags. That's the guy that you want set up, and him and Nico are playing at the same exact level right now. They have the same exact rating in this tournament. Individually, they are on par with each other, just going blow for impact kills they're providing to G2.
Kovac factor, it can be very, very strong.
Yeah, absolutely. And yesterday, especially to see Hunter kind of back, kind of playing to the level we expect from him, that is absolutely going to be a win condition for G2. And this was a conversation coming into, when JKS got cut and Nexa came in, we were like, yo, this is supposed to activate Hunter. This is supposed to activate the duo to star riflers, but it never really happened. But if it's going to require an arena to wake it up, so be it.
Well, also, think of the tournaments they won. If you win, Cologne and Katowice, the strength of that was the trio of Monaco, Nico, and Hunter, and those guys. all three of those guys played excellently yesterday. All three of those guys were there. So I mean, you have like the main win condition is this core of G2 excelling in these stage games. And look, this is a different team than the group stage. It's a completely different. Like I almost write that nuke off in a sense, just because the G2 we saw yesterday is vastly different than the G2 we saw in the elimination stage.
Even if we see it again?
Yes. Absolutely.
All right. For NAVI then, I know that we've had kind of like question marks, right? Because we talk so much about JL, and oh my God, by the way, looking at the path that this guy has walked, right? Another semi-final after the one last year in Paris. Of course, the same goes for Emma, who then went on to play the final as well with Gamer Legion. But for JL to be the guy to rise up, and to me also be a little bit of the face publicly of this NAVI lineup in terms of kind of how he gets the people going, how he speaks to the fans, and also what he drops on the server. But in terms of a technical change in that team, what does that change then? Because Emma was supposed to be that guy.
I think it's an interesting tale when you look at Emma and the positions he plays. He's being set up to be the star player. He's having all the star player roles. And JL actually has a slightly rougher position, so to speak. The fact that he's able to still elevate himself, and also, as you pointed out, I'm looking at the body language and the comms when things are looking a little grim for the team. He seems to be the guy kind of rallying the troops, so to speak. So yes, absolutely, he's been fantastic. But we have to touch upon Emma. You look at his Paris performance just a year ago, 1.35 rating in the run he had. This is the reason he got picked up by NAVI. This is the reason his stocks went so high. And he's just been struggle city ever since then. And here at this event, in the semi-finals, he's the 6th worst rated player in the tournament. If he doesn't step up here, this is going to be a dunzo for NAVI.
Yeah, and I think he's getting bailed out a lot at the moment, or all of NAVI really, by the performance of Wonderful, by the performance of JL. That's really helping kind of shield it. But that's the biggest concern you have to have of NAVI coming into this match, is you do kind of look down that list and you see those underperformances, and it's so concerning. And Alexi B's been able to call well enough to hide some of those deficiencies on the T side. Wonderful's op and JL's playing has been able to hide some of that on the CT side as well. So they're getting some gifts in areas, but if any of those gifts get taken away, if any of those things fall a little bit flat, they're in a lot of trouble, You
can't always have a life game if you're JL or if you're Wonderful, right? But you got to hope that the rest of the team is going to step up as well. It is definitely possible. Emma also gave an interview. What did you think about the quote? He gave it to HLTV where he said, I don't care if I'm at the bottom of the scoreboard if we win the tournament.
Buddy, listen, if you're the bottom of the scoreboard, you're not winning the tournament. You're not winning the semi-finals. It's not going to be happening. I mean, are we watching the same game here? Because I'm watching him play star positions on the CT side and completely capitulate. Yesterday, the game they had against Eternal Fire on that A bomb side, where he is the A rifler, such an important role to play as A rotate towards B and whatnot. He was completely flat, barely getting kills. It was wonderful just getting multi-kills after multi-kills every single round, which enabled him to have a little bit of a CT side. So, and I can just expand this into multiple maps as well. I'm looking at Mirage, for example, on the CT side.
Yeah.
T side, when he has momentum going, he's got plays to make. I feel like he feels more comfortable in the server.
Yeah.
But a CT side, man, you can't just disappear.
Well, I mean, as that quote, I think that's like that's what you kind of have to tell yourself to kind of keep yourself mentally in the game a little bit. But you also put a lot of pressure on winning the tournament so that no one cares. You're still quite a ways away from that. 2 series against 2 of the best teams in the world. So, yeah, he's putting some pressure on his shoulders in that one. But I think in reality, it's mostly just, I mean, that is kind of how you stay focused on the game mentally, is to adopt that kind of thinking. It's not true.
I mean, if CB said that, it's like if I'm bottom frag of a win, it's fine because he's actually calling. You can't have your star rifler do that.
No, you can't. So we'll see if that's the case again.
There's still, like, look, I think too, like, I don't want to harp too much on his underperformance. I think it's a big factor, but you also still have an Opera playing out of his mind. You have JL playing out of his mind, and you have Bit, who's also kind of struggled and been a little bit underwhelming, but performing well enough in his role to still be a solid anchor. Not really going above and beyond in any crazy sense, but doing a good enough job. So you have some of the pieces still there working. It's just, again, when you get onto the stage in a major semifinal in the major playoffs, you need all those pieces at some point to step up a notch and deliver something special.
And I guess people have been wondering, why haven't we hammered on Bit as hard as we have battered on Emma? Because Emma is newer to this position.
Yeah, and for Bit, like yesterday, we could see he was feeling very nervous. He was uncharacteristically missing a lot of frags, a lot of sprays, which is something you're going to expect from a major winner, the only major winner here in the server, right? He's been used to this sort of environment, one of the best debuts we've ever had. But yes, you can clearly see pressure will impact you. When the pressure's on and you realize that you, as kind of the veteran of this team, despite being so very young, there's going to be a lot of responsibility on you. He was struggling a bit, but as Jason said, when it mattered the most, he did deliver.
Yeah, and he's also doing a lot of, he's also very vocal in this team now.
Yeah.
Like, we kind of touched on his English.
The English lessons are working out, I guess.
Yeah, we noticed in the elimination stage, he's talking during timeouts, he's calling plays for himself, he's being active, and he's making sure people know exactly what's going on and what he wants to happen in a round. around, which is a very cool thing to see out of Bit. So I mean, he's bringing a lot. He's bringing more to the table in that sense than we normally see on the outside.
Yeah, and let's talk a little bit about the bigger expectations as we're getting closer to meeting the teams on stage, and then Banks talking to a few of them in terms of NAVI, because you have an organization that is built to play in finals of majors, right? That always wants to get to that highest echelon of play. But you do have a team here that you can forgive something, I think, in terms of kind of the things that we touched on. International roster, trying to make it work, trying to level up as you go with the right stepstones, with people taking on different positions, with people speaking in different languages.
I think NAVI losing here is going to be heartbreaking no matter what. But I think from the outside looking in, the expectations, I think they've gotten them already. I think like this semifinal is something they need to be super proud of.
Blade literally just said, you know, top 4 is what we're aiming for.
Yeah.
They've got it so far. At this point, just go for the extra little bit.
Yeah, that's the reason I want to set it up as such, because when you look on the other side, then we brought up the Boston context, for instance. We brought up the Stockholm context. You know, now you are a favorite. You weren't yesterday versus Mouse in most people's mind. But by the play that you have showed as G2 and the level you have shown, now you are. And now it is time to put up or shut up.
It's trophy or bust for G2.
Yeah.
And that's where like the pressure kind of falls squarely on their shoulders is, you know, you have to get to that final. You have to win that trophy. You have to be able to deliver with the stars that you have and the players that you have, and also the Sharks swirling around, because we know that we've seen some teams try and tease some of these players away. It's there. They might not be thinking about it now, but that it is there behind this G2 team that if they don't win this trophy, there's a chance this team might not get another crack at it.
Oof, it's a heavy burden to bear, and it's a lot of pressure, but someone who knows how to deal with the pressure and who knows how to give us a great show, it's James Banks, and he's standing by on stage.
Thank you very much, Shocks. Royal Arena, are you still with us? Now, yesterday, it was impressive, but today there's over 16,000 of you in this arena. Are you ready to show that the Royal Arena can be the best arena in Counter-Strike? All right, let's do this again. I want to hear all of you make as much noise as possible. Let it roar! Well, let's start by getting our first team to the stage. Yesterday, it was wonderfully done by this team, but it's going to be a lot harder this time around. It may have been a 2-0, but it certainly wasn't clean. Now, they need to see if they can push that extra step further against a team that they have beaten over and over again. It's NAVI! And their opponent, they've been through it all, but they've never given up. And they continue to show us that they can defy the odds and beat expectations. But those expectations have come just a bit higher, especially when the trio of stars they have is starting to perform. It's G2! Alexi, come join me. Hooksy, back over here. It's almost time for our next semi-final. Now, Alexi, birthday semi-final matchup. You must be feeling pretty good.
Ah, it feels good.
Guys, I want you to say happy birthday to Alexi for me. On 3, 2, 1. Now, yesterday's game, yes, you won, but it wasn't pretty at times. How do you feel about that?
Wasn't pretty at times, but the win is a win. That's the most important.
And in terms of a win being a win, you continue to win over G2, but you must expect it to be a much tougher game on the stage right now.
It's always been tough, as I said. Many games could have went both ways. Still managed to be, they managed not to beat us, yes, but we have a couple aces up our sleeve, and I hope we're going to continue this streak.
Ooh, a couple aces up your sleeve. Do you feel like you're in Hooksy's head a bit?
Excuse me?
Do you feel like you're in Hooksy's head?
I don't know. I don't know Hooksy that well, but I don't think so.
Okay, okay. Respect is being shown. Hooksy. Well, it is still Copenhagen, and yesterday this crowd was really on your side. But guys, is Copenhagen behind Hooksy? You are getting some love in there, but your team talk a lot about mentality, right? How is that mentality right now, where you said yesterday that it does feel like your best chance to lift this trophy?
The mentality is great right now. I think that we thrive when we're in front of such an amazing crowd, and for me at least, the nerves are completely gone. I just enjoy it, and yeah, well, you cannot do anything else but enjoy this, so yeah.
The nerves are completely gone. Did your own individual performance help with that a bit? Did your own individual performance help with that a bit?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe if I won the first round, it would have been better. But yeah, it was acceptable.
And do you think that you've worked out how to take down NAVI this time? Because you have struggled against them.
I don't know if I can say that since we lost the last 5 times. But Nico said it yesterday. I think that if we win today, it's even ground.
It's even ground. Well, let's see if it goes down that way. Shake hands, bump fists, whatever you want to do, and take your seats. Royal Arena, are you excited for this one? Let's test this out. Who is going to win this match? Is it NAVI? Is it G2? NAVI! G2! Well, it looks like G2 win it. Let's see if they do in the survey.
Let's see indeed, and thank you so much for setting up a very important point that we are yet to touch on after all of that, being the match history between these two teams and the fact that NAVI is G2's kryptonite up until this point. So what does it come down to? What does NAVI always do, or is it always different, or does G2 always crumble? What's going on?
I think honestly, in my mind, it's been a lot of a diminished G2. It's been a G2 that hasn't been striking at full power. They haven't reaching their full potential. Integrating Nexa in, I think, obviously has been very shaky at times. Hasn't looked as good as they probably would have liked it to. And I mean, you have a team that's been on the other side on a rise. The question's always been, what can NAVI actually get to? What can they reach? But everything's been on a positive trend. While G2, it has looked extremely shaky since the addition of Nexa.
Yeah, absolutely. But you also have to have a little bit of context, right? They have lost, what, 5 series now, back to back to back to back to back. 4 of them have been group stages. 4 of them have been in studio. They only beat them in an arena in the World Finals, which is over a few months ago. That was when m0NESY was the only carry on this team. That was when Nico was struggling with CS2 coming in. That was when, as he's pointed out right there, Nexa was having a little bit of a rough time trying to fit into this team. This is a different G2 coming into this matchup, FJ, even though history says otherwise.
But I mean, I think a big reason why they've been able to do it is this guy and the coach behind him, Blade, being able to set up amazing game plans to really just put these players in a great position to actually exploit this. I think the improvement and of JL, the improvement of Wonderful over time. Like, Wonderful's a guy who, when he came into this team, it was kind of like, what are we going to get? It wasn't quite the explosive introduction that we got from m0NESY when he joined G2 originally, but it's just been getting steadily and steadily better. And here at the Major, it's just eclipsed everything. It's been absolutely insane.
It has, and it looks like we're primed to see kind of, hopefully, a perfect semifinal in that we have an Alexi who's feeling good. You hear it there on stage, a Hooksy who's saying, I'm not nervous anymore after yesterday, but we'll have to see. Let's start talking about the maps before we see the veto. And where do you guys think this is going to go?
I mean, G2 are a team who try to, flex a 7-map pool, so to speak, but we're not going to be seeing Mirage coming out here. They're going to band it out, and obviously for NAVI, it's not going to be Vertigo. This could really go anywhere. I think they share a very, very common map pool, so to speak. NAVI, they have Nuke as an edge. I don't really expect anyone to go for Anubis pick, because an Anubis pick, if you ask me, it's too risky. It's just too risky as your pick. Maybe he's a decider. This could legit go anywhere if you ask me.
Yeah, they have a lot of maps that they both share that they're both going to be happy to play. So it's just kind of what sequence do you want them in, and that's going to be the interesting factor. I expect we're going to see Nuke somewhere in the pool. I think we're going to get a rematch from that elimination stage game as well, and we'll see. Because again, this is going to be such a cool series in terms of the in-game leaders and how well they're putting them up. So there's the Mirage ban from G2, and you expected Vertigo to be banned as well?
Yeah, there we go.
And let's see what now pops up as the first map we're going to see. It's Anubis, Black.
Okay, all right. We saw this with Cloud9 where they allowed it through. That being said, FU, Cloud9, whole different team altogether. It's their best map after all, so maybe G2. They did look pretty good later on. Nuke pick coming in. This is LXCB saying, Hoaxy, I'm in your head. I have your number on this one.
I don't know. That's a really dangerous pick, I think, from Navi, considering the way G2 is actually looking dominant on that map in the elimination stage. The comeback that was required out of it, which is obviously going to be very well dissected by G2 heading up into this series, and we're going to be finishing over on Ancient.
Oh, baby. All right, listen, I'm going to say this. I'm going to put it out there. I might have had my doubts, but it's Anubis coming in from G2, but I feel Navi should have just gone with Overpass. I feel Overpass is a map that, despite the fact they lost, they completely capitulated Cloud9 earlier. They have otherwise looked very good on that map. It's a map that I don't think G2 played that much. It's their kind of second band, so to speak. I think that's a missed opportunity coming in here from Navi.
I just like the first map of Anubis. I think it's going to be an amazing map to get this series started on. When you consider we've talked the praises of both of the in-game leaders, Hoaxy, how he's had this team mentally prepared and how well they're playing and how assertive they're playing versus a very strategic-minded Alexi who's got to move his pieces around perfectly. Anubis is a wonderful map for that. It gives a lot of strategic variety to it. You can play fast, you can play tactical, you can be explosive, you can be slow-paced, and we're going to see how well these in-game leaders can call around each other on the most T-sided map we have in the pool.
Yeah, and what the approach is going to be, and if Wonderful is going to feel as comfortable, if m0NESY is now, he's never not done it when it's been on a big stage, right? We know him to be consistent, but Wonderful is going to have to match that and more. I'm not saying they're going to be up against each other directly, but as you say, in terms of the plans that the IGLs decide to field every single round.
Like, especially considering that these two players are the talismans of these two teams, right? Wonderful obviously being the MVP for Navi. m0NESY, the highest rated player so far at the majors, still standing, mind you. He's going to try and beat everywhere, because once they lost to Cloud9, you look at the other games that G2 played on Anubis, it was m0NESY just being in the right place, the right time. He said in interviews as well, he's been given the freedom by Hoaxy saying, yo, if you're feeling it, if your intuition telling you to go towards B, go B. If you feel like it's A, just go for it. It's given free reign, and that's why they're winning on this map.
I think if we get a G2 that we saw yesterday, that same G2 hits the stage, and we'll probably be able to tell in the first 5 or 6 rounds of this opening map, I don't think Navi have what it takes from top to bottom of that roster to withstand it. I think if we get that G2 from yesterday, this is going to be a nice blowout for the G2 fans.
I've heard if so many times, but maybe it won't matter today. I love that we have two historical organizations who had a rivalry in CS. They are now carrying it into CS2, and they have a chance to get their spot in the grand final of the PGL Major tomorrow. And we, of course, have two fantastic maestros to lead us through it.
Yeah. За хоёр дахь тоглолт G2 эсрэг Navi. Эхний мап хэвлэн болж байна. Самапподоо гарч ирсэн. Самапподын өвдөх юм бол дахны мап Anubis G2-гийн сонгосон мап, хоёр дахь мап Navi-гаас Nuke гарч ирсэн. Гурав дахь мап Decider-аар Ancient үлдсэн байгаа даа. Хоёр багийн тоглолт semi-final, хоцсон баг нь grand final дээр FaZe эсрэг аврагын төлөө тоглох бол хожигдсон баг нь хасагдана. Yeah. Oh, dang. Yeah, энэ хоёр баг ч өмнө чран дээр ямар гэдэг хөчлөө. Yeah, Navi Eternal Fire-ыг 2 тэглэж гарч ирсэн байна semi-final руу. G2 Mouse-ыг 2 тэглэж гарч ирсэн. Ийм л үзүүлэлт хоёр байгаа юм да. Тэгээ first round Navi terror талаасаа G2 counter талаас за давуугаа сонгоод Navi-ийн terror-оос эхэлж байгаа. За Anubis бол terror талдаа даваатай мап. Big амгаалтан дээр 3, дээр 2. Яахгүй нөө гайгүй. Ядрахгүй л байна. За биг оролт хийхнэ. Main-ээр 3, connector-оор 2. Temple төрдгий smoke хийгээд. За 3 нь бол шамгаалт дээр байгаа шүү дээ. За Nico нэг flash лэрч байгаа юм байна. флаш татсан. За жил унагчж байгаа. Ийм хаалт гомсон Kuroxy шууд трейд нороод ирсэн. Бэйгийн сая тоосон бомплантыг нүүлцэн 2 хүн хоёул аагаас орж ирж байгаа. За ерөнхий бараг 10-ны раундыг NAVI авчиж байгаа байна да. NAVI-гийн best round. Monesi kit байхгүй маань. Энэ бол нэлээд муу дээ. За бит Monesi гонсон. Сүүлд тоглогч Nexa. За савсан эмаг үзчихэж байгаа. Нэг Энэстэй одоо тэгэл маргааш явал дууслаа да. Одоо ганц өдөр л үлдсэн байж тээ Major дуусгаад. Өнөөдөр хэдүүлээ ингэж өнгөрөөл маргааш орой Grand Final үзэл. За тэгэл тэмцээн дуусж байгаа. Өмнө энэ хоёр Grand Final үзэл чийдөө хожигдож байлаа байна. Энэ хоёрын өмнөх учраас зараатай явуун дээр хамгийн сүүлд болж байсан. Энэ хоёр багийн хоорондын учраас юм бол ласт дээр тоглож байсан. Энэ бол нэг том тэмцээн юм шиг наа. Premier World Finals дээр тоглож байсан юм шүү дээ. Ласт нь тухайн тоглолтын дээр бол NAVI доогуур зурлыг 2-1-ээр хожиж ирсэн юм байна. Quarter final-ын тоглолт байсан байх шүү. За Blast-ийн Premier Spring дээр NAVI 2 тэгдэж байсан. Тэрний үн дээр бас NAVI 2 тэгдэж байсан. 2 нэгдэж байсан. Бас Groups дээр бас 2 тэгдэж байсан. Ер нь бол сүүлийн бүх учраанууд дээр бол NAVI дандаа чийдэг хожиж исэн юм байна. Боогоор сурлууд дээр. 1 2 3 4 боогоор сурал тоглоод бүгдэн дээр NAVI очсон. Сая энэ PGL-ийн Major-ийн ихсийн тоглолтын дээр ч гэсэн NAVI G2-тэй тоглоо 13-11-ээр хожижсэн байна шүү дээ. Elimination stage дээр. Ер нь бол G2-тэй тоглоод NAVI илүү хүчтэй юм байна. Өнөөдөр яах вэ харъя да. За энэ пауз ороод ямар зуураатай юм бэ? Ямар нэгэн пауз зуураагүй тоглолт үзмж байх уу? Чихвчээс олж ийн гинэ. Яа, за энэ үзээ сууж байгаа басгүй юм гоё байх таа. Хиг үштэй. Яагаад шадраад ирсэн нэг гончж байгаа. Force Valorant хийсэн байна уу? Kuroxy унаад Valorant план хийсэн. Эсмэг гарсан контент тоглогч би антриг унаад сүүлийн хүн Monesi Mass-ийнээс гүйж ирж байгаа. Нэг эсрэг 4. За хоёр тэг болох нь ойлгомжтой хаа. Хоёр тэг нь ойлгомжтой. За одоо эк орно гэдэг байгаа ч тийм. Сая force buy хийсэн. Мөнгө байхгүй. Армор USB-ээр гарч ирээ. За цаасан дээр бичснээр бол NAVI л илүү баг нь байна да. Илүү баг нь бол NAVI байна. За тэ G2 чөчтөр илүү байсан маусаа хожоо гараад ирсэн баг штэ бас. Awesome гүгээд аа. Смок гэсэн. Өнөөс ийгэл шот байна. Жабай хамаа дөрөв байна. Өнөөс араас нь иймага хоёр. Зөөж загвардаг. Городик. За дараагийн раунд бүтэн баяртай. Нэг сайн нэг буу нахаж л үзэх шиг байна. Армор байхгүй. Нэг сейвлээд байх юм бол байна даа. Яаж зэрэгсэг юмсан. Монисийн манай Монголын юу болох байна. График. Плей-офф дээр бүх тоглолтын дээр л зөөр шүршиж давжлаа. За Монисг аппарат ирсэн. Армор гоп юм байна. Шалтаа оптой. Захны гээл бид гонсон. За энэ оронд бимийн дээр нь дайрсан биш тулгаж смогтоод Kuroxy шахсан байгаа. Ийм авахаар нэг донд шиж байгаа юм байна да. Дөрөвгүй ч үгүй үзчихлээ. Тэглэг үзэж чадсангүй. Сегол дээр Нико, А дээр Монес ярьж байгаа. Нөгөө гурав нь Б гарцсан. Юунэтэй хуцаа. За гол флашта дорил гэдэндээ ийм ард нь Алексей флаш өрөвдөгч. Wonderful flash-ын төлөв. Захны хэл арыг нь за Алексей бүнийг хавуулаад унагчиж байгаа юм байна. 3 эсрэг. За Б-гээс согш төлөвлөгөөнд орсон. Гол руугаа тусамжаар хүрээд ирсэн. Молли дулчиж байгаа. За Commentator cross руу орох юм бол тэнд Монес харсан байгаа юм да. За кросн дээр ийм маныг унагсан Kuroxy. Ночсэн рейдинг хийж байгаа. За Монесийн сайтн дотор гяндах хэрэгтэй. Wonderful шууд унагчиж байна. Сүүлд тоглож Kuroxy. Энгээс орж ирнэ. 1 эсрэг 3. Хүн байна. Контент хийж байгаа. Wonderful-ыг болоолсан. Мэдээлэл нь авсан. 4 швид тийштэй Wonderful одоо. За наяагаас шууд нууц. Зэжээл бас 4. Нилээ эгөөс раундыг авчлаа да. Голын тэр оролт бүр амар л 2 кил хийчлээ. Алексей бүндэ флашлаад арыг нь даагаад зүгээр. Голын 2 килээ харах маш чухал байлаа. За бай раундыг нь авцсан. Чи түүгээс одоо мөнгөгүй ш тараа. Гал армартай гарбонод нэг эсэмжээтэй. Нэг раунд ороод ирж байгаа. Энэ яадаг смок хийсэн бэ? Хаанхай смок хийсэн? Зааргаас таклж байгаа юм байна. Бидээс аадрас таклаа бэтэр ганц хүн хантрыг үлдээсэн. За гол флашта ямчаас мэдээ эзэлчихэж байгаа. За мэд эзэлсэн тоглолт хайчихв. За зөрүүлэнд мэд флашта дайрч байна да. Туснаас хэвлээ буцаа гарчиж байгаа. Голын молли Нико шата гарах нь ойлгомжтой. Барьж авахгүй юу? Яа 36-т олгочж байгаа. За мейн дээр бит ороод ирсэн. Өдөөс нь Kuroxy нэг соёо. Тэгээд хоёр нэг сад рейтингээс ч гэсэн жээл аргийн дээр тавьсан. Монис дээр сайтны ард дээр байгаа олгоч. Дийгэл шот амар. За бомбтой хүн мейн дээр ээж та. Голоор хоёр орж ирнэ. За 30 секунд буцааг бага байгаад байдаг. Буцаад явж байгаа юм уу? За Моноси Алексийг гончлаа. Ийм трейдер нисэн. Wonderful winner орж ирнэ. Агийн сайт хоосон яваад байгаа юм байлаа. За гол дээр Нико над гисэн Хантер ганцаар үлдэж байна. Бэдэр байгаа юм штэ. За гинплээ. Заавчсан 3 буу унгаж маргадаас овоо боломжийн тайван шиг зүлчиж байна. Хантер гит байхгүй. За гүүгээд одоо авахгүй л үзэндээ 10 секундын дефисийн загвар нь худлаа хаана. Тавтыг болох байх. Оо энэ апунцсан биш үү? Оо сайхан нүг ап. За тавтыг. Wonderful miner орохдоо буугаас л ороод ирсэн байна л да. Одоо буцаад ирэхэд нап нь байхгүй болцсон байлгүй яах вэ? Одоо ирж байгаа шүү дээ. Миний апыг аваа ичжээ. Тоочи. Цай гарахгүй террор талдаа давтаа мап шүү дээ. NAVI-гийн тогтолцоон бол эхлэл бол болж байна. 5 раундаар л авсан. За G2-өөс одоо бай раунд. Monosi топ хаалууд авсан. 4 импорт гараад. За G2-өөс шууд тайм аут авчиж байгаа. За тайм аут үссэн. So wonderful гап гаргаад ирж байгаа юм байна. За энэ хоёр Anubis дээр тоглож байсан юм. 1 сарын 23-нд Anubis дээр тоглоод NAVI гарч ирсэн байна да. 3 сөрөж ирсэн байна. Флаш энэ Monosi shot байхгүй. Дахиад битлээд 2 дахь бэкэн дээр ачаал гончихж байгаа. Миний даваг авсан. Түрүүтэй бит майнер орж ирээд яа заас эвгүй газар л орж ирлээ. Хэдэн өндөр дамж очиж байгаа. Нийтнээс 5 хүчүүд бол үлдчихэж байна. За чи дүүс зүрүүлээ бимэнээр дайраад бимэнийг урд тулгаад эзэлсэн юм аа. Сууны мэдээл байхгүй юм байна. Kuroxy дээр ончиж байгаа. За урээс хэрэг тав. За Алексей гол шахыг харсан. Нико шиблээ ороод ирсэн. Нэг араас MESA Originals гээд чад байдаг. За сонсон. Wonderful beater. За мэйнэр флаштай дахиад мэйнийг цэвэрлэж байгаа. За beat bombтэй голоор орж ирэхэндээ Monosi яг оптай харцсан байна. За beat-тэй унгачж байгаа. За Commentator орж ирэн хиймгийн тоглогч MESA-г шалгана гэж байх болоо да. Wonderful дээр за яг л тайминг нь тааруулж байгаа унгачж байгаа юм байна. Beat 1-3 оптай хүн. За байсан ба. G2 ихний раунд. Хамт. За NAVI бол мөнгөтэй байгаараа. Мөнгө төрөл байгаа. За террор талдаа давтаа мап NAVI-гийн хувьд бол нэг доор хаяж 7 раунд авах хэрэгтэй дээ. 7ч багтана баг 8 раунд авах хэрэгтэй юм болов. Ер нь бол терророос аль их ололох их раунд авах хэрэгтэй. Загал 3 тоглогч. Wonderful за флаштай жүжиж байгаа юм хүмүүстэй. Monosi аптай пиклэх юм бол Wonderful барьцсан байгаа даа. Тэглээ гараад ирэл тэгэл унана гэдэг байгаа шүү дээ манайс. За пиглцэнгүй хойшлоод оруулж ирээд тоглож байгаа юм байна. За шахаад энэ хөө пиглээ. Wonderful барьц биш дүүн. Яаж ч ирээд Монис явж сунагсан. Нэг хоёр гунгаад нэгэн дээр энэ Диманс дүүн Монис бариад болсон байна. Бит ганцаараа. Юу си Wonderful яаж унахгүй юм. Уг нь яг л барьсан сууж исэн да. Гүйтсэнгүү те. Бит ганцаараа 5-2 болох нь ойлгомжтой. Хэдэн буунгаж чадна уу гэсэн байсангүй. Хоёр баяр андараа л авчиж байна да. За NAVI-гаас одоо мөнгөний асуудалтай. Явж ирсэн шавхад баялсан. Одоо энэ баяр андаа алдвал дараагийнхаас бүтээ их орч таарах гэдэг. За үгсийн жигэлтэл мэдээлэл аваад тоглоод байгаа. Биг хамгаалт дээр 3, бол 1 Саманасыг авах бэнэ тал димэн рүү өрөөд ирцээ. Иймагийн болж та бүүс гаргаж байна. Яа. Бодлоосонгүй дагнал харсан. Франклиг шот хийсэн. Та Джонсонгүй. Хоёр гар буутай да NAVI-гаас. Тэр нь л нийлж байгаад ааруул орох гээд ах шиг байна. Ааруугаа цугласан. Мобот болохоор ер нь бөөндөд гүйчээл гэж ярьсан болол та. За өөдөөс нь яг л тулчж जैन да энэ чийдгээс. Smoke руу 2 хүн болоод ороод ирсэн. Smoke нээгээд тэглэнэ. Nexa. Quad. Зүр цайрчаал шүршээр дөрөв унагчлаа. Wonderful ганцаар үлдсэн. 5-3 болох нь ойлгомжтой. Wonderful-ын допоос явах гэж үзэн. За сонсогдчихлоо. Хантер. Скопч юм уу сонссон. Сапиг нь унах гал байрч энэ даа. За цухтах хэрэгтэй одоо гүүх хэрэгтэй. Чатаараа гүүхстэй. Гол амарсан. Йоо. Ягуураар андараа л авчлаа да. Таван катуисын Игнатус лөө тэрний стикер дака явж. 5-5 ширхэг байна. За хоёр опны дүүл болгондоо дахиад Монис унагчаад байгаа шүү дээ Wonderful. Ахаа бараад бас. Монисыг опны тоглолттой гөндөө бол айх байна. Монис хийх юм байна. Ойлгомжтой. Авдэр. Бит өнөөхөө опыг авчиж байгаа. Дахиад сэвэлж чадах юм 50 секунд шин. Зөөрөд ирсэн бариад авлаа. За дараалал 4 раундыг авчлаа. 5 тгээс 5-4 болгочих. За NAVI-гаас шууд тайм аут орж ирсэн. NAVI-гийн тайм аут. Өөрөгийн тоглолт семи финалийн тоглолт хожигдсон баг нь хасагдаж хоцсон баг нь гранд финал руу гарна. NAVI by round 2 гэлэл 3 акта. Хүүхдийн цайрлаа. Шалгасан юм шүү дээ юм бол. Манайс юм яг барьсан байгаа даа. Яа, манайс гилэх боломж олохгүй наа алахгүй. За Nexa манайс өрлөлдсөн байна да. Агийн хамгаалтанд Nexa 2 kill 13 шүү те. Тэндэж байна дээр. За 1 минут. Смокер шахаж гарч ирэх юм бол яг хатсан байна да. Зонсан хагийн цаг тоосон. За Монисыг мэдээлэл хэрэгтэй байхгүй дээ. За цэвэрлээд гүгэд ороод ирж байгаа юм байна. Монисыг голоос орно. Араас баригдсан байна тийм аа дээр. 6 дээр болжээ. Тэсэд бимэнэр пиктэй 2 хүн иймаг шалгасгүй. Үн иймаг бүр тулж ирээ гүүгэд испэстэй. Сонсогддог байсан хта. Читгүйс мөнгөтэй 4 раундаар л авцсан баг. Оптимаа гараад ир Монос оптинуудад мейн руу дайрчиж байгаа. Мейн руу шахаад өгöd ирсэн. За флаш гаргаад. Wonderful гарт хөлдөө авч. Гол дээр гэсэн Алексей бинтэй. Connector flash-таад. За нөхөлтөр бигээс 2 хүн гол руу өрөөд ирж байгаа. За Монос хиймэс сайтны араас тоглох юм байна. Ер нь бол аяг нэг тийм авахгүй л гэж байна да. 1 минут. Яманаси яа дахиад мэдээ орчлоо 2 минут бол алдсан. За коннектор хүн дээр хараад байна. Алексей бариад авсан. Хаан хэсэгт хоос ингээд. За G2 4-5. Арга сейв юм шүү дээ. За сейв бахаас. 0-4. NAVI раунд. За Алексей ч өнөөдөр харин тоглоод байна уу юу? 8 гэлд явж байна. Алексей бол өнөөдөр тоглоод ирсэн байна уу? За 3 буугаас ивэлчин дараагийн раунд дээр дахиад бүтэн баятай. Сүүлийн раунд дээр дахиад баятай гарч ирч чаднаа гэж. За G2-г сонгосон өвчтэй анугаас чинь NAVI-гаас нюк гаргаж ирсэн. За Монис дахиад товтой гараад ирж байгаа. Монис хаана? За B дээр тоглож байгаа юм. За Монисгийн оптын хамгаалалт бол нэлээд хөдөлгөөнтэй үзэж шүү. Раунд болгоно л өөр газар очиж тоглож байгаа. Энэ бол нэлээд хөдөлгөөнтэй тоглолтыг хийгээд байгаа. За wonderful мөрөөсгөн дахиад үйл болсондээ. Йоо, за энэ удаад wonderful унагсан. Wonderful хоёрыг унагсан. Сайн хөлн дээгүүр буутчих удаа. Уг нь Монес идэл төрүүлж харагдсан юм. За хаантрын байршлыг бол шалгах нь ойлгомжтой гэдэг байгаа шүү дээ. Энэ үзийг шалгахгүй гардаг тоглож гэж байхгүй. Өөр хэсэг дөрөв болсон. Бэгэн сайт хоосон. Бом тавигдана. За Нико, Nex 2. Одоо авах гэж үзэн шүү дээ. Сүүлийн раунд. Юугаас сэвлэх юм? Кит үгэн байна. Ойлог гиттэй. За гэхдээ нэлээд хүн хэцүү байлаа. За Нико, Жийлэг унагсан. 2-3. 80-аас бол одоо нуугдчихна. Цагаараа тоглоно. За смок байгаа. Commentator смокта задлсан. Алексей Nex-аг унагсан. Бидний хүн дээр wonderful байгаад авчаа. 8-4 байр суулж байгаа юм байна. За 80-аас л wonderful гэдэг тоглогч бол Eternal Fire эсрэг бүр шоглсон доо шоглсон. Хүн ширсээр байгаа болсон Eternal Fire. Өнөөдөр тэр тоглолт ороод ирлээ саяалтай. Читгээс бас Монеси Никоор галзууруулах аюултай. За pistol round. За Commentator гүйсээ aim smoke доод юу хийж чадсангүй дээ. Бэдрэс газ тоглох шууд унаад өглөө. За гол дээр Алексей нэг унасан, трейд ороод ирсэн. GL-ийн bonus бүрээд авч байгаа. GL-ийн 2 kill. За үлцэн 2 хойлоо голж штэ. Мэдээд л байгаа. За бомб Commentator шууд 10 ороод ирж байгаа юм байна. Main утаад Plantin. За Nico шахаад байгаа. GL мэдрээд наад ирэх. За гэхдээ Nico тэгвэл авчиж байгаа. За wonderful. Хаантрыг унагсан сүүлгийн Connector-оос Nico нэг эсрэг 2. За wonderful. Албаны раундыг дистриб болгож байгаа. Бомб тавьсан гэхдээ force fire round гараад ирнэ. Nico AK аваад 2 гэлэл нэг дигээл нэг Magtanтай гараад ирж байгаа. За Nico-гийн AK-ны бодолтуудыг харъя да. За хаантар чи ганцхан хилтэй явж байгаа юм байна шүү дээ чи төгс. Nexa бага тэргүүлээд байгаа байна 11 гэлтэй. NAVI-гаас болвол Lima 11, Alexei Wonderful 2 10 гэл. GL бол beat 5 гэлтэй явж байгаа. За смок ороод ирсэн. Има Kuroxy-гийн түгээл. Kuroxy яа нэг унагаа шууд трейдэнд орсон. За бимэнэр 3 гүйж байна да. Туулаа шиг хүсрээл яваад байна. Сайтны смок бимэнэр 3 ороод ирж байгаа. Wonderful мугаатан дээр. За юу ч хийж чадсангүй. Alexei смокын дээр нэгтэй буудулсан. GL-ийн трейд 2-3 болоод цаа. GL уураа байсан ба. Бит ганцаар үлдчихэж байгаа. Тэнд буугаас эвлэх баг. G2-ийн force fire round амжилттай 9-5. За энэ раунд алдсан бол мөнгөгүй болоод эвгүүрхээрээс 11-4 болчихлохоор байсан. Ямар ч байсан team раундын зүрх гарахгүй л гэж байгаа юм байна. Одоо ингээ бариад авч болно гэдэг байгаа шүү дээ. Дараагийн раунд 80-аас force fire гарч ирнэ. Тэрийг авчих юм бол эк ороод 9-6 болоод ирэх. Биш. 9-7 болоод ирэх боломжтой юм байна. Тэгэл хүүксийн тэр коннекторын кил яхаар 30 хол байлаа л да. Хүүксийн тэр коннекторыг унгаж чадахгүй өөрөө унтсан байсан бол бийг хамгаалалт 3 унтыг хэвээр үлдээд бас эвгүй болохоор байсан. NAVI Force ба хийцэн. Гар бунгийн форт. Чи төгс гол эзэлж байгаа. За битийн ганц инфор сул хийсэн дээ. За хэрэгтэй хэд. За коннекторын хүүксээ ороод ирж байгаа юм байна. За элхсийг гүйж ирсэн коннектор утаал өгч. Хүүкси коннектор дайрсан. За бүтэн шалгасан бол LXB-г унгал онохарлаа да. За 40 секунд бомбтой хүмүүсийн бимэн дээр. Хүүкси бол бүр гол дээр гиндачж байгаа. Бэгийн тоглолт ороод ирсэн. Хүүкси LXB-г унгаад. За одоо бэг хүмүүсийн хоёртаас шахаад орж ирэх юм дээ. Ёо! Битиг амар дарлаа та. За ийм аваад өгсөн сайт гоосон. Энэчнээс 2 буугаа сэвлэхэр шийдсэн. Раунд дээр 9-6. Дараагийн раунд угаасаа мөнгөгүй штэ. Эко раунд орж ирнэ. Энэ 2 бууц хэрэгтэй. Ядаж энэ 2 буугаар дараагийн раунд дээр үзэлцэх гэж бодлоо. За житүү ойртуулаад шүү раунд. NAVI 2 инфо 2 буу савилсан. Нөгөө 3 нь бол гар буутай. Wonderful GL2-ийн буунууд л аюул тарихгүй болоод ер нь бол GL2-ийн лавстаар авлаа. За Б-дэр 3 гол 1 гол 2 баг хайчиж байгаа юм байна. Смоклон гутлаа гол руу гарцсан. За нөгөө нэг Wonderful-ийг чинь Б-дэр бүүслээ хийцэн байгаа даа. Тоглолт 10 орох гээд байна. Б-ээр явсан байхгүй. Main smoke туусан гоо даагийн тоглолт орж ирнэ. За Б-дэр stack-лиг гэдэг кол орж ирээ. Яг л зөрлөөдөө зөрлөө. Б-дэр хинч байхгүй шүү дээ. За энэ раунд байдлаар энэ раунд авч байгаа юм. Компьютер өгнөд ороод ирсэн. 9-7 болох нь ойлгомжтой. За наавгаас нэг хитэн буу унахгүй л унах гэж үзэх байх. За Wonderful GL2-оор дахиад буунуудаас явлаа. За юм барайд авсан. Авааны сугаар түүж өгч юм да. Сая 7 2 раундын зөрүүтэй. Гурван раундыг дараалал авчиж байна. За NAVI-гаас 2 дахь таймд орж ирсэн. За NAVI одоо баял шүү дээ. NAVI-гийн бүтэн бай раунд. Энэ бай раундаа алдвал тэмцээд эхлэн дээр. Жийл усаар нэлээд уртан гүйж ирээл бүксийг унагчиж байна. За үлсэн доолооч нар мейнер бэр ороод ирсэн. Wonderful автны шотны хий. Connector 2 ороод ирсэн. Nexa 2-ыг унагтаа. За Wonderful энд бүр гадуулаад нийтлүүлээд амьдрал үүсэж байна даа. Nexa. За Nexa 3-ыг унагаал, Wanderful 1-ийг унагаал. Иймээ ганцаараа үлдчихэж байгаа юм байна. Он бол тавьдаг байгаа. За нэг дарж фейксэн. Плант хийгээгүй. За иймаг л яагаад. За одоо плантийнэ. За иймаг китгүй штэ. Сайт нь кит байгаа юм болоо. Өөрт нь бол кит байхгүй. За энд дээр Kuroxy-гийн байрлалтай байна. Nexa-гийн байрлал дээр аюултай. Nexa бүр бүтэн кайрдж энэ матан дээр бол quad гэлээ гэж. Манай бистер Nexa-ийг гаргав амар тоглолт хийгээд байна. За NAVI бай раунд алдсан. Одоо дахиад мөнгөний асуудалтай. Одоо ингээ 9-9 болоод ирж байна шүү дээ. За, экоран. Нэг инфор, имагийн инфор гараад ирсэн. За, аппен дээр барилдах гэдэг нь одоо има. Шалгам хийх юм байна. За, хүүхс өөрөө хүүж ороод унагчиж байна. За, хүүхсий ч гэсэн өнөөдөр бас мундаг тоглож байна. Антрал жоохон чимээг боод байна да. Хүүхс явж байгаа л яг хэрэгтэй хэлүүд хийж байгаа харагдаад байна. Энэ раундыг л авах хэрэгтэй шүү дээ чи. 9-9 болох хэрэгтэй раунд. Алексейг гонгаад бэгэн сайд болсон. Раунд 9-9 болох нь ойлгомжтой болжээ. Тэгээ бай раунд. G2 явчихсан бариад авлаа та. За яхах бол террор талдаа давуутай мap штэ. Террор талдаа гараад бариад авч байна. G2-ийн өөрсдөө сонгосон мap. За наа энэ раундыг алдвал эвгүүрэндээ. Commentator флашаар ороод ирсэн ийм мап. Kuroxy очиж байгаа. Цаарсан ч гэсэн спрейцээр очилаа. Спрейцээр болоод байгаа. За нийтэн дээр ийм гүйцэж байгаа юм байна. So wonderful connector pickle. MESA-гийн хөл харагдана гэж байхгүй гэж байгаа нь pickle. Яа, MESA энд яг л төмпөдөө үрцэн суугаад байна да. За чийл бас гол байгаад дээр. За big smoke-ууд. Тайминг битрүү амар. Төө Nexa. За Nexa өнөөдөр бүр яг л алдаг дээрээ тавьсан байна. За сонсож байгаа Prefire гэж үтсэн буутал байсангүй. Зүр хүлээж байгаа алцээс бол дээрээс юм болов. За Nico Hunter 2 хоёулаа connector орцсон. Сар 2 ирнэ. Чинээр double pick, Hunter pick ургасан. Hunter жийлэг ургасан. Alexip ганцаар үтж байна. Kit бол байгаа, smoke байхгүй. 2 өнөө мэдээлэл байна уг нь бол. За нэг bomb traffic-лсэн, салгаагүй. Nico pick-тэй гараад ирсэн унсан. Hunter ард нь үлдэж байгаа. Дахиад нэг traffic-лж байгаа юм байна. Hunter. Сумруу өвчлээ. Амтцсан уу? Амтсан. Hunter яагаад буудаад татна гараад ирвэ? Засаа Hunter ойлгосон байна. Удаан цэш өвшөд банк шим алдсан ш. Тэгтэн нуугцсангүй. Пиклээд өөрөө өвчлээ. Яа, ямар амар раундыг алдчих та G2. Бараг давцар раунд байсан шүү дээ. Алексей бол өнөөдөр яг л очихгол үрээд ирсэн юм бас. Яг л тоглож байна. Алексей бимж тоглоод тогтоод NAVI очихгүй бол бас арай яг үе. Алексей тофрэг гэж штэ үе 13 гэл. Smoke. За биер л орж ирэхэндээ ганц хүнтэй сайт руу л орох гээд байна да бүр яг. Яаж явж ганц ийм байгаа сайт руу л орох гээд шүү. За тусламжаар хүмүүс ирэхгүй. Смок бодоод за ийм Nico гончлаа. За Alexei бэнд гол дүүр хийж байгаа. Флашта гараад ирсэн. Флаштаад за ийм бүр чатгаараа л гинтаас 2-ыг уналаа бүр. Энээс илүү их юм бэ. За араа харах юм байгаа л байна. Kuroxy хараарж байгаа юм байна. Alexei. За Kuroxy шалгасан. За 3-3 өнөөс сайдын дотор оптой. За орлоос нь дайраад ороод ирдэг GL хийж байгаа. Connector MESA pick. MESA хурдан байсангүй сүүлд нь Kuroxy main дээр байгаа штэ. Яа beat. Kit аваад салгасан. 11-9. За NAVI ямар ивэр амтуудыг аваад байна да. G2-ийн фэнэт. Шин сараасан сууж. Моноси. Я бүчгээд ижлээ даа энэ. Моноси л юм даа гэмээр л бодлоо чичиж байгаа. За тоглолт дуусгуулаагүй. Тоглолт дуусгуулаагүй шүү аа. G2 дуусгуулаагүй. За 3-5. За одоо энэ раундыг цэвэрхэн дуусгаж чадах уу гэдэг байна да. Ар орчих юм бол уг нь хоосон байгаад юм. За wonderful бүүж ирж байгаа. За тэр одоо wonderful critical-дчдаг юм бол уг нь хүний илүүгээр зодоол ороод ирэндээ G2 ар. Wonderful яг critical байна. Амар шотууд хийж магадгүй нөхөргээд байгаа ш. За эхнийх нь wonderful. Нээдэд за хоёр дахь нь дахиад яа за нээдүүд байгаагүйс бол wonderful галзуурч ш таас. За баг 3-4-ийг унахаар байсан. Нээдүүдээр л унахчлаа. За үлцээр тоглогч. За шууд сэвлэх юм. За тэгсэн save round 11-10 чийдэг юм. Раунд болж байгаа. NAVI мөнгөгүй хамгийн гол нь. Эдгээр раундууд аваад байсан ч гэсэн бөөнүүд алдаад байсан болохоор мөнгө төгрөгөө хураач чадаагүй. Одоо дараагийн раунд 3 тоглогч мөнгөгүй л харагдаж байна. Бараг 2000 үлдээх баха. Яа, за wonderful сая нээдэн дүхээгүй байсан болоо. G2-д ямар ч нээд байхгүй байсан бол яах вэ? Айгүй бол энэ сайтад тойрсороо бүгдийг алцээж магадгүй. За Симонес бол тэр усаар дээрдэг хоёрыг бол шоглоо ичлээ. Яар 11 раундын зөрүүтэй NAVI 2000 төгрөг үлдээгээд Арху бактер гараад ирж байгаа. За Монесиг авсан шот бол зогсохгүй нэ. 20 кил үрсэн байна. За бит энэний хооронд дэймэн дайраад байгаа. Nexus гэдэг. За бит Nexus гонхсон. За ийм алайт натэр хөөе. Хүүгсэн. Яач наа. Яаж гүүж орж ямар дураараа орж ирсэн тэгэхээр яг гэртээ гүүж байгаа юм шиг л ороод ирлээ. За манайар дээр Монесиг ороод ирсэн буудлаа цаа харийг нь хаалт өгч байгаа. Хоёр спрей бэн өгсөн байсан бүх хаант хоёрыг унгаа GL өөрийг унгаж байгаа юм байна. 12-10 NAVI-гийн map point. За NAVI G2 сонгосон map дээр map point-ыг авлаа да. Энэ гараа ингэж хөдлөгдөг нь яг ямар учиртай юм guys. Тэр нэг сонирхол ингээ гараа хөдлөж байна. Энэ учрыг мэддэг юм байна уу? Ямар утга илэрхийлээд энэ гараа хөдлөхөөр эсгөө өдр гэдэг юм ааш. Миний пикэм сүрцсэн штэ. Тэмцээр би зүгээр таавнаар авсан гэдэг шүү дээ. Ганц л тоглолт зүг таасан, NAVI л хожин зүг таасан бай. Бусад бүх юмд фейлц. Одоо энэ semi final, grand final лидер бол одоо хинч хэлсэн миний пикэмтэй таарахгүй. Уусаа гарч ирсэн багууд нь бүгд өөр юм чинь. За NAVI ганц раунд аваад тоглолтыг дуусгах гэдэг байна да. Цэвэрхэн дуусгаж чадах нь алдах юм бол өөр тайм гарч заваарах гэдэг байгаа. Би бол өвтөө үзэх дургу. 3 мап үзэл үзье. За яаж байна? Commentator анзаардгүй юм чи аа. Өтөөний хөвтөч зүгээр гол мол хайцсан байж тээ. За одоо шийдвэрлэхгүй байхгүй. Голыг бүр ямар амар таймингтай зөрч өгдөг. Уг нь ханий хүн арга буцаагүйсэн. Тэр оронд нь л ороод ирлээ. За мөнгөгүй NAVI хараа. За 2 бит 2000-тай, GL 2000-тай ийм аа. За энэ хоёр буугаас эвлчвэл Ийм ал мөнгөгүй юм байна. Энэ хоёр бус хөвлөгдөж дараагийн раунд дээр хөөрхөн баятлаа гараад ирж болохын л юм байна да. Алекс юу муугаас олж байгаа. Амгүй болгож байгаа. За голны тайминг зөрөөл тэгэл раунд алдсан байна да. Уусаа химлээ нэг нь гүүж ирээ гол хараа буцаа явсан шүү дээ. Тэгэл тэр оронд нь л ороод ирлээ зүгээр. За NAVI-гийн 3 дахь тайм аут. За крауд бол байна. Крауд бол үнэ уруу биш. Яа. Тоглолтоос хөөхтэй гарах уу? Хоёр талаас аллал бүтэн баятай. Ганц мөн буутааны Алексей л явж байгаа зайлал. MP9-тай Алексей зүгчлээ. Юу болчихсон? Алексей ард чинь. Хээ. Фүү. За Алексей сонсоогүй багт 2-1 нараас нь унах байсан. Йоо за. Аваарай л гэж байгаа юм байна сте. Аваарай заа. Зунгаар л дийлж байгаа юм байна. Сая бол Алексей тэр зүрж орсон 2-1 араас нь өнгөө унагаал раунд буцсан даа. За нийлэр 3-ыг дарна гэж байх уу? Кито юм байна. Авдлаа. Энийг алдуу зурж идэг бүгд зодог тайлназ. За өвдий гарч ирж байна да. Үзээтэй юм байна. Дөнгөж ихний мав гээд байгаа шүү дээ. Тэр бүр шал согтой шүү дээ. Шууд дээрсэн. Тулаад эзэлсэн. За одоо 16 өрсөн баг нь хожно гэдэг байгаа шүү дээ. За одоо хинэж хожих хэрэгтэй юм байна. Ста мэдэх юм болов. За би. За хүн илүү авсан ямар ч байсан. MESA унаад өгч байгаа. За бэг хамгаалтан дээр 2 тоглогч. Нэг нь бол тэр гол руу явдаг лөө. Би л орох гэдэг юм да. Гол бол сайтны араас. За бэг орох сайт юм мesa.hq эрхтэй. Нико юу гонхсон сууд мэйлээ. За тэр темплүүнийг бол яг л операцсан байгаа даа. Бараасан дээр байсан бай. Яг 3 сайт эзлээ бомбо тавьж болохоор байгаа. За бомбтой хүн юм бэ? Монис плант хийхгүй. За бомба шидэж өгснө үү бэл. За Нико муугараад плант хийх юм байна л да. За бит монисыг онсон. 2-2 кит. Китгүй. Яг л смогтчлаа. За Kuroxy wonderful барайд авсан. Яа, за NAVI гэрээ. Мэддэг. Тэр хоёр бол 2-1. За контр талаас нь хоёр нь дуусчихна да. Нико батаргүй дээ. За смокер нэлээд их дэмж авчлаа. Шууд тахтуулчихж байгаа. 10 биш үү те. NAVI бол амар жигд тоглож байгаа юм биш үү? NAVI-гийн киллүүдийг хардаа. Чи дүгээс бол хантер л жоохон унтцсан байгаад байна да. 9 киллд. Монес бол тэр гэж байгаа. NAVI бол за энэ флаш амар авах гэдэг юм уу? Флаш амар орсон. Юу цайраг байсан юм Монес. Яа цайраг. За смокер унчлаа. Жиэлийн дараа айл эзэн ард нэрсэн нэг ог бариад аавна. 2-3. Сайт нутр EM-гийн дагаад байдаг. JL-энд нуугдсан. Коммент тавилж байгаа үзье гэж хэлсэн байна. За бомб плант хийсэн. Араас нь JL-гүүд ороод ирж байгаа. Бомб плант хийсэн бариад байгаа хантер байсангүй. 14-12 NAVI-га ойрхон. Яа үзээтэй энэ да. Үзээтэй наа үзээтэй нэр. Сяпас раунд. За 3 тигэр сольчвол ер нь хэцүү дээ жий. Нэг раунд. За гол дайрсан. Шууд трейд нараад ирж байгаа. Монис бүр дөрөвгүй ч үтэл үлдсэн байна. За wonderful main дайрсан да. За орж ирэхийг нь хартан. Цаашаа давраа пиклэх юм бол Монис яг л харсан байгаа тань. Давраа пиклэл хүн л гэж орж ирж байна да. Wonderful. За улаан тоглож байгаа Монис бүрээд авсан. 3-4. Араас нь хоёр хүн шахаад байгаа. Wonderful багны ард. Нөгөө талаас л багны ард мол хийцэнгүй. Яваатна болоодчих. За нэг минут үлдсэн дээ. 3 тоглож гурлаа имэн талдаа. Wonderful нэгийг унах чинь бол тэгэл өөр нэг зэрэг гэдэг байгаа. Харин Wonderful-ыг гарч ирээ нэг дарчих юм бол харин нэлээд боломжтой амтлах гэдэг. Яа чадсан бай. За Wonderful. Монголтай юм игээд өчлөө. Зэрэгсэг юмсан. 15-2 3 тэгэр байрсалд орж ирж байгаа. За G2 одоо зүрхлэг 3 тэгдэх гол тэгэл ихний онх ажиллаа доо. Энэ пионы хаягаар ингээд юм гэдэг юм тийм. Энэ биш гайхаад самтлны нэг голын бариул мөрөл болгож байсан чи энэ. Гарууд зүгээр аягаараа могоо хийж идэг байсан. За дөнгөж ихний мап штэ бас үзээтэй шүү хоёр баг аа. Чи боогоор зурлаа дөнгөж ихний мап. За NAVI ганц л раунд хэрэгтэй байна да. Галзуу ганц раунд аваад. За смокын дөгөр бүүст гаргахаар шийдсэн. За гэхдээ мейн руу төхөөрхөн бол байхгүй. Яа, энэ кросс байсан. За биг хамгаалалт 2 хаалуу 3 буй голыг хайчиж байгаа. 40 секунд NAVI хайчих гэдэг энэ гол эзэлцэн бомб. Яг л R-ын орж ирж байгаа юм байна. Яг л R-ын орж ирсэн. Зомоносыг апны шотыг шалгах юм даа. Монос яг үндэ топ фраг хийсэн юм шүү дээ. Нико Электро орлоор 2 мород ирсэн. Нэг саад тулсан. Сүүлийн тоглогч. JL бомб байхгүй. Штат сандаар мөр хийдэг. NAVI багс тайм аут. Яа, смокор зүгээр шүү чинь. За нэг саянд дийгүүрчж байгаа юм шүү дээ. Тэр чинь мэдээд байгаа шүү дээ. Нэг сая буцахгүй юу? Энд байгаад байвал хүүхээ хэлтэй. Нэг сая бүгд раунд бараг. Нэг гол дээр смокор дээр жамп хийлээ. За хүний илүүг авсан NAVI дөрвис хэрэгтэй. За Нико голын хамгаалалт нэр галзуурах байна уу? За энэ оронд мейнээр бит орж ирээд ямаа төвшүүлсэн. Юусрэг гэрээ. За энэ хамгаалтан дээр Нико ороод ирж байгаа маань голыг хаяад. Маадэр 2 бит зүгээр. За Моноси Бэдэр бол коннектор харц. За Wonderful Monosiгийн дүүл дахиад болох нь дээ. Энэ дүүлийг авсан гүнэл хожино гэдэг байгаа шүү дээ орог энэ раунд. Ёо тайм бүр амар зүрлөө. Мониси бэршсэн бол ер нь баг унахаар л байсан да. За 19 секунд үе цаг байхгүй. Бэгийн тоглолт орж ирэх нь ойлгомжтой. Сайт дээр за Мониси ийхээ PGL гэсэн Photoshop байхгүй. Трейд орох гэдэг яг уу. Йоо за wonderful чи нэрээ wonderful shot гэдэг юм байна гэдэг. За наадах унах ч зөв шүтийн нэрээ. Яа за дууссан guys. Nexa 1-3 wonderful зүгээр цэгийн тавьчлаа. Суцыг натгачлаа. G2-гийн зүгээр суцсан дээр нь дараа хийчлаа. Дуусч. За дараагийн мап ч одоо Nuke штэ. NAVI-гийн сонгосон мап гарч ирэн дээ. За нэг хэд эхний мап бас үзээтэй наа үзээтэй юм. Өө тайм аа гараад байсан. Хүлээн зурлаа. За хоёр дахь мап 21-ээс 20 минутын дараа. Мап 3 тас авсарлаа 20 минут л гэсэн юм байна. За энэ үеийн шээс хийсэх хугацааны дараа хоёр дахь мап ирээд болцсон да.
Let's go, it's B. Rotating. Out B. I'm doing chaos, I'm not good. Please, one more. Challenge CT, guys. I'm playing close, couple. Let's go, it's B. Rotating. Out B. I'm doing chaos, one more. I'm not good. Please, one more. Challenge CT, guys. I'm playing close, temple. I have got flash, you can come default. Can you flash got flash? I'll pick not right now. In 2 seconds. I'm going temple. Is it smoke default, guys? You know? It's fade. D-lobby one. Flashing, wait. I have flashing first here. Flashing out. Flashing. Up, side. Up side, default. Default. I have. You have 8 Nice. Don't peek him. Connect again, beam. Last side. Beam it on Maxi, boys. Nice! Fuck. Miha. Good shit on B, bro. Good shit on B. Nice, but guys, this is fucking good. We are at least doing something. Let's go. The world is changing quickly. Shoot it.
Changing, but one thing remains the same: victories with 1xbet.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displays. Hang your displays in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at display.com.
It's popular, it's loud, and this is ASON's commercial. But ASON spent all the money to make the headphones good, and they got no money left for the commercial. So I'm gonna need you to head to ASON.io, ACEZONE, yo. Code PGL, 50 euros off. Got some headphones. It's now or never.
NAVI stealing away G2 Esports' map pick and 1 game away now from the grand final here at the PGL Major. And I just want to get into looking at some of the things Wonderful did straight off the bat, because what a menace he was. So proactive, so round saving for his team at times.
Yeah, I mean, this is why we hyped up this kind of comparison between Wonderful and m0NESY, because these guys are absolutely insane, and Wonderful at this tournament has just come into his own. He bailed NAVI out so much, so frequently. Important kills, multi-kills. The op was on point today, and obviously closes out the map in style.
I mean, it's got to be heartbreak, right? But the way we set it up, and we tried to doing this so many times when it comes to 2-star players on the team, especially operas, it's got to be head-to-head. It was literally so many head-to-heads with the AWP, with Wonderful coming out on top, m0NESY coming out on top. Listen, I have rarely seen someone peek into m0NESY's crosshair with an AWP and rip his head off, right? So Wonderful rather, really coming into his own, and absolutely the reason that NAVI were able to sneak this map away.
This round's crazy. Like he's low HP, and without the time running out to win the round. But look at this head-to-head comparison as well. Just, I mean, it's crazy to see this. I think they ended with 25 kills total on m0NESY, 24 on Wonderful. They were right there. Both these guys did everything, and unfortunately for m0NESY, his goes to waste.
Yeah, it went to waste. I mean, we can get into it in a second, Bless. Sorry, I cut you off there.
No, just that final round. I'm still reeling from that, right? Because m0NESY, he was in the perfect place, the perfect time. He was the reason that it even went to overtime for the side of G2, right? He was the backbone, so to speak. In the final round, he is in the perfect position and just oversteps just in it, just goes a little too far, and the round just crumbles right there.
Yeah, tries to maybe do a little bit too much, but remember, he was basically hard carrying G2 throughout that map, and I think that's the kind of mindset you have to have if you're going to continue hard carrying. And I think, you know, he might not want to admit it to anyone, but I think in that moment he felt very much like if he didn't do something, they weren't going to win the round. That guy, m0NESY, was 10-1 in opening duels on that map, involved in 11 of them for G2, and that's with was 10-1 in opening duels on that map, involved in 11 of them for G2, and that's with Nico on the team, who was 2023's opener of the year. Like, Nico wasn't providing anything in terms of the opening kills. It was all m0NESY everywhere on the map. Hard for NAVI to predict, and I mean, again, just it's got to be so brutal to put in that kind of an effort and lose the map.
Oh, it's frustrating for him, I'm very sure, but it's fantastic from Wonderful, and it's interesting because, correct me if I'm wrong, first when he came into NAVI, right, it's not that he was that proactive. He was a different player than Simple, obviously, but Blade could use him more as a chess piece, a bit more, you know, a waiting game, a little bit more. Now, he is evolving in front of our eyes, and he is able to do kind of a lot more things on the biggest stage, no less.
I mean, I believe Blade said in an interview himself, or was it Alexi B? He was like, we're giving way more freedom right now for this team to operate. It's been a while since this team's kind of coming together, where Alexi B had to orchestrate a lot of these moving pieces, so to speak. And sometimes, by the way, I go back to the new game they had against G2. Alexi B does kind of move these pieces around, but in maps like this, when he knows he's got individuals like Wonderful to work with, you need to give him the freedom, and that's why he kind of showed here.
I mean, I think the Simple point's a good one. Because he was replacing Simple, he got to fly a little bit under the radar, right? Like, nobody expected anything kind of out of him. Even the first few months with him and the team, it was kind of like lukewarm. It was sort of like, we see the skills. The skills are there. Question is, how long will it take to develop? Well, this is his coming out party. This Copenhagen Major is him just like showing, I've got it. I can be the next opera. And NAVI, they've got to be just jumping for joy. Not only did they get a sell m0NESY, not only did they have Simple on the team, but they've replaced him with another beast.
It's crazy. I mean, and he was so calm every time you saw him on the cam. He got 1 kill, 2 kill, 3 kill, 4 kills. Doesn't matter. Let's just go to the next round, guys.
And I just love the fact he's just over-peaking. It's fine. He's re-peaking into it. He's so confident that, listen, I can out-duel everyone in the server. Even though m0NESY's there, I can out-duel him. And it's just brilliant mentality for someone so young to have.
You got to talk about, though, I mean, a lot of this map came down, you know, if you focus on Wonderful, if we go away from him a little bit over to Alexi B, let's talk about some of the beautiful things NAVI did strategically on the map, because I think the T-side game plan, they did a really good job of whatever they did on the map. If it didn't work, they went back towards middle. They went right back at Nico in middle, and it worked more often than not. They had some space there to work with, and on the CT side, I think G2 got caught in a trap of focusing so much on the B bomb site, and NAVI was just like, it's fine. We're going to suck you in. We're going to let you come into this B bomb site. We're going to flank everywhere. They wrapped around. They dropped into canals. They wrapped around the B bomb site. It was beautiful.
And we got to say, when they wrapped around or when they went for the flank or for the lurk, they were more precise than G2 was for a lot of that game. And I think that comes back to that point you made about the opening kills that m0NESY does get. Also, Nexa, what a game from him. But it didn't matter because the pieces didn't work. Because some of these individuals are not having a game.
I think the G2 post plants are going to be, they were horrible in this.
Oh my
I think
God.
they were atrocious. Obviously, there's the easy one. There's the blown clutch from Hunter, which should never happen.
2v1, by the way.
I hope he's out getting some fresh air. Because he needs to take a couple deep breaths of that clean Copenhagen air and come back into this refresh, because he made some mistakes and had a really tough time finding impact in this
You
game.
said so much before we got into this. It should be G2. If I'm going to change one letter, and it's an M for the F.
Emma.
Emma. He, in the beginning of this game, he had so many question marks, but he was a big reason why I think Navi started off feeling so comfortable.
We picked a couple of players on both these two teams. We're talking about Hunter on the side of Hunter and Nico on the side of G2. We're talking about Emma and Jail on the other side. And we're like, look, of all these players, Emma is the one who's been struggling so far. We compare his stats as well when it came to the Paris Major. This one, here he delivered so much from the get-go. In the pistol, just running up ahead, taking his duels, finding so many impact kills. He didn't necessarily top frag. He didn't have the most, crazy moments like Wonderful did, but he was just in their faces, just running at them and playing with so much more confidence. Even this one particular round, right, he gets the first kill, flashes his way through into the smoke, prevents the plant from taking place, and he's like, I'm probably going to die, but screw it, I'm going for it. And this is lovely to see from someone who's been, to be fair, I've been hating on him as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you got to give him props for this map. I think the key is like getting him started, as you said, on the right foot, helping him get out to that 5-0 start. I think he shot up to 10 or 11 kills pretty quickly. Rest of the game wasn't anything too crazy, but like you said, he found his moments, and when he had the opportunity to make a play, he didn't back away from it. He didn't shy out and play a little bit scared. He actually went for his plays and had some good impact down the stretch, even if the volume fragging wasn't there.
And especially when you have someone like, Wonderful is kind of clutching out all his crazy rounds. He seems to be the guy who's being the tip of the spear, so to speak. And for a team like Navi, I feel like you need that, right? When you have players like Bit maybe not feeling so comfortable, JL having a little bit of a quieter map, so to speak, someone like Emma stepping up to the plate. I think that's a great sign, and I feel it's going to be a win condition if Navi are able to pull off this upset.
Yeah, it was obviously really close because it went to overtime. I think Navi was head and shoulders above in that overtime, clearly, right?
Sure.
So you have to say this was relatively close. I don't feel that way, though, watching the game, because I had a lot more trust in Navi's retakes. I had a lot more trust, similarly, in their T rounds. I don't know. It just feels like they were playing much viscerally and with more trust.
This is I think the problem of being a G2 fan and wanting to see G2 win is because this is another one of those maps where you're like, they should have won this. They broke the second round after losing the pistol. They won a 2v5 like 2 rounds later. They recovered a 2v5. They had 2 really advantaged post-plant positions at the B bomb site, lost them both, clutches back to back. And I mean, just in general, look, for as much attention as they put on the B bomb site on their T side, they did not seem like the finishing play was at all comfortable for them. They did not seem they ever find comfort in a post-plant situation.
And this is also considering the fact that Nexa was having a lights-out game as well.
Yeah.
Someone we don't really look to be doing a lot of the heavy lifting. I go back to the
Both
round.
guys under scrutiny on each team had fantastic games.
Actually, absolutely true, which is so wild when it comes down to a stage and when the pressure's on. You're looking at someone like Nico. He was just getting out-dealed by Alexi B towards mid, something you don't expect to see. We talk about him being the big game player, right? He didn't bring the big game here to the arena, which, if it doesn't switch up on map number 2, it's a bit of a dunzo.
On their map pick, no less.
Yep.
Very strong from Navi, and Paula has a special guest, I hear.
Ladies, gentlemen, everyone in this arena and at home. Sometimes in esports, sports, cinema, music, whatever it may be, we are lucky enough to experience generational talents. I've had the absolute pleasure to personally introduce this next person in an arena once before. And I'm gonna say exactly what I said then. Forget Counter-Strike, forget esports. He might be the greatest gamer of all time. It's Simple! Simple, what are the vibes right now, mate? How is it for you to be standing on the stage?
I'm a bit nervous right now. Long time to see, guys. Long time to see.
Simple, Navi, 1-0 up in this series. Are they taking the whole thing?
Yeah. I mean, I think the map pool is really good for Navi right now, and I don't know why G2 decided to pick Anubis. And I feel like it's going to be confident 2-0 for Navi.
Simple. Final 2 questions. firstly, are we going to see you on a stage, in a booth, playing again anytime soon?
I don't know.
Simple, thank you so much for your time. Is there anything that you'd like to say to this arena and our fans at home?
I love you guys. I love you.
Ladies, gentlemen, everyone in this arena and at home, give it up for one of the absolute GOATs. It's Simple!
We hope he comes back for sure. Before we get into the next map, which is Nuke, this plate, look at how beautiful it is. And of course, this is the newly launched Textra version of the display. As you can see, it's 3D holographic because of the special design that adds a lot of depth to it. You can also click the banner down below to see all available designs in this, but it's beautiful. Is it calming it down, or is it, what is it doing?
It's firing me up. It's the Odin's Ravens right there.
Oh, I was trying to ask you what it was before. You knew?
I knew.
He always has an ace up his sleeve. But wonderful display and wonderful on the server, not on purpose, of course.
And Alexi said he had aces up his sleeve for this game.
He did.
Hey.
I mean, one of his aces was apparently having Kuroxy pick Anubis. I don't know. But we're going into Nuke now. And this was, of course, the map that they played when they played earlier on in the tournament.
Yep.
The one where G2 got a flying start, but Alexi B and Blade outbrained in the latter parts of that game. And that has to be sinking into your mind now if you're G2.
I'm still gonna, we're still gonna repeat what we said in the preamble to this game. The fact that G2 were actually in the driver's seat right there. It's gonna be a bit of a switch up though. G2 were losing on the final few rounds they lost were in the CT side. They actually had a very solid T side to start things off. This time G2 should be starting on the CT side here. They should be getting off to a better start. But I will say this, if G2 are going to be playing safe on the CT side, playing too reactive and losing control of the economy right there early on, Alexi B is just going to completely run over them.
Yeah, I mean, outside of whatever tactically they have planned and they'd have to address, especially for the outside portion of the map where Alexi kind of schooled them in their previous matchup, I think the big conversation that happened right now is communication in late round situations and post plants and the 2vx's, the 3vx's, and just saying, guys, like, it can't be like this. It can't be like this disjointed. It can't be this lost as we're trying to find positions inside the bomb site. That felt like a very scattered game. So I think right now it's just calming them down. And again, it's like, that map is haunting that they lost to them in the elimination stage because it is just like Anubis where you had the chance in this map to take this all away.
Yep.
This has happened actually a few times, specifically at this major with G2, right? You know, remember the overpass they played versus VP, for instance, right, where it was also so close, yet so far. We know what happened after, of course, but this is kind of your final game to get those ducks in a row if you want to stay in Copenhagen.
And for me, I'm looking at G2 and just channel your inner Homer Simpson. Just look at Monacy's picture right there and just say, I do it for Monacy, do it for this young kid, right? I mean, he's literally hard carried them all the way over here. And sure, we hopped on the fact that the final round, the final kill, where he kind of overstepped his mark a little bit. But apart from that, he's been so far magnificent. But I'm looking at someone like Hunter and looking at someone Nico, who they're making so many uncharacteristic mistakes, not playing the level we know they can play at a stage like this.
Oh, if they come in with the level they did on Anubis, this is probably over. I mean, especially because you're not going to be able to rely on Monacy to get you as many opening kills as the way he did, on a map like Nuke as well.
Yep.
Not going to be as successful. Again, he took 11 on Anubis. He won 10 of them, which is just kind of mental. You need a Nico. You need a rifler who's going to be able to apply pressure outside and actually move in towards Big Garage, move in and try and wrap towards Heaven, move in towards Secret. The op can't do it all.
And the worst part is, like, just looking at the previous map, Nico, he was the one who's getting targeted towards outside, right? He was getting harassed with utility, with flashes, and he was just kind of forced to kind of isolate himself from what the rest of the players were doing. He was playing towards Secret, just being away, just reacting to what NAVI were throwing their direction. So yeah, if Nico doesn't get activated and it's not in the midst of the action on the CT side, this is rough.
Yeah, also I'm wondering, sorry.
No, I was just going to say, I mean, and what a disaster it'd be if they're to get eliminated. Like you actually, we talked about Nico's records at the major, only making it to 5 playoffs in 13 attempts. He's been in 2 finals, but I mean, again, another great chance. Hooks even said it again in the interview today. This is their best chance to make it to a finals. What a nightmare. What a disaster.
What a nightmare it would be. It's all in their mind, but on the other side, you see there, Alexi's thinking about it too, and he must feel very, very confident. We also can't forget when they played the last time, and when it was T rounds, it was pretty gimmicky sometimes out of G2 with that Zeus from Monacy. I hope they pre-molly HUD, for instance, out of the side of Navi this time around to make sure that doesn't happen. But what an absolute achievement it would be, Blair, for Alexi to lead his troops now across Nuke into a grand final.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It would be such a testament what he's been able to do with this team, right? Because coming in, with Wonderful coming in, and a lot of us had our doubts, can he make this happen? Because he's failed at OG, he's failed with NIP and all those, weird lineups he had. And even this lineup was looking looking a little dysfunctional. Could Wonderful really grow into his own? He's grown into his own. Can Ima finally, shake off the rust he's had post Paris? He's shaken it off. Can Jail get activated? He's gotten activated. So it feels like everything's kind of coming into place here, and if he pulls it off, it's going to be the perfect storm.
This would be a statement game from obviously NAVI, but I think more importantly for Alexi, considering how he's had so many people doubt his abilities as an IGL over the years. I can't name a whole lot of IGLs, maybe one other one that could take this lineup to a major grand final this quickly, because it did come together very disjointed. And yeah, you've had the wonderful step up, but this team playing tactically looks really sharp. And this would just be Alexi now like giving the middle finger to the whole Counter-Strike.
And especially after losing the greatest player we've ever had and still making it happen.
It would be insane if they get it over the finish line. Alexi, he is absolutely honed in. Can he do it on Nuke? And will they kick G2 Esports out of the major? Let's find out.
Let's find out. Let's find out together, Copenhagen! A decade of global offensive.
Яа, хоёр дахь map Nuke цэвэрлэн болжээ. За NAVI ихний map-ыг хоцсон 16-13 харьцаатайгаар G2-гийн сонгосон Anubis-ыг хоцсон бол одоо хоёр дахь map NAVI-гийн сонгосон Nuke гарч ирж байгаа. За ямар ч байсан давуугаа G2 сонгоод контент талаасаа хэлсэн байна. За G2 map-ыг хожиж чадах юм бол Decider-аар Ancient гарч ирнэ. За гадуур тоглолт бүгд ороод ирсэн. Monis ямгаалтанд эрхний kill. За хоёр дахь kill. Ёо, за Monis-ийн бүр савч байна да, савч байна. За хангалттай ажлыг хийж өгсөн. За доошо Secret хамгаалан дээр Nexa 1-2 ороод ирсэн байгаа. За том үедэр Агийн тоглолт орчих юм бол ганц хүн байгаад ч дугна. Сайтн дотор Hunter ганцаараа. За Hunter GL-ийг унгаад Wonderful Beat 2. За Nuke гэдэг мовч одоо контролтой даваатай map. G2-г бол ер нь бол контроос ол их раундуудыг авах хэрэгтэй байгаад байна. За Nexa Secret ярьсан. За энэ раунд ч ер нь тодорхой болчлоо одоо. Beat унсан Wonderful 1-4. Бомб нь л өөрт нэгаа. За Nexa бараад авсаа. За NAVI-гийн бэлдсэн имийг нь Monis-ийн зогсоочлаа л доо сая. Хоёр хүн дайрж орж ирээ Monis-ийг яаж чадсангүй. Яа, экранд бомб тавьж чадаагүй. Арморгуугаар бонно. Саран бүгд ороод ирсэн. Nexa хоёрыг унагсан. Monis-ий. Сайн ойлгомжтой хаа. Хойд. Энэ ойлгомжтой. Byron. За Minder шууд дайрсан. Шар Minder дайрдаг тоглолт хийж байгаа. Лоб бүгд тоглож ирсэн. GL нэг хэл. Хатуу мочол гүйж орж ирлээ. За Nexa галцсан. Nexa GL-ийг унгаад. За лобби дайрсныхаа ашиг. За ашигч бас аавгүй маань явж байсан. Хүнийхээ трейдигээ буцаж байгаа. За тэнд эзэнгүүгээр тойроод байна да. Ийм аа. Таймыг даруулж байгаа Monis-ийг бариад авлаа. За 3 эсрэг 4. 50 секунд. Гадуурхыг авч ирсэн NAVI эзэлсэн. Secret-ээр доош орох юм бол Hunter-ийн хамгаалтан дээр аваад. За Нико хөө энэ араа. Никогийн байрлал аюултай биш. За би нэг сайн хийж байгаа. За Hunter руу буцаа. Нико нэг ганцаар бол үлдчихлээ дээ. Хүмүүсийн жоох амьдарч исэн бол Никонд эвгүй л өөрчлөл хийсэн байлаа. За одоо ойлгомжтой. NAVI-гийн раунд. Нико тэнд одоо буугаас ивлэх гэж л үзэх юм болоо да. Болноос ивлэх нь үү? За сайн сэлсэн. Яжиту мөнгөгүй болчихжээ. Шууд ийг орсон байна. Тоо ганц юм. NAVI-гийн 2 дахь раунд ойлгомжтой болсон. Я хоёроо. Монеси. Атор бодороо тавьсан. Модоноос нэлээд өндөр дэмж авч. Йоо! Хайрцсан бах та. Хоёрыг давхар унагчиж байна. Бид трейд нийсэн. За гэхдээ ямар амар бот хийчихвээ. Тэгээ боталтаа алдаад явцсан байсан бол тэгээ шууд өгөөр ирсэн шүү дээ. Нэг сумаар 2 туулаад гэдэг нь хараа. Kuroxy wonderful гэсэн 2-4. За PGL бэлтчихээ. За 30 секунд. Томын үе дээр. За хэвэн рүү авирыг нэ. За цаг баг штэ. Цаг баг. Доошо бие рүү явах цаг байгаа юм. За MESA дээр л баригдчих байгаа юм байна. Үу за би томчлаа. Дооштой хамгаалт нэг хүн байгаад байгаа. Нико. За энд Нико бариад байгаа хта. Цаг байхгүй басаа. Данаавгаас тайм аутыг авсан. За байлт мөнгө л байгаа. Жисэн тайм аваад орчих. Энд хоёр хүний зэрэг унагтаг л буудалтыг раундыг шийдчихлээ л дээ. Тэр ард нь өгсөн үнийг ардаа бүр. Хүмүүсийнхээ үүднийг өгч өгсөн. Саяар жисэн баяраа. За намын дэдлүүнийг харсан. Микогийн смокорн зөвлөж орж ийм оногчж байгаа. Араас нь за ийм хоёрыг унгасан. Заагийн сайтны хамгаалтан дээр байгаа тулгач. За хэвнээс монис орж ирэхэндээ Хантер Вент ороод ирсэн. За Wonderful энийг шалгах уу? Зог нь барай гараад ирж байгаа. За гэхдээ буудлаа өсгөө. Алексей Бимайр. Араасаа баригдсан. Хантрын гэл. Алексей 1 эсрэг 3 17 секунд. Цаг байхгүй буугаа сэвлэхэр болсон. G2-гийн дөрөвт раунд. За NAVI мөнгө төгрөх хэрвээ 3000-тай 2 хүн Wonderful GL2 л мөнгөний асуудалтай байна. BT2 бол спайлаа гараад ирж бол. За G2 яхарахгүй контр давтан авчтай. Ер нь бол контроос элч чадгараад их раунд авсан дээр. За матч пауз ороод ирэх юм. За гейм краш болсон юм шиг байна. Интернетийн асуудал гарсан гинэ. За энэ мапыг хэрэг G2 очиж чадах юм бол Decider-аар Nation таарч ирнэ. NAVI очих юм бол цуврал 2 тэгээр дуусаад G2 хасагдаж NAVI Grand Final руу гарах гээд байна. Хоёр багийн хувьд бол яг semi final тоглолтыг хийж байгаа. Hodсон баг нь Grand Final руу маргааш Face Clan эсрэг Major аваргын төлөө тоглолтыг хийнэ. За энэ нөхөр одоо хэдтгэн ууж байна. 2-3 тоо ууцсан. Камерамен очиад хүмүүсийг уулгаа яваад байдаг гэсэн. За энд бол баха Азууд л суулсан байна да. За тиймээс хариу ирсэн үү? Please.
Just saw someone saying bring back Cobble. Chad, you were competing when Cobble was in the map box.
It's a great map, guys.
You like it?
Yeah, we get some more Dragon Lord drops back in the mix.
Oh, that's probably why.
They don't. I don't want the current version. Bring back the old version.
Yeah?
The new one not so good.
We can keep doing this consensus. Guys, want to see Cobble back? Okay. What about, and this one's me, I'm being a bit selfish here. What about Train?
What about that?
Яа за асуудал гайг болсон гинэ. Тоглолт эргээд эхлэхэд үлэн болсон байна. Интернетийн асуудал гарсан л гэж байна да цаана. Ганц Монголд интернет асуудал гарч ирдэг мэнэ guys. Чиш. NAVI за байлсан. Шахал байлсан. 3 AK 2 гар бутай. Энэ байраундыг алдах юм бол мөнгөгүй болно. Монесиг опны шотууд бол өнөөдөр яг л байнда байгаад байгаа штэ. Монеси бол өнөөдөр яг л тоглолтод нь орсон байгаа. За гадуур смогдоод Emax Secret явуулсан. За Mind руу тулцсан байгаа даа. Nexa Mind хамгаалтан дээр за флашууд амар. Монеси нэг хил Nexa 2 дахь нь орсон. Самайнд урдан тоглол өгүүлээ даа. Алексей Бьончес Nexa гонх шаардсан Монеси яваад байна. За смогтоод. За Майндер доош ороод ирэн. За Нико энэ сайтны ар дээр байгаа. Нико. За Алексей Бэнийг дарчиж байгаа шүү. PGL. За Kuroxy PGL-ийг араас нь бариад авалгүй явах үү. Сүүлийн тоглогч Има. За 39 секунд цаг бол байгаа. За Майндаас гурвал орж ирэх нэ. Бомбо план дийгээд. За Kuroxy зүгээр гүүгээл гараад ирчих. Бомбын тавьсангүй. Psycho round навигас. Армор руу гар бонот. Чи түгэн лавстар раунд да. За нэг хэдийн смокод автсан. Гадуур смок хийгээд алхайл гэж байгаа юм байна да. Замайны хамгаалалт бонуси GL-г унагсан. Монеси Батгил. Самонеси ч бол алах гад ирчээ. Маш их цэвэрхэн бодлоо. Тэгээд 6-2 NAVI-гийн баяр раунд гараад ирсэн дээ одоо. Майндар дайралд орж ирсэн. GL хамгаалтан дээр их нэг хэл бонуси трейд өнөө буудалдаа алдсан. За дахиад пиклэх юм бол GL өөрөө бүрэн гэсэн. GL дайрсангүй. За энэ хооронд гадуур смоктоо secret руу 3 орчихсон явж байгаа юм байна. Доор хамгаалт нэр хүн байхгүй. За хазаар дээр GL үгсийг мэдээлэл авсан. За доор хүн байхгүй шүү дээ. За доор хамгаалтан нэр хүн байхгүй. Одоо л тэнд Mindас Monisi орж ирж байна. За Monisi. Энэ нөхөр бол хэлж байна да. За би тэл өрх нэг барайд авсан. Kuroxy дээр трейд амжилттай. Азараар тэнд GL орж ирэх унагна. За Winter орж ирэх хүмүүсийг Hunter байсангүй. Monisi ганцаар үлдсэн. Нэг эсрэг 3. За эсрэг 2. За Alexi Pinterest. Яа. G2 мөнгөтэй баялаа гараад ирэн дахиад. За хазаараар энэ Monisi. За томьёо дээр ийм агуугд ороод ирсэн Nico харсан дээрээ давчих. Monisi G-лэг унгаад. Өөрөөсөө 5. За Nico-гийн гин. Wonderful trade Alexi Hunter-ыг барьд авсан. За гадуур гүгдэнд нэг сая бодгоо штэ. За 1 минут. Secretary доош орчиж байгаа. За доош ороо бедер плант хийгээд нуугдчих болж бас. Ив хөрөндөө гэсэн чи Kuroxy доор өрөөд ирж байгаа юм байна. За Kuroxy-гийн хамгаалалт байна уу? За Alexi Kuroxy-г л амар буудчих юм бол баг раунд аавна гэдэг юм чинь. Байсангаа Kuroxy унагсан. Сүүл нь оглож Wonderful хаалга нэгээд мэдээлэл ирсэн. За энэ ер нь баг буугаас эвлэх баха. Зур 7-3 болж байгаа юм байна. За мобайтай, гарбуунуудтай. Wonderful ганц ап гаргаад ирсэн. Антор, GL-г унгаад. За гадуур 2 смогтой secret алхам лгэндээ. Wonderful-ын service ап ажиллах байна уу гэсэн буудалтаа алдаад улаач чи. За буудалт байдгүй. Доош гол ороод ирсэн. Nexa-гийн спрейдээ нэг ургаан шууд трейд н орчиж байгаа. Уурын сэрэг дөрөв. Monesy Kuroxy дээр нэг шот алдсан. За хааныг харсан сая. За баг бомберээ даунтай. Арай давалгүй яах вэ? Плант хийсэнгүү. За Monesy хөлдөө улаалагч дөрөв биш битээ. Има плант хийх гэсэн болгоч Моли ороод ирсэн. Има нэг эсрэг 3. Вент ороод байхгүй байх. Тэнийг хараад.